We've lived with it. I mean, I've never even thought about it. I never thought about it. I remember sort of all of a sudden when Indian restaurants started taking over and Chinese restaurants and people going, oh, and I'm going, yeah, but you don't want to be stuck with old boring British food all the time, do you? So I can imagine John Cleese saying something like that, not having been here, because if he comes over to promote something, he literally gets in a car, they pick him up from the hotel, take him to the event, he does whatever he does, then he gets back in the car, goes back to the hotel, then he flies out again. He doesn't really spend too much time walking the streets of London, like the rest of us, which we do. The neighbours from hell, still bickering, I'm afraid, and it's now got worse. I don't know what it is about neighbours. They live next door to each other. They seem perfectly reasonable chaps, and one of them started emptying her garden cuttings out. There's nothing you can do, is there? Nothing you can do, you know, when somebody goes, oh, this is my boundary, and somebody goes, no, it's not, that's my boundary. And so, and I'd had a thing when I watered the baskets, when I watered the baskets this morning, very exciting, Ollie's going to be producing the show on a Sunday night on LBC. Sunday night into Monday morning. So that'll be very exciting. Ollie will be doing that. Won't you, dear? Be doing that? Will you be having your hair cut before you come in on the programme? I just want to mention it. You are looking like... You have one today? Okay. Don't get too mad. You know, just have a little... Shave it. Oh, God, no, you don't want to shave it. No, just have a little tidy up. A trim. Really? Oh, that's very exact. He won't. I know. I don't think it's possible. I should imagine most of his wardrobe makes him look like Stigger the Dump. Just, how do you look like, Ollie? Jump in a puddle and pull yourself through a hedge. You know, that would be it. Your best tracksuit. I don't think I've ever worked with anybody in this building with a tracksuit on. But you're a presenter, Darren. Goodness sake, you're not in the same class as these ragamuffin children. These are the ragamuffins of the streets. Hello, Gov, you've got a penny. You know, you've got 20 pence for a cup of coffee. Where'd you get a cup of coffee for 20 pence from? You can't find it, can you? 75 quid in New York, cup of coffee. Apparently it's the best coffee beans ever. They'd need to be. I couldn't tell the difference. It's like waiters giving you a taste of wine. And I always think, I can't taste the difference. I just go, yeah. It's exactly. Prosecco, to me, tastes Prosecco, whether it's 20 quid a bottle or 7 quid a bottle. It doesn't make any difference. And champagne, so I can't tell the difference on champagne. Do you know, Ollie, we're more similar than we thought. More similar. Slightly disturbing, of course, slightly worrying. So, I've already forbidden Thomas from wearing shorts. He wanted to wear shorts. I said, not wearing shorts on my show, mate. I'm sorry. You're not wearing them right now, I know. Because hello, I saw you walk in. I'm not completely without sight. But, no, I've said no shorts on the programme, and certainly no tracksuit bottoms. I mean, that's just outrageous. What am I, what? Well, you're quite smart now, you know. Just as long as it's not shorts or tracksuit bottoms. I just, you know, because there might be guests coming in, you know. All of a sudden, Prince Harry might turn up at the door and go, I've been listening to Steve for years, and I go, well, I can't send the producer down, he's wearing shorts. You know, so you have to be dressed for the occasion. But the haircut, you could have some highlights put in your hair. That's quite popular with young men nowadays, isn't it? How much do you spend on a haircut? I bet it's not a lot, is it? 17 quid? 20 quid? For a haircut? Good God, that seems like a lot of money. This, £5. Don't, please. Don't even go there. It was a £5, and Kasha does her best. 20 quid for a haircut, and you tip on top of that. Right. You tip up to 20. Good God in heaven. That seems... what, £3? Yeah, but they're already making 17 quid out of you. Why would you want to give them 3 quid? 17, it's all profit. You know, it's a pair of scissors or a pair of clippers. They're not exactly putting you in Carmen rollers, are they? And having a little bit of bleach on there, doing a bit of frosting and a bit of highlights. Yes, I can't wait. He's going to walk in. But it doesn't... but shaving it, I mean, you're actually... It's a rip-off, isn't it? Hairdressing's a rip-off, because all that... You could, in theory, do it yourself. Well, of course girls pay... Yeah, girls always pay more. You know, I could stand behind somebody in a hairdresser and go, darling, you look so fabulous, and we make your hair so big and so wonderful, and look at these, look at you. You pull any man you want. Oh, lesbian. Anyway, so, well, you pull whoever you want now. And yet, women pay a lot for hairdressing. I don't know why. You know, I'll tell you why it is. Because you get a cup of tea and a magazine to read. Have I ever noticed a girl's haircut? No, not really. I don't really notice people's haircuts anyway. I mean, mainly because I'm not particularly fussed about that. I used to have highlights in my hair, shut it, and I used to pull that skull cap on, and then you pull the hair through, and seriously, if only pictures existed, I could have a whole new career. And then we decided it was easier not to put the skull cap on, because unfortunately, because my hair was thin, as they pulled it through, it came out. So I ended up looking at like Torchy the battery boy. It was all a little bit worrying. And so we just painted on a little bit of colour. Because I think blondes have more fun. Well, I certainly did where I was, let me tell you. Oh, good Lord above. You see, that's what my hair looked like. There you go. That's what my hair looked like on the left-hand picture. My mother used to call it my neck curtains. Because you have your hair straight down, then you just go and pull it aside. Oh, look at that, honestly. Why are all these pictures of you, Darren, on the internet? What are they from? Oh, no, I don't want to frighten people. Is this Ollie's been stalking again? Ollie, honestly. Where do these pictures come from? Good look. There's a kitchen that's never been used. Look at that. Look, not even a cup. Look, nothing. Nothing. There is a radio. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Well, there you go, honestly. It just goes to prove what you can find on the internet. There are loads of pictures of you on this. What's it? Was that you looking pensive? What was that one there? That's you in Iceland. Oh, right. Wait a minute. I won't pose for this picture. Fantastic. Oh, right. Live from the Gilded Balloon. Oh, that's Dave O'Brien. Look at that. Look how young he looked there with that beard. What was he, 7, 8? I can't remember. He was very... And he has hair. And he's got hair. Please God, there's no pictures of me. Oh, it's a very interesting picture. Do you know, I suddenly realised, ladies and gentlemen, just how entertaining the internet can be. Of course, once we found the Ollie pictures... Are there lots of pictures of you on the internet? You think there would be? You got hacked? Twice? Why would they hack you? How bizarre. That's an odd one, isn't it? I don't think I've ever been hacked. Oh, no point, is there really? I'm on the radio every single day, so they hacked you. Oh, did you ever find out who it was? Good Lord. Wow. But there are pictures of you on the internet. Pictures of you maybe the worse for wear on the internet. A lot of pictures of you face down in a puddle on the internet. It's a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? The trouble is, isn't it, years and years ago, we didn't take that many pictures. I mean, we did because we were in radio, so they had somebody who took pictures of us when we were doing the programmes or going out on outside broadcast. But generally speaking, people don't have pictures. What memories have you got of your childhood? Unless it's your parents taking pictures of you as a baby, and that was about as far as it went. You know, by the time you got to 14, 15, nobody was taking pictures of you. Not that I remember, anyway. I mean, but we used to go up churches and things like that and get pictures taken up there. And I've got cine film of me when I was about 14, but nothing else. You don't have a record of your life, and yet the royal family and Trump, because the Reagans did it, they had their own photographer who would take hundreds and hundreds of pictures every day, and Nancy Reagan would sit down at the end of the day, don't like that one, don't like that one, and so they had a record of every day they were in the White House. Sorry, darling? It sounds, yes, a little bit like Miley, and she's got quite a number of pictures. In fact, she's featured in the programme again today. There's another picture. I'm sure I spoke to her photographer the other day, because when I walked out the building, there were a load of people out there. Like, oh, so exciting. They've obviously heard in conversation, so I sort of go out there. Nobody takes a blind bit of notice. They're waiting for Joe Jonas, whoever he is. And so I wandered through, and one of the photographers went, "Morning, Steve," and I went, "Morning." I thought he was going to take my picture, but he didn't even lift the camera up. I'm feeling very hard done by, I'm afraid. Everybody else gets pictures taken. Amanda Holden's pictured on the back of a bike. And it's one of these bikes that whiz you around from place to place. And so she'll be coming in, won't she, on a bike every day? Although, to be honest, she lives in my neck of the woods. I think she's Richmond way. And there's everybody round my... Well, I suppose so. It's quite nice, actually, down there. So we shall see you. You're not on tomorrow, are you? No. But we'll see you on Sunday. So exciting. I can't wait to see the haircut. Very exciting. I don't know who your AP is. How camp is that? You think it's Callum? Oh, right. Yes. I've been reading up about Callum, who's our other little helper. He's obsessed with music, the like of which I've never heard of. and he's a DJ. He DJs. Is that like 1 1 2 1 2 1 2? And here it is. It's Grandmaster Flash, and this one called Up Yours. You know. I don't even know, because I didn't think that people spoke anymore. In my day, DJs spoke. Now they mix. Somebody said to me, when I used to work for UBN, somebody wrote in and said, I'd like to apply for a job as a DJ. I'm a good mixer. And I thought, what point is that for anybody? I mean, who cares? These people are working in a biscuit factory. They want to hear a bit of chat. Not interested in somebody mixing for them, you know. Yeah. Grandmaster Flash D. So everybody's got silly names. Real name Eric, but they call themselves Bonio, you know, and you start worrying about this. It's just odd, isn't it? I went to... No, he has got a name, The Edge, hasn't he? She called him The Edge. What was he christened? I can't remember what his name... Dave. But in radio, we have had people, haven't we, who've used nicknames and things like that, and sort of names, like we've got the Bassman. Well, I didn't even know he had a proper name. I just assumed he was called the Bassman. I had no idea. Everybody's going, oh, the Bassman. And I go, oh, right, the Bassman. Tried to sound like I knew what I was talking about. I didn't have the faintest idea. It's all... I think he... Is he? No, no. Really? That would be funny. That would be very funny. I love it in this building. Do you know, there are so many people. I was explaining to our guest yesterday, Owen, who came in, who was the neighbour in One Foot in the Grave, and he was in the Doctor series and everything else. Ever so nice. And I said, I always tell people the same thing here every day. Whenever they come in, I go, have you been here before? I feel like a parrot on a recording. Have you been to this building before? No. There's 1,000 of us in this building, I proudly tell them. And I go, because we own all these radio stations. I said, and our big boss is very, very young, very good looking, and very rich. And we've got all these radio, and they look around here thinking, what's he talking about? Where's these 1,000 people? And you want to take them up to the floor up there, where you open the door, and there's an entire building full of salespeople. There's like 250, 300 people in one room. It blew my socks off, literally, when I saw it the first time. We can go to canteen and get a little sausage first thing in the morning. I didn't have a sausage yesterday, though, because Thomas is always quite good to me. And I always say, every day, my little treat, if I'm having to do it in conversation, I'm allowed a croissant with ham and cheese. Just the one croissant I have, Thomas. I don't have two. That would be greedy. That would be called gluttony. So I only have the one. And it's quite nice. But the croissant, which starts off all nice and rounded, they shove it in a machine which flattens it within an inch of its life. I'm now eating sort of 2 bits of what looks like pizza base. But it's very nice, because I had to buy halloumi the other day. Not for me. They sell it in Costco. And my friend Paul Cooper said, oh, could you get us some halloumi? And it's halloumi chips. Now, I won't touch it. I'm sorry. I looked at it. I didn't fancy the idea at all. And it's coated in like a batter. And it's like 10 quid a packet. It's like really expensive. And they went, oh, do you not want to try some of this, Steve? No, thank you. My favourite lady up in the canteen, she's always trying to get me to try halloumi. No, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit traditional. I could go a hash brown now. It's quite nice. So what sort of food do you like eating, Ollie? Do you do sort of, I mean, you know, for your Sunday night treat? You know, I knew you were going to say sandwiches. Okay, dietary requirements. Vegetarian, vegan, full meat. Thank God for that. It's been a long time since we've had full meat on this programme. Long time. In fact, we actually stopped doing sandwiches about, how long ago? Must be couple of months ago. We decided to go heavy on the fruit. Today, yeah, bring back the sandwiches. So what sort of sandwich do you like? Here we go. Peanut butter. It's going to be something really stupid that I can't get. Sausage. I'm sorry, the sort of supermarkets you obviously go to, perhaps you can get a sausage sandwich. I go to Marks and Spencer's and they don't do them, okay? I've never had a chicken. Okay. Oh, of course, the most expensive thing. Oh, do you not buy food for them? Oh, Darren. Oh, I'm shocked. Oh, I always bring food in. Have done for years. And at Christmas time, I always bring all the food in. I don't know why. Perhaps I should stop it, actually. But it's all tax deductible, so I'm quite grateful, really. Dave O'Brien brings him food. No, he doesn't. He's a ridiculous. I've never said he does for himself. But no, I've always done that. Oh, wait a minute. He's discovered. What have you discovered? Have you discovered the cherries? They're nice, aren't they? Oh, there we are, down Darren. Seriously, it's like the feeding of the 4,000 in here. There's a stone in them, please don't swallow the stone. I don't want any sort of... Are they quite nice? They okay? I don't even know where they're from, though, those cherries. We bought cherries and Spain. Isn't it funny? Everything comes from... Yeah, hola! Everything comes from Spain, so it's really lovely. No, where we are. Ollie's going to go again, isn't he? Must be a... Oh, what have you done? Have you swallowed the stone? Oh, for God's sake, honestly. Pat him on the back. Try and bring it back up again. Has he had a drink? I only ask. His life must be one riotous laugh. I've never done anything like it. Not surprised you can't get a girlfriend 2 minutes in. I mean, you just collapse in laughter, wouldn't you? When I say 2 minutes in, 2 minutes into a conversation that they would be having. Can't keep them away from the fruit, can we? Seriously. This is amazing. I should have brought 2 boxes of cherries. I brought pomegranate seeds in. They're quite nice as well. They're good. Be good. Try and be good. That's what they like round here. They're all off out partying now. It's unbelievable. Steve, how can I get rid of my old knives? Because I don't want to put them in my bin, says Brenda. Well, I asked, and the team says, take them to the police station. So in other words, you've got some old carving knives, and you take... What are they going to do with them? Perhaps there's some way of disposing. I don't know. To be honest with you, I wasn't sure that was the thing. Jason in Essex, poor soul, he says hairdressers are overpaid and radio presenters aren't. We weren't talking about radio presenters. Never mentioned radio presenters. That's you being a jealous person again, Jason. You mustn't be jealous. It's an awful thing for that. It makes you out to be a sort of a somewhat lesser more of a snowflake. And you think that hairdressers who charge 20 quid for cutting a bloke's hair are not overpaid? Are you serious? 20 quid? You must have more money than sense, which actually, of course, being called Jason means you probably have. Simon Cowell didn't look too happy when David Williams took the mickey out of him dyeing his hair and beard. Why is it people dye their hair? Because you can always see it. Pip Schofield dyed his hair for years, and under the studio lights it came out as purple. It was a bit difficult. We'd all know that he was... Because he went grey at a very early age. But I can imagine, actually, Stuart, that Simon wouldn't be very happy. But just remember, all of this is... If he doesn't want him on the programme, he would just get rid of him. It's his programme. He doesn't have to have him on there at all. And sometimes he's a bit of an embarrassment, because he's mad. You know, but then, who cares? Talking of DJ names, did you see the tribute bench put up in New Haven for the rapper Eazy-E, who has no connection with the area whatsoever, says James. I quite like that idea, don't you? And late Mark for the show, just tuning in. Chris... Really naughty. I mean, seriously, you know we start at 4. I make it on time. Michelle and Roger say it's a public holiday here in Oslo, so it's a lie-in and listening to the Spike. As it's the law here, nothing is open, and you can't buy alcohol unless it's from a restaurant, £10 a pint. Your cheese and ham croissant here is £5. £5, cheese and ham croissant. I think that's probably quite a good idea. So you can only buy booze from a restaurant. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? Russia, of course, got a huge alcohol problem. Big problem over there. It's terrible. You know, you find more drunks. Middle of winter, people dead outside because of the sub-zero temperatures. Awful. And Paul says, you're wrong about Dave O'Brien and food. About 5 years ago, he brought in a bag of crisps and offered them around. He didn't. He so didn't. I don't think he's ever brought anything in. I should have checked, actually. I don't think he does that at all. I don't think he's got the money for it. He's got... Nick... Oh, right. Nick Froey's driver? Or he's making bread in the car or something. What's going on? Oh, right. Did you have some? Oh, right. Good Lord. You took a slice. Bucker. Sounds very nice indeed. Actually, normally I don't eat bread, but I'll have to remember to bring a sandwich in for Ollie. Whether he gets chicken, of course, is another matter. The most expensive sandwich that you can find, actually. Oh, next to a few other things. Somebody says, are you on the wrong bus? No, it's very sweet. And the answer is yes. Help. Help. I love it when somebody sends something to us which isn't intended for us. It's probably somebody's grandmother who's trying to get back to Tooting. And she's going, I'm heading for Penge. And he goes, are you on the wrong bus? But he sent it to me. Which is very bizarre, isn't it, really? Benidorm tourists warned to look out for hugger-muggers. I only warn you about this. The other thing, this is, well, I know 2 scams. I know the hugging one is very good. And the other one is this your ring? They do this a lot in Paris. And this woman, I mean, they always look fairly dubious, will be holding up it fell from you. No, it isn't mine, dear. No, you have. No, I don't want it. It's a pile of old rubbish. Don't ever fall for that. I love the way people say, it's like talking to chuggers. You know me and chuggers. I'm sorry, you want to give money to a charity, you give it to the charity direct, and that way it cuts out the chuggers, earning anything up to 15 quid an hour for standing there extracting money out of you. You know, it's just not right, is it? So you've got to watch out for all these scams. There's loads of them. I was looking at a thing the other day. I'm going to America next year. Well, that's the idea. I mean, it'll never happen. And there's a little crowd of us going over to Vegas, going to, you know, for the pole dancing, a little bit of gambling. No, not you. No. There is no way, Thomas, outside of this building, we would ever be socialising. It's not that kind of programme. You're mistaking my bonhomie and sort of goodwill to being something you can interpret into, oh, I've got a new friend. No, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. You just carry on the way you're doing. Why do you think this glass is here between the two of us? There is a reason for that. For sound, it wouldn't make any difference if there was no glass there, would it? You're really loud. Oh, right. Yes, you are quite loud, aren't you? Yes, I've heard other people say that. Mark says, Steve, a pizza guy's just tried to deliver a pizza here. Who has pizza at 4 p.m. in the morning? Do you mean 4 a.m. in the morning? Most people, they've eaten pizza here at 4 a.m. in the morning, so I don't think it's that unusual. So what did I do yesterday? I don't think we did anything, actually. Oh, no, I did an interview, that's right. Then I went home. But by the time I'd faffed around doing all the shopping and everything else, it was coming up to 1 o'clock. I don't know why. Did you bring your bag in this morning? I'm going to go and get one as well today. I've decided I cannot spend my life with carrier bags. It's getting ridiculous. My life is a carrier bag. I'll tell you for why, because they're quite convenient. You just pop stuff in there, and it doesn't make it look as though you've got something flashy with you, which is good. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. All the stars came out for Niki Lauda's funeral, held in Vienna. Also, football bad boy Joey Barton's stag do ended up in a punch-up. He's got bad history, hasn't he? Poor little soul, honestly. McDonald's thinks about going vegan, which will be popular, but not with a load of people. A galaxy far, far away. It looks lovely, actually. It's in California, though. They've recreated Star Wars with a Millennium Falcon and everything else, and it's Disneyland, or Disney World, or whichever this one's called. Happy birthday to Peter Fabergé. He made those beautiful eggs, which were commissioned by the Russian royal family. I think out of the 50 eggs, 43 survive. But they're works of art. Our newsreader this morning, Serena, was telling me that she thought there were cheaper versions out there. Obviously, where she comes from, there probably are cheaper versions, but not down here. I think they're amazing. If you open up some of them, and I've never actually seen one in person, I've seen them on the television, and you go, wow, some people have got so much talent. So much talent. Why ready meals are so deadly, which, of course, many of them are, and which is Britain's best beach resort. Thanks to its friendly family atmosphere, the award goes to Bournemouth. There you go. The boys will be delighted down there. Meghan's opted for a posh mum pram. Cost 1,200 quid, but it was gifted. I'm tempted to say from the pram company. But they have to declare these things. They're not allowed to accept gifts, apparently. But the Queen's got a stack of gifts downstairs in the basement. A stack of gifts. What do you think of the quality of the Magic acts on Britain's Got Talent, says Chris? I have to be totally honest with you. Whilst I'm a huge, huge fan of Magic, I haven't seen what any of them have done. I might actually have today to go back into Britain's Got Talent to see what they're offering. But otherwise, it would be ridiculous. Steve, that scam could never work on you, says Jim, as you're a hugger yourself, not a huggy. Yes, I'm more a hugger than a huggy. I don't like people hugging. No, stop it. Not my sort of thing at all. Thomas did it to me a while ago on my birthday. Ooh. It was like E.T. recoiling, like that. You know, I think the little girl in E.T., she goes to put her arms around him and his head extends up there. Yeah. It's not happening. Not happening at all. Yeah. There's going to be much more hugging. I don't like this. You are a witness to this, aren't you? That I'm now feeling under threat. I'm very sorry you're leaving as well, because we're having producer change rounds here. I think it's quite... I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think it's... Is it all right now? And so after three years, young Chris is moving off, and he's going to be producing Tom Swarbrick, which he's very much looking forward to, because it's basically taken everything away from him. He doesn't have to do anything at all. He doesn't have to drive the desk. He doesn't have to do the podcast. He doesn't have to answer the phones. He can concentrate. He can sleep at normal times. He's very excited by this, very excited, because having done 3 years, I can't remember if 3 years is the longest anybody's ever done working with me. I don't think it's the times that it confuses, because people have got lives. Luckily, I'm so old, I don't have a life anymore. So it's great. And so we racked our brains as to who we could get to replace Chris, who could do what Chris does. And we came to the simple conclusion, nobody. Nobody can do what Chris does. So we've had a substitute, and from Tuesday of next week... Morning. Who's the most inspirational character in a children's book? You will not be surprised to learn it's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. And I can honestly say I've seen the films, but I've never read the book. Given the choice, I'd rather have a talking book and a DVD. Steve, Truckerdell here, running from Gloucester to Falkirk. 26 tons of ice cream. Huh? 26 tons of ice cream. That's a long way for ice cream. Got the centrally heated lorry out with you. But they were doing a train the other day, transferring a train on the back of a low loader. This train weighed, I forget how many tons it weighed. Anyway, what happens is, if there's a very heavy weight on a low loader, what happens? The tyres get hot. They get hot because of the weight on there, and they are prone to exploding. And as they were going down the motorway, this train, which was on its way to an event, the tyre exploded. And the bloke changed the tyre by himself on this low loader. He's got a train on top of it, and he managed to get the tyre on it again. How he did that bit, I wasn't too sure, but it was very good. Steve, did you do your VAT day before yesterday? And I felt much better about doing it. You have no idea. And I was speaking to the lady who looks after my money, and she said, it's easy. I said, listen, it's easy for you because you deal with money. You deal with money. I said, I don't deal with money. I just work, and anything else confuses me. Oh, listen, for train lovers, going back, you ready for this one? I think you need to get up now, because the Flying Scotsman is going to pass through Clapham Junction at 9 o'clock this morning. And then it will head through Surrey. Oh, how exciting. Train lovers everywhere. Clapham Junction, 9 o'clock this morning. Oh, I tell you, when I go back on the train this morning, I bet they'll be building up the crowds. It's busy, and I think it's Britain's busiest railway station, Clapham Junction. It's going to be we don't even know which platform it's going through. If you've never seen it, I'm assuming, is this going to be the one with all steam belching out of it? I think let's have a quick look. The Flying oh, God, how fantastic. How fantastic. Listen, train lovers everywhere, and nerds and train spotters and people like that. Even I would go to this. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. So, wait a minute, where do we go from? So this is the timing. Starts at Victoria. Where am I going? Am I going backwards here? So it starts at Victoria at 9. Little bit before 9. It's going to be Virginia Water, Chertsey, Addleston Junction, Byfleet, Woking, Guildford at 10:19, Shalford Junior, whatever that is, Shalford again, Gomshall, Reigate and Redhill at 10:51, and then the late afternoon tour. By the way, they're saying to you, don't go anywhere near the tracks. They've had a problem with this before, people trespassing and getting too near the tracks just because they want to take a picture of the Flying Scotsman. And then Staines, 6:49, Virginia Water, 7, platform 4. Chertsey arrives 7:06, depart 7:20. Seriously, if you've never seen it, I had it going through Richmond a few years back, and they said, can you stand back from they weren't talking to me particularly, can you stand back from the platform because the train's coming through? And I looked at it, and I was standing on platform 1, and you can see quite a long way up the track, and then all of a sudden it came round the corner, and I went, oh my God, it's the Flying Scotsman. It was, seriously, I nearly burst into tears. It's so inspiring. It is just so fantastic. So train lovers everywhere, you need to get down to Clapham Junction, 9 o'clock. There are other places on the route, and I suspect because it's so popular, people so want to see the Scotsman. And shall I tell you some facts about the Flying Scotsman? You know, just sort of things I know. Originally built in Doncaster, I seem to remember. And it used to do the LNER, which was London and North Eastern Railway. It is one of the most powerful locomotives that they'd ever used. Named the Flying Scotsman after London to Edinburgh, which started daily at 10 a.m. It was clocked at 100 miles an hour. When it was first built, it was apple green. But during the Second World War, it was repainted in wartime black. So you need to see this train. You need to see it. Seriously. I mean, it's just, the interest in the Flying Scots. Isn't it funny? It's like, if they brought up the Titanic, we'd all be rushing down to Portsmouth going, show us the ship, show us the ship. And in the case of the Flying Scotsman, it's, kids, are the kids still on holiday? Just keep them well back from the platform. That this thing goes fast, but it'll be something you won't forget. There'll be people leaning out the window. I promise you, it's quite something. Oh, these train spotters, I have a lot of admiration for, and especially when it's something like the Flying Scotsman. I couldn't be more excited actually that it's going through Clapham Junction. But I bet you anything, I've seen it at Waterloo, and now we'll be seeing it at Clapham Junction. Everybody will be taking pictures. It'll be absolutely lovely. So the first service, 1862. Average journey time, 4 hours. 4 hours. Wow. 1862 service, named 1924. That lovely. There you go. Your chance to see the Flying Scotsman today. 9 o'clock. Other stations along the route. Just look for a lot of smoke belching out the top. It looks fantastic. Really does. And then take pictures and send them in to me next week, please. Or actually, you can send them in to me tomorrow morning. See who gets the best pictures, which will be lovely. Right. I once had the pleasure of doing the radio show from the Flying Scotsman, says Chris in Yorkshire, a couple of years ago. I'm not a trained geek, but it was amazing to be on such a piece of history. It was fantastic. I recommend people should go see it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't normally go crackers over, sort of trains and things like that. But when you've seen this thing, it literally transforms you back to another era. It takes you back. It's just quite amazing. I've never been on it, but I've seen it loads of time. James says, I thought the Flying Scotsman was Darren. Yes, it could be, actually. Could be. And Dylan says, I've just spent a 12-hour shift under trains. The last thing I'll be doing is going to see more of them. Oh, you moaning old Mary. Get out there and go and see the Flying Scotsman. Jake, my regular pilot, just landed into Bristol after a flight from Turkey. Off for a month now, so excited. Maybe I could come and visit the studio in June. Maybe you couldn't. I know somebody who's in the studio having a tour. Did you hear about this one? Who had a tour around the studio, probably sat in my seat. Did you hear about this? Go on, tell him. Go on, tell him. I was shocked too. I was shocked, but there you go. How's it going with the vegan sausages? I haven't had any. You mean sausage roll? I haven't even had the sausage roll, though. I just wanted to say, Steve, although the Harry Potter films are good, the books are better. And I highly recommend the audio versions as they're read by the brilliant Stephen Fry. Yes, he's so clever. Does a fantastic job, really worth listening to, says Trudy. Okay, 19... Oh, who cares? 19 minutes to 5. Yeah, everywhere. Photographs, pose... Unbelievable, isn't it? Really. Without even a by your leave. May I, sit in your chair, Steve, in the studio. The Steve Allen Memorial Studio. And here it is. I could tell. I found an eyelash in here. An eyelash. I don't often find eyelashes in my studio. Mainly because I don't have any eyelashes. So wouldn't be from me, would it? Anyway. Steve, the Harry Potter books are brilliant. Completely different experience from the movies. Once read, you will never look back at the movies. In the book, there is such detail to the story. Oh, nice. Now, how do I pronounce your name in Slough? Magic? We think Magic? I've got a friend called Mariusz, but it is spelt slightly different. So, Magic? Let's hope it's right. If it's not, I hang my head in shame and say you have to forgive me. I'm a complete idiot. Annie says, can I ask if our ice cream trucker en route to Falkirk has a neon light in his cab? He's surrounded by 26 tons of ice cream. What do you expect? Steve... Trucker Dell says, can I have a shout-out for our Facebook Spike Group leader, Little Julie? Over 1,500 members now and growing stronger by the day. We are stronger as a group of people, are we not? I think we are, anyway. So, having forgotten the fact that today was Thursday and thinking it was Wednesday, I'm now even more delighted because tomorrow's Friday and we're at the weekend. And so, that'll be the last programme tomorrow morning for Chris, as I say, who's been the producer for 3 years. saves us and gets us out of lots of little messes. We have to rely on the fact that Thomas might be able to do the same sort of thing, but I have a sneaking feeling we might have to coax him into sort of doing everything. But at least they will still see each other, so Thomas will be able to sort of to see Chris and say, listen, how do I do this? And Chris, of course, will totally ignore him. Chris, he will be your counsel. Have you banned for a bit? Yeah, just take. I've taken his number out of the book immediately. I thought otherwise he'd be on the phone. Oh, hi, Steve. It's your producer. Can't put up with that for more than once. Don't want that ever again. I noticed the other day I was chatting away privately to some of our management figures. He comes straight up to me and sort of just starts hanging around like he's part of it. Seriously. I noticed. It made me laugh actually because he came. I was chatting away to someone and he hovers. He's got a thing about hovering, not like a hoverfly or anything like that, or like one of those helicopter things. He just hangs around near you like sort of eager beaver, tongue hanging out like, oh, can I be in your gang? I want to be in my gang, or maybe not that one. No, maybe not that one. But he did it yesterday. I was having a nice private chat to young Caroline and Tom and Ben, and over he comes like the little exorcist. It's like he can sense where you are from the very end of the room, and he comes and sort of joins in. He'll be having a nice private conversation and turn round and there he is again. Happy little soul. Happy little soul. We'll change that, won't we? So the outfit you're wearing at the moment is acceptable. Okay? Even though you've had that on 2 days now. You wore it yesterday. Oh, same outfit. Yeah. I don't think you know... Only wore the jumper. No, you wore the same trousers. Which ones are they? Oh, right, sorry, they were beige the other day, weren't they? Yeah, all right. All right. So I make a mistake every so often. And that's where... You're not wearing shorts. Not coming in shorts. You're absolutely not. You're not working in my studio in shorts. Absolutely not. The standards we've got here. Otherwise, I'd be wearing shorts, and you know how battle-scarred I am. I would look terrible if I put a pair... So I wouldn't wear shorts out anyway. People would know it's me just by looking at my legs. Oh, is that a halogen oven burn? Yes, it is. Okay. Welcome to Thursday. I said this week was going to go very fast. Steve, you should do your show on the Flying Scotsman one day. 2 national treasures together, says Nurse Karen in Essex. I just remember telling you at the time when I was standing on Richmond Station and the Flying Scotsman went through with all this steam and smoke bellowing out of it. I remember thinking, it was worth standing here to see that. It really was. It was one of the highlights. In fact, we immediately went online to find out whether you could do day trips. And of course you can. It's not cheap, but I mean, you're going on something that's quite old. Quite old. Steve, I was lucky enough to have a short ride on the Flying Scotsman when it came to the Didcot Railway Centre, says little Junie. And from Tony says, if the Flying Scotsman goes through Virginia Water, it'll have to get there via Hounslow or Twickenham. So right on your doorstep. Ooh, Lillian Bushy says the Flying Scotsman, how wonderful. Lots of little girls shouting, Daddy, my daddy. Not the speed this thing goes through, I tell you. It goes, what? What's that? Oh, honestly. Daddy, my daddy bit. Does it? You're going to be sick, are you, or something? You've got a lump in your throat. What's the matter with you all of a sudden? You turned all snowflakey and wussy. Not like you at all, is it? Not like you. He's insisted on having the studio decorated, but seriously, I'm not making a big fuss about it. He's not happy. Yeah, neon lights everywhere. Think Christmas trees everywhere. When was the last time you said, did we have a Christmas tree in here one year? Oh, that's right, somebody pinched it. Somebody pinched the Christmas tree. I won't be seeing the light of day anytime soon, let me tell you. Oh, fancy taking me and Christmas. But I just think, the Flying Scotsman is going to whiz through loads of places, and it'll be on the television, but if you actually see it, you'll appreciate the size of it and what it's capable of. So, 9 o'clock this morning through Clapham Junction. I'd get down there, take sandwiches and a flask, and go down there and sit on the platform, and then which platform is the Flying Scotsman going to go through? Because it's going to be heaving. It will be. It's heaving down, especially at 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, we had another blooming thing yesterday at bloody Waterloo. Another day of signalling faults. So again, I'm looking at an empty station. Eventually, I got the Windsor and Eton Riverside, but I had to walk all the way to platform 22, which is a long way for a little thing like me. And eventually got home, but very slow, very slow. So McDonald's thinking about going vegan. I don't think they're going to shift enough vegan stuff. I really don't. But, that's if they think that, and they've done their surveying. The Britain's Got Talent crooner opening up on family heartaches. This programme is now becoming so predictable. It's a case of... Now, which was the one that they did where they had... It was a spoof. Simon Cowell hated it because it was so accurate. The Peter Kay thing, it was so brilliant. It was, and I've lost it. I've got it on DVD somewhere. I can't find the blooming thing. And it was a case of, and here they all are, and they're going to get through. Why? Because, that's right, Britain's got the pop factor, and possibly a new celebrity Jesus Christ soap star superstar Strictly on Ice. Very, very good. Really, very, very good. It was a total parody. A total parody. And it was just wonderful, because they said, and he's off the programme. Wait a minute. Your grandmother's died. He's back on the programme again. He's back on the programme. And so they were all on there. Pete Waterman, Nicky Chapman, Mark Pickering, Kat Deely, Neil Fox. And it was just brilliant. If you haven't seen it, try and watch it on YouTube. You'll probably find it on there. So it's Britain's got the pop factor and possibly a new celebrity Jesus Christ superstar, soap star, Strictly on Ice. And it's everything you see on it. It's a case of, we have a group here who dance in wheelchairs. Really? Put them on the show. And this one here is a bloke who, sadly, his brother's not with us, but he's singing for his brother. I mean, it's too predictable. It's too predictable. Rod Stewart says sex is still great, because we so wanted to know that, didn't we? Not really. But there won't be any more kids, he says. The banana is back in the fruit bowl. Again, too much information. Too much information. Harry Redknapp, on being a sex symbol and his love for Sandra. He's written a book. Well, somebody's written a book. And he'll probably turn up. Oh, that's, he can't write. Oh, that's right. Somebody will have to have done it for him. Oh, that's interesting. The man who set himself on fire at the White House, we don't know why, but a little bit of a shock, because it was right in front there to rush out with fire extinguishers and put him out, as it were. What burns he suffered, I can only hazard a guess at. A third of knife robbery is not caught. They get away with it. It's worrying, isn't it, really? John Cleese, this was the one that people seemed to like earlier on, well, certainly presenters liked it, saying London isn't an English city anymore. And my argument would be that, there'd be a lot of people who've lived in London over the years and then maybe moved out. You probably moved out in the 60s, something like that, moved out to the countryside, and then you came back into London. You go, my God, it's changed. In fact, you only have to look at photographs of people. Are you going to be sneezing throughout the entire programme, or what? Infecting everybody in there. But you don't say, really? You've not got a hanky? Get your hanky out. Ridiculous, honestly. Can't sneeze in there. He's got to start a new programme next week. He hasn't got a hanky, has he? No. He's going out to get a tissue. That'll be another 10 minutes away from the programme. We don't care, though. He's a sweet person. We wouldn't say that when he's here. It's easier not to. And I forgot what I was talking about, actually. Oh, that's John Cleese in London. So people who moved out of London and went to live in the country probably didn't see the way that the city has evolved. And it has. I can look at pictures of the 1950s in Leicester Square. Well, you can count the amount of ethnic people you see on one hand. Literally, it's all white. So John comes back, and he's getting on a bit now, must be in his late 70s, and he goes, oh, it's not the London I knew. Of course it isn't. It's changed, but you could probably say that about every city in the world. We've got huge diversity here. Everything is different. If it wasn't for all the shiploads of black citizens coming in, our railways wouldn't have been running, thank you very much indeed. The buses wouldn't have been running. All of those things. All the Jewish immigrants who came in, who sort of dominated and took over and brought all their skills. That's what the whole city's built on. It's built on culture. The Asians, who then started taking over the corner shops and keeping them open about as long... The British... I'm just closing. Could I just do... No, you have to come back tomorrow. The Asian shops stayed open for as long as you like, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. I can drive around London at this time of the morning and find shops open. I can go and get a loaf of bread, I can go and buy eggs, bacon, butter, get whatever I want. And that's what... I'm not sure if that's what he doesn't like. I'm not sure if he doesn't like that, but I think London's great. I mean, I love it anyway. I mean, sometimes I don't like it because of the mess, and sometimes I don't like it because people don't look after it as they should do. But, that's what it's supposed to be. It's so diverse. So diverse. Did you get the handkerchief? Did you get the handkerchief? Show me the hanky. Oh, he's got a packet of tissues. Where'd you get those from? Have you pinched them? You've not been rooting around to find a packet. Oh, right. You should never use tissues for blowing your nose. Of course you should use... So a hanky's bad for spreading germs, and you sit there and have a sneeze, and I had to say to you, go and get a hanky. You didn't have a hanky with you. Poor boy. Look at him. Already he's looking peaky. It's not good, is it? Honestly. Oh, you and your hay fever. We've had this excuse, haven't we? Oh, I got hay fever, Steve. It's really awful. He came to me the other day. I mean, seriously, his nose was running, his eyes was... Oh, here we go. As if to labour the point. You're such a drama person, aren't you? You really are. You're the only hypochondriac I've ever actually met. Wait a minute. It says in the... Oh, that's right, I'm dying. It's only a little cold, a little bit of hay fever. So you've only just taken a tablet now for your hay fever? God in heaven, honestly. What can I buy him for Christmas? How about a face mask connected to an oxygen bottle or something? That'd be quite useful, wouldn't it? You'd like that? Do you have something at home that you can sleep with? Not sleep with, I don't mean sleep with. You know, like a face mask or something like that. Stop it. Face mask? Yeah, don't have anything like that. No. You've got an air purifier? Oh, right, okay. Is that on hire or something, or you actually bought it? You bought it. Present from you, honestly, your lovely mother. We know the name of the choir, Claire. Don't worry, we're all right. We've sorted all that out. Won't be pulling the wool over our eyes anymore. Steve, the Flying Scotsman should be passing through Clapham Junction. Platform 5, says Miles, at 9:03. Either way, it's going to be so exciting. So exciting. It's going to whiz through, isn't it? Steve, 2 Hummers, a Bentley and a Phantom in front of the Apollo yesterday for Britain's Got Talent, and that was before Simon arrived. Yeah, I don't like Hummers. I do like the Phantom. If somebody wants to gift me a Phantom, please, I could quite happily take a Phantom home for Christmas. James says, I think that halogen ovens to you are like kryptonite to Superman. Probably not wrong, actually. I can't do any of those sort of things now. Much as though I enjoyed having the halogen oven, it brings back very painful memories. Larry Lamb has told how he wept tears of joy when he read the script for the new Gavin and Stacey Christmas special. And wait for it, we didn't understand this one at all. Corrie and Emmerdale will offer work to people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Successful candidates will earn short paid placements. Trish Brady says, this important initiative is key to helping us get closer to ensuring our workforce represents our audience. The year 2019, we're just a little bit late on this one. Hank Marvin is to release a new album featuring his greatest hits along with a duet with Cliff Richard. Hank is 77. Seriously, 77. And when you see the Shads and Cliff singing together, it's like we've been transported back. I love things like that. William says, one of the biggest changes in London has been the disappearance of the thousands of little front gardens lining the roads, visible from the top deck of the nice red buses. All gone for car parking. Yes. And did you say McDonald or McDonald's, says Jenny? He's going vegan. McDonald's. I tried the Greg's vegan sausage roll, tasted of a brown Jiffy bag. And Peter from Hailing Island says, I was in the M&S food hall at Waterloo last Friday and saw the woman behind the counter spit into a waste bin. Oh, dear. Well, I saw somebody on the church on the corner here open the back door while I was waiting at the bus stop, clear his throat and then spit onto the church steps. Disgusting. Disgusting. So here is the Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton, joined by Arnold Schwarzenegger at Niki Lauda's funeral. It's a very... I don't want to... It's going to sound really odd. I said to the producer early on, the coffin's a bit small. He must have been a very small person. Do they have to be... It's seriously... This doesn't even look very wide at the bottom. I mean, look. Sorry, I'm showing them, not you. It looks really small, doesn't it? Doesn't look like there's enough room for his feet in there, but they do measure people. He was 5'6". Good. How much did he weigh? Do we know? Well, it probably doesn't tell us things like that. It is a tiny coffin. A very tiny coffin. But they all turned up. Hundreds waited outside St. Stephen's, which if you're going to have a funeral in a cathedral, St. Stephen's and Stefan's at Stephansplatz would be the one to have. It's literally it's the biggest church in the middle. You can go down into their vaults and see all sorts of strange and wonderful things, but quite impressive as churches go. The priest, Tony Faber, said Lauda, who died aged 70, was an unpretentious, humble, shining star amongst racing drivers. 5'6". Perhaps they're all a lot smaller than I thought. I thought it'd all be bigger than that. But, yeah, if they're too big, they couldn't fit in the car, could they? Never thought about it. I bet you're delighted, aren't you? Thursday, we all love Thursday. We like Thursday, we like Friday. And then the weekend, we're going to swelter. I think we're going to swell. I started watering the hanging baskets at 11 o'clock last night. Well, 11:30, because I didn't do them yesterday. And if you do them in the early hours of the morning, they seem to sort of do a lot better. So today, we're going to Tomerite them, give them their first little taste of just how good life can be, living with me. London's been diverse for decades, says Pablo. Earl's Court was all Australians, Spanish and Scots like myself. John Cleese was too long in America. Well, he's still tweeting. He's in the Caribbean. He's still tweeting. We just checked a minute ago. And he's not backing down on it at all. But when you think about it, John Cleese's character in Fawlty Towers was about as racist as they come. He didn't like the Germans. He didn't like the Spanish. He discovered a black doctor in the hospital where she was in for an ingrowing toenail. Manuel he took the mickey out of all the time. And so based on that, but he lives in the Caribbean, which is right. Very odd, isn't it, really? But we have been diverse for ages and ages. Sally in Tunbridge Wells says, the man carrying all the ice cream, has the vehicle got a flashing light on the roof and playing the ice cream man with a van jingle? No, he's just delivering it to Falkirk, I think. I don't think it's anything sinister. And I'm totally neon free. I've had a few in the past, says Truckadell. La, 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 la. Not sure about the vegan McDonald's, Steve, but I have to say their coffee tastes better than Costa's and much cheaper. Do you know, I don't like coffee from McDonald's. I've tried it a couple of times. I think it tastes a bit... I'd do better putting a little sachet of coffee in a cup and some water on top of it. Holidaymakers had to leg it off a beach after a handbag scrap involving Joey Barton's stag party became a full-blown fight. Now, there's no suggestion that he's actually involved in it, because we can't see, and I've got a picture of him, and he doesn't look like he's any of these people here, and he said that it wasn't him, but I mean, why these people fight? Because he has a history of violence, as you know, and in fact, it goes back, I think, 2004, because didn't he poke a cigar in the eye of Jamie Tandy? He got fined 60,000. He's quite clearly a nasty little piece of work. He got fined 60 grand for that. He got a 4-month suspended jail sentence for ABH after attacking Darbo at training in 2007. 2008, he got a 6-month jail term for assault after a fight in Liverpool city centre. The FA's charged him with violent conduct 3 times. Cops are probing an alleged tunnel brawl with another manager in April. What a horrible piece of work he is. You know, he's a manager, is he now? Fleetwood Town. Is that Fleetwood in Hampshire? Oh, Lancashire. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not quick enough. Not quick. You'd already started wandering out before you did the you're welcome bit. I say thank you, and you get, you're welcome.
I have to nail this before Chris leaves, don't I?
You have to nail it before Chris leaves. That's three days now. You haven't got the hang of it. You don't put it down and then start moving out and then say you're welcome. It's put down, you go, you're welcome. You know, as if you're working at McDonald's, you know, can I have a double sausage egg McMuffin? Yes, there it is. You're welcome. You know, it's a similar sort of thing. Can I have fries with that? No, you can't. We only do hash browns. You're welcome. Okay? You getting that bit? Am I facing the wrong way or something? But he's got to get this right by tomorrow. There's no more help.
I'm trying.
We've done this line before, haven't we? We've done the line before. Anyway, hopefully you'll be better tomorrow. Yeah, fingers crossed. What can we do? I don't. What can we do, Chris? I've done my best with him. You know, I've tried. The amount of people going for cataract surgery and being refused has doubled. They don't have enough time or the resources, I think, to do cataract operations. Now, I was very lucky. I pride myself as being very lucky because I got mine done. Now, whether or not it's different in different parts of the country, I do not know. Last year, nearly 3,000 requests for the procedure were refused, which is more than double. Because what they have to do, they have to look and see whether or not you are a good case. There are other people who would be more important than you. And I know that seems a bit harsh, but I had exactly the same with the stents. You would go in the morning and you'd all be called in, but they wouldn't do everybody. They would pick out the ones who they thought were the most needy. And luckily, I got picked on that as well. So I was very, very lucky. And in the case of cataracts, lots of people go, oh, I think I'll have them done. Just perhaps they don't need them doing, or they're not as bad as other people's. And they get pushed to the back of the queue. So the amount of people being refused surgery has effectively doubled. But you can have it done privately. You can go private on cataracts. I don't know how much it costs, but it is possible to go private and have it done, and it will change you completely. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't do anything. It's just terribly clever surgery on your eyes. I was in awe of what they did. Oh, look, a boring picture of Stacey Dooley casting away her clothes on a desert island. Oh dear, another one of these delusionals. You know, oh, I'm a celebrity. So here it is. So she's on Red Magazine. I don't know what that is. What is Red Magazine? They say it's July's Red Magazine on the front page. The trouble is nobody's ever going to take her seriously now. Nobody's ever going to take her seriously. She lives with Kevin Clifton, but of course he's been married, is it 3 times before or 4 times? Who knows? But here it is. So she's enjoying playing the celebrity. Which is a bit dreary, isn't it? She said, if somebody's gossiping or saying they don't like me, it's not the end of the world. Well, it must be. You've mentioned it. Otherwise you wouldn't mention it. But, I mean, nobody can say they don't like you. They have to know you to not like you. It's as simple as that. You can not like an image that somebody portrays. You might not like the person. What do we have here? This was a clock made for Queen Mary more than 300 years ago. It's set to fetch more than $2 million when it appears at auction next month. It may have been taken from Kensington Palace just a year after it was made when Mary died, as unpaid staff were allowed to help themselves to items following a sovereign's death. Good Lord. This is a King William and Mary Royal Tompion table clock made by the father of English clockmakers, Thomas Tompion, in 1693. But in fact, it might have actually been taken legally, because after the sovereign died, they would say you can take things. They weren't particularly worried about stuff like that. Perhaps they just think, you just kept buying it. And I saw a picture of it in one of them. £2 million. My God. That's a fortune, isn't it? I do love a good clock. Petrol prices have risen now for 15 consecutive weeks to more than 129 a litre. Well, I wish I could find petrol at 129 a litre. I can't. It's very, very expensive. Supermarkets have a 45% share of the road fuel market. Is it the same petrol, though? I ask myself, is it the same petrol? Or is it sort of a cheaper grade? There's Uber in the dock. It's not good. What have we got here? This is... stressed mothers are more likely to have infertile sons. Stressed mothers. You forget about stressed mothers, don't you? And a Glasgow cafe has launched camel milk cappuccinos. Camel milk cappuccinos to help traders in rural Kenya. So presumably you just bottle up camel milk. They were doing it the other day on one of these street marketplaces, and they were cooking snake. And you apparently drink the snake blood. They mix it with something, and I believe in certain tribesmen out in Africa, they cut a little bit into the neck of their cows, let the blood run out. It doesn't hurt them, so they say, and they mix it with milk. They think it makes them big and strong. I thought that was spinach. I'd no idea. It's now cow's milk mixed with blood. I'm not sure I'd want to do that, actually. I think I'd rather be weak and feeble than drinking anything that's got blood in it. When we were kids, if you cut yourself, your mother said, well, suck it. And like that. I can't do that now. I can't do it at all. I've got this funny aversion to sort of blood. I don't like saying blood anyway. But when they used to, when they used to say sort of suck your finger and it stops it bleeding, and hopefully it coagulates. That's what it's supposed to do, isn't it? Steve, could you let drivers know, keep away from the Dartford Tunnel? Long delays again, says Paul. Been here 30 minutes already. Well, the advantage is you get to hear this programme. We'll pass it on to Joanne. So we'll have a check on the Dartford Tunnel. I must try and find out, actually, whether or not the trains are working from Waterloo. But it doesn't matter. I don't mind getting back a bit late. I don't mind it if the Flying Scotsman overtakes me. I might actually get a slow train back today, so there's a very good chance that the Flying Scotsman could overtake. That'd be so exciting. I could announce to the carriage, this is the Flying Scotsman! It is a very slow train, you're right, actually. My mate, says John, works in a petrol station and told me they make more money from coffee sales than petrol. 9p a cup it costs to make. Oh, I have no doubt of it whatsoever. No doubt of that. No doubt. But, the government make the most money out of the petrol because of the tax on it. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Here's a lovely picture. You'll like this one. It's Labrador Fred, who's adopted some little ducklings. In fact, he adopted 9 last year because they've been abandoned by their mummy at Mount Fitchett Castle near Stansted, and now he's got 6. They're so cute. Ducklings are so cute, but you remember I killed a whole load of them, which was, I don't want to go over it again, it's a little bit embarrassing. But I thought I was being helpful and being an animal lover, but no. Don't try and hand-rear ducklings. What? Don't try and hand-rear ducklings. We had ducklings that had hatched on our patio in a pot, 13. And I thought, oh, that's nice. She was calling them, but they couldn't get from the patio down to the ground, because then she just walked them straight through the road. They don't, it could be carnage. So, or failing that, they can go down our water ducts and go into the system in the building of all the pipes. We never get them out again. As it was, we had to dismantle a pipe and then put a net there to try and catch them and rinse them through. But on this particular occasion, we thought we'd be quite clever, so we bought a paddling pool so they'd have somewhere to swim. And I was feeding them, what do they call it? Breakfast cereal. It's not cornflakes. It comes in a round thing, or sorry, oblong, Weetabix. But crushing it up, thinking they'll be able to digest that. No, they weren't able to digest it at all, actually. But every day they'd come running towards me, and I'd give them the Weetabix, and they lasted about 2.5 days. Because unfortunately, when you feed them little ducklings, they then dive down, pick up bits of gravel from the riverbed, and that helps them digest the food. I don't have any gravel, so every day I come back, it'd be like a battle of the Somme. There'd be a couple of ducklings spread out, doing an impression of a crucifixion, and a couple of others wandering around going, "You so and so," and it was awful. It was just the most dreadful time of my life. In fact, I was quite grateful when the last one died, because and also at that time of year, all the sanctuary, they don't want them. They've got hundreds of the blooming things, and so just let that be a lesson. Don't give them Weetabix; it kills them. It just sits in their tummy and just basically drags them down, and then they can't breathe. Whatever it is, it was mercifully a quick ending. Well, it wasn't really a quick ending, because one of them staggered around the patio for about 25 minutes before it finally did the dying swan bit. Awful, isn't it? Honestly, I feel so guilty about it. It's happened so many years ago now. I've never rescued ducks since. I was quite put off. But I tell you, they were very nice with that hoisin sauce that I'd prepared for them. Wrap yourself in that pancake. Here we go. Poor ducklings, honestly. But they're so cute. When they're little, they're so cute. That's why I like this picture here. Should we take a break? Why not? 5:15-ish. Says, Cleese has a point. When I moved to Hounslow, almost all the cars were Fords, Leyland and Vauxhalls. Now they're all Nissans, Kias and Hyundais. The trouble is, at one time there wasn't really a choice in cars, was there? It was all Fords anyway, and they all came in the one colour, black. Now, apparently, black is a specialist colour. Never worked that out. Have you tried M&S triple cooked chips in beef dripping? No. M&S tinned hot lamb curry. I can't do lamb, but it sounds delicious. The Fabergé egg. Yeah, well, she's got a factory. She's running a factory out there. She's painting them herself under the desk. I've seen it. It's nail polish, but she's painting this sort of egg. Obviously got completely different standards to the rest of us, Fabergé, of course, much prized by the Russian royal family, the murdered ones, and other people had it as well, and now only very rich people, like radio presenters, football club managers, things like that. Where's she from? I can't remember where she's from. Is she up north? Is she a northern person? Is she northern? North Yorkshire, by God. I tell you, we rue the day we put that rail link in, didn't we? Now they can get down here and find us. We were doing so well before. It was so nice. There was that north-south divide. Got that with Thomas. We got the north-south divide, which is great, isn't it? Because you go home to Aberdeen every so often. You still got the tag? Tag still all right? Is that still working? No? Oh, OK, sorry. I thought Bob is speaking out of turn there. Has come off now, has it? Oh, thank God for that. Well, that's good news, isn't it? Always like a bit of good news on a Thursday. I hate it when he just mumbles. He does do a lot of mumbling. And recently, did he not get the joke? No. I tell you... Oh, no. The trouble is, it does go over... It's like cheeseburger, large fries. Whew, over his head, McDonald's Cola. Oh, can I have no ice in it? Oh, God, really? You get extra drink if you don't have the ice. Have you seen how little drink you get? Once they take the ice out, they have to push the button about another 2 times in there. So and I like to get value for money. You can go now. Take your egg with you. She's on again tomorrow. There's going to be more harassment, I can tell. There was a lovely couple who came up into the newspapers a few weeks ago. They won a contest to live on a remote island for 3 years. These are the Sharas. They beat 50 other finalists to move to Bardsey, off North Wales. Farmer Ned, sorry, I don't know why I did that, and his wife Sophie were to get a joint £25,000 wage, plus a house. They had to run the nature reserve, a farm and a bird observatory, but son Sam stepped off the boat in February, had to be airlifted to hospital. He fell off. They didn't even last a day. So they've had to give up, because this place is left famous for its birds, seals and dolphins. And he did a month. The rest of the family disappeared. He stuck a month on it before he realised the job was too much. So he returned home. The Bardsey Island Trust are seeking a new warden for the next 3 years. Shouldn't laugh, really, because they were hoping it was going to be their sort of place and the kids would love it. A bit like Tarrant's, isn't it? When Tarrant's Island, people wanted to go out there. I've often thought about it, and I thought, no, all this sort of, you can go and catch your dinner in the city. No, thank you. I don't want to catch anything that tastes of salt. Doesn't sound very exciting, does it? So Rod Stewart, here he is. I forget how many children he's got. He's 70-something now, and I think he's just played... where has he played? Cork. Everybody's playing Ireland. Have you noticed? Everybody's playing Ireland. But he likes working, because that's all... What would he do if he didn't work? And so because he loves working, he's still working. Michael Sheen might be holding a cigarette. We liked Michael Sheen. In fact, he'll be coming up on an In Conversation very, very shortly. 74 is Rod Stewart. 8 children, 5 different mothers. That's so exciting. 8 kids by 5 different mothers. Good Lord, honestly. Anyway, Michael Sheen is doing a drag act. Fooling Nobody, the bearded actor playing the role of a seductress, Mrs. Robinson, from The Graduate. This is on a Sky programme called There's Something About Movies, joined by suited Rob Beckett. I'm kind of calm. I'm not getting Rob Beckett at the moment. I'm really not. They've tried him on a couple of shows. It's not worked. It's not worked at all. And I did say on the first show that he did, I said, listen, you need to have picked your shows very carefully, because unless you really fit into a show, and he's a stand-up and he fits into game shows. Anything else, he's out of his comfort zone. And it just hasn't worked. He's had a few tries at different things, and each time it's not great. Not great. My best pal had to pay for his own cataract operation. That and the follow-up cost $4,500. He needed it for his job, says Meg. Exactly. I mean, the funny thing is, you get the paying cataract operation in the same place you get the NHS one. It's the same people. You're just paying for it, so you can jump the queue. And if it's that bad, but then obviously there's other people who are worse than you. Whenever a friend of mine goes to an all-you-can-eat restaurant, he takes his own cup that has no bottom, so he can fill it with as much as he likes, says James. I've never eaten in one of those places. I've eaten in Carveries, but, to go back more than once just looks as though you're a glutton. So I always have to stop myself, even though you look and you think, oh, just one more time. You go up there. They never give you enough to start with, because they know you're going to go back. But triple cooked chips. I've had triple cooked chips before. They are nice. I think that just means they cook them once, then they let them cool off again, then they cook them again, they let them cool off, they cook them again. I don't quite see the point of it, but I've eaten it. I don't know what to have for tea today, or for lunch, as I call it. It's more sort of late lunch, as opposed to anything else. Here we go, Stacey again, getting a bit tedious now, I think, that's twice. Also, Anton de Beek, Tony Beak, has told how he'd be delighted to take Darcy Bussell's spot on the judging panel. Yeah, this was only the other day. And to be honest with you, he's very creepy. He's sickly. He is sickly. He's a bit like a sugar rush. And, I don't think he's been around too long now. Let's find somebody else, please, can we? Because he can be quite difficult at times. I think the actual image for the public is a little bit Brucey and all that kind of stuff, whereas I'm led to believe, that's what Dale told me anyway, that he wasn't like that at all. Wasn't like that. So, I mean, I don't see why we have to have him. I'd rather have Brendan Cole back, to be honest. Somebody joked and said maybe James Jordan, and then it was funny because one of the panel went, there's no chance for him at all. Why would you want James Jordan? He's resorted to sort of being the voice of the competition on Good Morning Britain. I mean, how the mighty have fallen, poor soul. 26 minutes past 5. So John Cleese in every paper today, every paper. And also, we're getting ready for D-Day. I'm going on board a ship. And I can't remember where it is, but it's next week sometime. I'm going down. My brother said, we've got tickets to do this, and I can't wait to see it. Place to avoid is Portsmouth, when Trump will be there. That'll make it a nightmare, and that's on D-Day itself. But we'll be doing lots on LBC. Also, the picture, I every year it crops up, and every year I get a bit more angry, and I only mentioned it a short while ago, which obviously means that somewhere in my psyche I had remembered that the fishermen in the Faroe Islands hack dozens of pilot whales to death. The sea runs red with blood. Crowds gathered in Tórshavn to watch the tradition. It's a tradition, this, to kill pilot whales. They herd them all in the ships, and then people just literally hack them to death. And I don't quite get there. The Blue Planet Society has condemned the Danish territory's hunt and said the animals were brutally and cruelly slaughtered. They are. They just thrash around in the water, bleeding. You can see the picture in some of the papers today, and it's the sea is red, and they just kill these whales. And apparently this means that they then got the whale meat for the winter. Can't they go vegetarian? I mean, isn't there a better way of doing it? Don't even go there. Campaigners have handed a petition signed by more than 130,000 people into Google's London headquarters, demanding they pay their share in tax. Yeah, Jackanory. And, there's so many good stories I can't do because they're in court at the moment. And there's some really good stories. I'm hoping that by next week, some point, they might be cleared, and then I can tell you what these stories are. And you'll be as excited as I am. Boy George to get his own movie. They're going to make a movie about his life. Interesting. He's been described as a trailblazer and a true original. Yeah, I would think so. He certainly wears much better hats than poor old, the bloke who does the, Celebrity Jews, Keith Lemon, who wears hats which are so ridiculously not for his head. I can only assume that the milliner is making for somebody else. They look ridiculous. Boy George has always been able to work a hat. Always. And when you look at Keith Lemon, you go, that's not made for your head. They haven't taken into consideration anything. But he obviously because it's apparently it's a character. Yeah, right. But not a not very funny character. Also, have you got an electric car? Are you finding it difficult to charge these things up? Apparently, electric car owners are taking shocking risks to charge them due to the lack of public plugging-in points. There are 190,000 electric cars on our roads. That's up 41% from 2014, but there are only 6,700 charging points. Need more charging points. Mind you, we've seen the price of these electric cars. They're terribly expensive. I don't think I ever want one. I don't think I want one. Also, 15 weeks of petrol hikes, and believe it or not, making a gin and tonic with just a couple of ice cubes suits most of us to a G&T. People say you can't put too much water in there because it dilutes the gin. And I can't stand gin. My friend John, who had his birthday the other week, he loves a gin and tonic. And I know loads of other people enjoy a gin and tonic. I'm not one of them. But I do love the families who panicked in Wapping, thinking that a Nazi mine had rocked up on the shore. Unfortunately for them, well, fortunately really, it wasn't a mine. It was a giant Christmas tree bauble. It was obviously an industrial size because it was quite big. But anyway, it was actually removed to stop people panicking. Still to come, I'll tell you about the story of the man who had to swerve to avoid an octopus which was in the road. First of all, though, LBC News. Morning, Kevin the Milkman says London has changed over the years. I notice we've lost the banter as older Londoners moved out and the new arrivals and the hipsters don't seem to have much of a sense of humour. Add to that political correctness, people are afraid to joke or banter about anything anymore. Anybody else think the same? Morning, little Julian, all my fellow spikers, says Kevin. And from Heather, the Norwich nurse, she says, I'm very excited. Off to see Rod next week in Ipswich. I decided when I was 10 I was going to marry him and I saw Sailing. My friend and I sneaked off to see him when we were 14, pretending we were staying overnight at each other's house. Needless to say, we were found out and the punishment was monumental, even by my mother's standards, but it was worth it. Never thought I'd still be going to see him 40 years later, and each time it just gets better. Life in the old dog yet. Have a lovely day. Well, you have a nice day as well. I hope the weather is kind to you. He is still going do you know he did a gay song? He did a gay song, Rod Stewart. I think it was called Georgie Boy. And I think the first line is, Georgie Boy was gay, I guess. And it was talking about his sort of life. It was quite groundbreaking. Groundbreaking. Even Charles Aznavour did one on one of his albums called What Makes a Man a Man. And it was basically about a drag queen, I think. Steve, well, me and JJ off to Philly in a few hours, and I've downloaded the app. I hope it works. Oh, it'll work. Absolutely, it'll work. Oh, yes, if you've downloaded it and you've followed the instructions, then wherever you go abroad, you can listen into the programme. So clever. Electric driver, says Richard, pay no fuel duty, which I'm sure the government will find a remedy for shortly. Yeah, charged over the electricity. Add it. And in the Graduate film, I think Ben should have taken up the job in plastics, gently rebuffed Mrs. Robinson and got into the Crown Green bowling, says Ian. Amazing how one's mind wanders so much at this time of the morning. It's only 25 to 6, for goodness sake. Energy drink. Oh, energy drinks. How many times do I see people buying energy drinks? Lots and lots of times. If you gulp them, it can trigger, wait for it, here we go, this is the down bit, I'm afraid, blood pressure swings and potential heart problems. Volunteers down 32 ounces, or 1.6 pints, roughly 3 normal 330 millilitre cans, of 2 popular caffeinated energy drinks within an hour. Researchers then measured the electrical activity of their hearts and their blood pressure. The time between heartbeats, the QT interval, was 6 to 7.7 milliseconds higher compared with those drinking flavoured water. If the interval is too short or too long, it can cause the heart to beat abnormally. I've often said that about energy drinks. They were giving one out on Waterloo Station the other day. I only had 2 sips of it and left the can elsewhere. It was horrid. But people, there's no end of free things we get. You know, you'd be standing at the stage, you know, free, and they collect all sorts of things at the moment, which is quite nice. I always go for it. I've had an umbrella in the past, maps, little things to hold your cards so you could swipe through. Really nice. Love Island bosses insist they're not, rude word, and will take good care of their latest stars. Ex-contestants, as you know, Sophie Graydon and Mike Thalasitis, took their own lives, leading to enhanced duty of care measures. But I don't know what more they can do. And I'm not defending them in any way, believe you me, I'm not defending them in any way, shape or form, because these people would have eventually done something, whether or not they'd had Love Island, as they saw their lives collapsing in front of them. I think that's what it is. And so they are trying to mirror the effect that they had. They probably have to do this in American shows as well, probably far more than we have to. And yet, at the end of the day, these people choose to go on a show. They would know that they're not quite right, but they go on there, and it's up to the programme to try and sort them out. But I don't think they can do it at all. It seems even BBC historian Lucy Worsley can't escape the ever-present risk of mansplaining. She was writing her latest book on a train when the man beside her offered some uninvited encouragement. The rightly miffed chief curator at Historic Royal Palaces says, "Keep going," he said. "Just think you might get it published one day." I gave him the death stare of a woman who's published 10 books. I like her. I still can't believe how violent we were as a country years ago. They were talking about when Mary was executed, and her own sister signed the death warrant. Dreadful. Also, the Britain's Got Talent crooner. Yes, the good news is that if there's a bad story, they will play up to it, because they're looking to get an audience. And so here it is, one of them. He says, "I lost my brother, my best mate. I'm singing to bring him back." Yes. But the semi-finalists are A&J Acrobatic. They're from Coventry in the Ukraine. They're a circus act, okay? And Graham Matthews, comic magician from Chelmsford. Got Amanda holding up on stage during an audition. Ben Hart. Well, I had Ben Hart on one of my Christmas shows at the Magic Circle. Very young, very good-looking, very clever. 27, he made women move between 2 cages. Ursula Burns, risque harpist. Her audition drew complaints from some viewers. Jimmy Tamley, ventriloquist. 64, fitted master judges. And you squeeze it a little bit. I don't know. They had all sorts of people doing it before. Kerr James, 12-year-old singer from Glasgow, performed Try a Little Tenderness. A bit young at 12, isn't he, really? And Lil Icons, the dance troupe ranging from 9 to 18 from Port Talbot. They dress up as musical icons as part of their act. Well, that's quite sweet, isn't it? Sort of. I don't know, actually. I like the old boy. I thought he was the best ever. I've never heard him singing, but I like the idea that he's 80-something, and he lost his wife 3 years ago. I think that's brilliant. Plus, the astonishing tale in the Daily Mirror today of a war hero's friendship. And this is Des Curtis and Raymond Tesler, who was the commander. Flight Lieutenant Des Curtis was the navigator. And they've had a reunion. He said, I sank a German U-boat and became like a brother to its commandant. 95 is Des now, and the reunion 50 years on. I think it's amazing when these people get back together again and they swap stories, as you can probably fill in the missing gaps. It happens all the time. I think it's a lovely thing to do. Also, in the paper today, jobs. They've got, working a travel lodge. They've got, in fact, all sorts of jobs, or being an ambulance driver, or just being anything, in between all the adverts for it must cost an absolute fortune to buy these things nowadays. You need to be earning oh, sorry. This phone comes to life.
Okay, I found this on the web for There Is Now the Reunion 50th.
But why is it all of a sudden taking over? Go away! Sorry, do beg your pardon. Just letting the phone know who's in charge. It just started typing all by... I was nowhere near the thing. Starts typing all by itself. Very, very annoying. Very annoying. 6 top radio presenters given a break at the same time. Whatever. I never do that, actually. Plus, the stench of hypocrisy over the real Labour villains. Who are the real Labour villains? This is Andrew Pearce. I'm sure he said it on it. Oh, he's on the television at the moment. Jeremy Corbyn with Laura Murray, and then Jared O'Mara, former London Mayor Ken Livingstone. What does Ken Livingstone do now? Where is Ken Livingstone now? Is he doing at home with the Newts? I mean, does he earn any money, or is he surviving on? He's not in the Labour Party now. Lord. Councillor Joe Bird. Don't remember Councillor Joe Bird. MP Clive Lewis. Momentum's Jackie Walker. And speechwriter Joss McDonald. I haven't heard of half of those people. You've heard of... I've heard of some of them, but not all of them. Awful. We found a vile family. Neil Andrews and his son Ryan. A right pair of nasties. Because there they are. They're on a pier. This is Burnbeck Pier in Weston-super-Mare in North Somerset. And they're walking down there. It was originally... a very active, thriving pier, but unfortunately now it's fallen into disrepute. However, along come these two little toe rags, Neil Andrews and son Ryan. They were spotted strolling onto this dilapidated pier in January. Stonemason Neil, who's a grandfather of 10, disappeared behind a building whilst Ryan picked up a long plank and tried to prise the clock away from the clock tower. Climbing up the tower, he then tore it down and hit it with an axe. He's quite clearly a simpleton, together with his father. The pier was closed in 1994. It's on Historic England's at-risk register. Edward Hetherington says here, the clock face was abandoned when they realised the Coast Guard on a boat was watching, as well as a police constable near the entrance. They tried to conduct a nonchalant exit. I mean, what a horrible pair. They live in the town. They were due to face trial, but they pleaded guilty to burglary and causing criminal damage. What a ghastly, filthy, disgusting pair. Neil Andrews and his son, Ryan. Historic England has recorded the pier's condition as very bad and says a repairs notice should be considered. The defending says the father of 2, Ryan, had suffered financial difficulties. Yeah, good. I'm very pleased about it. He says in a panic he chucked this clock into the sea onto the rocks. He said it was a moment of madness, you vile pair. I'm sorry. So, listen, I know loads of people who get into financial difficulty. They don't vandalising stuff. Horrible people. Why have we got pond life like that? Oh, lovely. Here we go. There's a man here with 3 ravens sitting on him. Because there's always this story, this apocryphal story, that if ever the ravens leave the Tower of London, the country is doomed. Of course, we've never actually discovered that because they can't fly. They've clipped their wings, so they don't go anywhere. And so we've now got new baby ones. They're quite big, actually. And so they're living in my bedroom for now, he says. So in other words, they probably think it's the mother or something. That's what birds do. But anyway, he's owned his raven Gripe. Is he working at the Tower of London, this bloke? I don't know if he is, actually. But anyway, they're being raised as tame. So the Raven Master, Criff Scalf, met Gripe and was impressed by her calm nature. Replacements for wild tower ravens that die usually come from breeders, but 4 chicks hatched there last month. One called George was kept at the tower with 9 adult residents, including the chicks' parents, called Huggin and Munnin. The 3 in Mr. Keen's care, who've yet to be named, will take up their posts, hopefully unclipped, when replacements are required. It's lovely. I mean, I've seen them on loads of times. On the times, obviously, I've been to the Tower of London, and it's quite nice. But I always thought that they did clip their wings to stop them flying. They just sort of wander about. They just wander. They're quite big, though. They're definitely bigs. In rehab, recovering from stress, exhaustion and boozing. And this is Kit Harington. We loved Kit Harington. He came in for us for In Conversation. No evidence at all that he was suffering from stress and exhaustion. I can imagine how it happens. I can well imagine how it happens, because people, as David Tennant, I think, said in an interview in a newspaper the other day, nobody tells you about how fame is going to affect you. In other words, you think that's all lovely, don't you? That's why these poor saddos on Love Island and all these other reality shows, they think, oh yeah, I'll just sort of go outside and they'll all take my photograph and I'll be very famous and very rich. No, sadly, most of them end up their days scrabbling along the pavement to try and pick up a few shillings and a few old dog ends. There is no sort of happy ending to reality shows because they don't have any talent. They've just been on the television. It would be like being on the radio. But at least on the radio, you've got to have some sort of gift of holding the thing together. But unfortunately for all the Love Islanders, they're going to end up doing things that they probably wouldn't want to do because there is no work out there. There is no work. They just keep churning these people out. And they think, oh, right, I'm going to be really famous. So many of them jack in normal jobs just so they can have that thing. But as David Tennant said, nobody tells you how to deal with fame. You know, you walk outside your front door in the morning at 2 a.m. to put the milk bottle out, ha, 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 and somebody takes a picture of you and you go, I didn't even look good. You've got to be on show all the time. But because they're not bright enough to know this, and because many of them are harbouring all sorts of strange things about this fame game, and it is a game to them, because they get invited to a nightclub, so you stand there, you have a few drinks, and then somebody outside take a picture of you looking completely well the worse for wear. And that's about, look at the state of poor Jordan. I mean, it really is. It's tragic to watch. She could have had a great life. Just imagine all those millions that pass through her hands. But she is relaunching a singing career, and there's details on my free podcast today telling you all about it. Kerry Katona was pictured out going to Benny Harner's. Can't imagine my Benny Harner's let her in. She looked like a bag lady. She went out with 2 of the children. And because she's got Molly, who I think lives with her grandparents or something. It's all a bit peculiar, actually. Oh, it's Brian's. So perhaps she could have gone and lived with Brian. Birthdays today. Peter Carl Fabergé died in 1920. He made 50 imperial eggs. Only 43 survive. Howard Hawks, I didn't know who he was. He's a multi-talented director, apparently. He did The Big Sleep. And he was married 3 times. He brought together Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. French filmmaker Jean-Luc Godard called him the greatest of all American artists. Really nice to be company. Greetings to you all, says Julie, and all the spikers. Today is Christi Himmelfahrt. We love that word, actually. Seems to go at the end of most German things. It means sky journey or ascension. So, day off. Trouble is, everything's closed. Oh, it's like Vienna over Christmas. Oh, dear. You think you can pop... I'm so used to popping out to shops, picking up little bits and pieces. Nothing's open. Nothing's open at all. Except petrol stations. So I hope I've remembered to get all the little bits and pieces I need. Never mind, I've got time to do some gardening and use that Tomerite I brought back from my last visit. So, yes, the app most definitely works. Couldn't do without it. It's a godsend, isn't it? I mean, it really is an absolute godsend. Why is it called Britain's Got Talent when many of the contestants have travelled from other countries? Yes, well, I suppose because it's being shown in Britain. But you're right, most of the acts are circus acts. It makes a joke of sort of putting on somebody who's an amateur, who maybe has got a talent, as opposed to a professional circus act. Don't get me wrong, I love circus acts, but don't try and fob us off with this is Britain's Got Talent, because most of them aren't. Sad to read, the 15-year-old frail border terrier stolen from a shop in Chessington is still missing, says Penny. Up to 60 dogs a week are thought to be stolen by thieves. Never leave your dog alone. I offer this advice all the time. If you're going inside a shop, make sure somebody's outside with your dog. Don't just tie it up. Somebody will pick up the lead and walk off with it. Yeah. You being a fashion icon, says Mike. How old is too old to wear trainers? It's your age. Okay, it's your age. You sound old. He says, mine need throwing out. I don't know whether to buy another pair. Not really for you. I don't even possess a pair of trainers. Because I'm at that age, I'm going to look ridiculous. I don't want to wear a pair of trainers. Winnie says, my friend took a sabbatical from work to enter Big Brother and won it. But did it just to see what it was like and is still now working at our company. There you go. I see Ken Livingstone walking his dog in Gladstone Park in Cricklewood. Other than that, he's completely out of public life. Yes, I mean, funny thing, it's only because he was mentioned today in the papers by Andrew Pearce that I sort of questioned. Perhaps Katie Price could find work as a UN ambassador, says Paul, to greet aliens, as her appearance wouldn't scare them off. I don't know. I think I think her career's washed up now. I think it's finished. I think so. Do you ever Google yourself, says Ben? What for? I know who I am. Thank you very much indeed. But I'm not that insecure. Or I don't refer to myself in third party. Mentioning Mary Queen of Scots reminded me I had a laugh yesterday walking in Wapping Lane. They put up scaffolding over the shops. They had a sign, mind your head, scaffold being erected. Actually, when you think that was a day out for us Londoners. I see BBC Radio Stoke is doing Guess the Tune. The DJ's constantly playing Thomas the Tank Engine theme, as you keep saying, not the brightest button in the box, says Peter. Dum 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 dum. Call us now on BBC Radio Stoke. Hello. I don't think I've heard BBC local radio for some time. It probably isn't as basic as that, but you can always have a laugh at it. If you can't laugh at yourself, as Jeffrey Archer was told by Dame Edna, you're probably missing the joke of the century. There's a newborn baby. This is Daisy Evans, and they say she's got a haircut like David Beckham. Yeah, from 18 years ago. What's the point? David Beckham looked unrecognisable. Now, of course, he's got tattoos up the side of his neck. His hair's... Well, we don't know where the hair was grown. But they think that she'll end up with brown or mousy hair. It just looks like a very plump baby with a lot of hair, which people seem to like that sort of thing nowadays. What have we got here? Stores have been accused of misleading shoppers by selling flushable wet wipes that clog up sewers and pollute the environment. Oh dear. I might be one of those guilty people. I enjoy all those wet wipe things for sort of cleaning down surfaces. And Sarah Ferguson, I thought she was dropped as being the Duchess of York. She's not a Duchess anymore, is she? I thought that was dropped ages ago. I thought she sort of lost her title after she produced Budgie the Little Helicopter, which bore a striking resemblance to somebody else's book about a helicopter. But apparently she's doing a documentary about the mother of Prince Albert. God, no, what for? But about she's still a Duchess. I thought they'd taken that away from her. Oh, the Royal Highness bit. The Duchess of York. Then they used to call her the Duchess of Pork, because she'd put on so much weight. But anyway... apparently, she's been invited by Dr. Ulrike Grunwald, deputy head of editorial at the German television company ZDF, to uncover the secret life of Princess Louise of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg for an hour-long documentary to be broadcast in September. Dr. Ulrike says, we're going to see if we can find Louise's coffin. We have the key to the mausoleum and want to see if she's buried next to her first husband, Ernst I, Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. The princess had stipulated in her will she did not want to be did not want to be buried next to him. Dear, and they've sent Sarah Ferguson on that one. I suppose it's finding something for her to do now, though she really doesn't do a lot, does she? She sort of turns up on odd things. Sometimes she's done herself up, other times she can't really be bothered. And from the head of a leading charity, why Colleen's family photo should be a wake-up call to all parents. And I don't know why. And this is because Colleen showed her 3 young children in a park, sitting under umbrellas. There were 3 of them. What are they all doing? They're on their iPads. Each and every one of them. One is 3, one is 1, and one is 6. And they say she cannot have realised it epitomised a modern malaise. In other words, I can't be bothered to play with the children, just give them an iPad. And that's what they do. So it should be a wake-up call. I mean, I thought children are supposed to be running around in the sunshine. There's one of them sitting here with his cordless headphones on because they have limitless money. Now, that's not a problem. I don't have a problem with cordless headphones. I'm just thinking, if you want your children to grow up and be, a bit more normal than your old man, take away the iPads. I mean, should they? Because it just means that they become, so focused on the iPad. Steve, and it says here, I'm 55... in July, says Kevin the Milkman. Still wearing my New Balance trainers and the white socks and the shorts. Go on. You could pull off that look as well. I can't do shorts. Not with my legs. Seriously, if you saw how burnt my legs are, you would go, no, cover them up, Steve. Is the man that walks the ferret on the lead still around Twickenham? Every so often he sort of pops up. Sue says, you can so wear trainers, and don't you have Skechers? Yes, I do have. And Vans. Only plain Vans. Only plain Vans and plain Skechers. I don't wear the Skechers as often as I did, because sometimes I trip over them because they're so light. It's very easy to trip over things, and you know me and falling. I don't do the falling thing. I'm just absolute rubbish at stuff like that. Caroline Flack still doing these silly little posy pictures, whereas in Flack she's really sort of a bloke's bloke, isn't she? She's not sort of, glamorous is not a word that describes her at all. But Love Island air hostess Amy Hart, mother spent a night in the Nick because she attacked somebody, and she's told off Kirsty Allsop for trying to move her kids into first class. We were said, no, we can see what you're doing. You're a horrible piece of work, aren't you? So mother's a bit of a thug, and daughter had to borrow 5,000 quid from the grandparents to get her boobs done. Not good at all, is it, really? Well, there you go. That's her claim to fame. And she's decided not to be an air hostess anymore. She wants to be celebrity. So let's kick her out immediately. Demi Rose showing off her boobs in the paper. That's about all she's got going. She's spilled out of a tiny bikini because it's a bikini made for the wrong size. I'm sorry. Are you really stupid, woman? Surely, unless you're just sort of somebody who wants to exhibit themselves, why don't you buy something that fits? Be like me going around with a little... I don't know who she is. She's some model. Could be anybody, really. Be like me going around with sort of trousers that can't do up at the front because I bought the wrong size waist. I bought 31 as opposed to 32. Stop it. And... or wearing a shirt that sort of shows half my navel. That would just be inappropriate. As I say, I've got a strict rule on the programme. No tracksuit bottoms and no shorts. And that's the way it's going to happen. Because it's my show, and I'm going to put my foot down. And there will be in the stocks. Put you in the stocks. Fake do-gooders. Oh, this is... Thank you very much indeed to all those people, including Melanie, who sent me the timetable for the Flying Scotsman today. And so it will be going through Clapham Junction at 9 a.m. this morning. The reason I'm saying this is because I want to see crowds of people down there to see this historic trip. Once you've seen it, you will not forget it. Nothing else is anything like it at all. Even hardened train drivers will be hanging out their windows to watch the Flying Scotsman go by. I mean, just even to be driving the Flying Scotsman will be like the best gift. Imagine, we've decided to let you drive the Flying Scotsman. Are you serious? But 9 o'clock it goes through. It does a long journey. And it'll be packed with people. Carriages will all look lovely, and it'll be belching out the smoke and all it'll be so exciting. So 9 o'clock at Clapham Junction. It is in other places as well. It's at, for example, Guildford at 10:19. Starts off Victoria in town. So it'll be, in fact, you could probably go down there. I should imagine they'll be bringing it in shortly, won't they, if it's setting off. How exciting. I bet you would all be cordoned off the area. They make it very difficult. People will book tickets for this for ages. They've got a late afternoon tour as well, kicking off Staines, 6:49, then Virginia Water, platform 4, Chertsey, arriving at 6 minutes past 7. It goes Byfleet, Addlestone, Woking, Guildford. It's amazing where it goes to, actually. Finishes up at Redhill at 8:14. So that's sort of a 7 o'clock, about an hour and a half, I think, on it. But Virginia Water... 9:42 this morning, platform 4, Chertsey, Addlestone, Byfleet, Woking, Guildford. This must be going through Twickenham then. It must be. It seems to be heading on that kind of route, which is very exciting. Which means, of course, if it's going through there, then it must be going through Richmond. What I'll have to do... I'll just say, actually. I mean, is it worth hanging around on the platform to see the... It is, actually, isn't it? I might have to do that this morning. Might have to take a look. I should go to Marks and Spencer's, get a little sausage. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You see, no, that just sounded insincere. That didn't sound sincere. You just said it too quickly. It's when, you're welcome. Not, you're welcome. I mean, that was...
I can never win, can I?
Of course you can't, because I'm the better person. Thank you.
Welcome.
Great working with you. Yes, so what I could do, if it's going to go to Clapham Junction at 9, I might be sitting on the station for ages, mightn't I? But Yeah, I mean, yeah. So if I get back there, it could be an hour sitting on Richmond Station. That's a long time to sit on a station. They're going to think I'm mad. And also, I'll have swiped out. So, no, I won't have swiped out. So I don't know, perhaps you pay extra for... You might have to pay a bit extra or something if you... Where have you been for an hour? On the same station? I don't want to risk that one then. Shan't risk that one at all. That would be a nightmare. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be on the news, but it's going through Clapham Junction at 9 o'clock this morning. So railway enthusiasts, you might want to go to Victoria, get down there. It'll be setting off. I don't know how long it is between Victoria and Clapham Junction. How long the time gap is for it to get there? Half an hour, something like. Because presumably it's got to build up speed. So by the time it gets to Richmond, it's going to rocket through Richmond. Wow, how exciting! How exciting! Very exciting. That's for all you people going, he's just said on the radio, the Flying Scotsman going through Clapham Junction. There's a man here called Connor Joyce. He's a clubber. He lay unconscious outside a city centre, and he was mugged whilst he was lying there waiting for the ambulance. He had his wallet containing 50 quid in cash, his £200 iPhone 6S pickpocketed by people who pretended to help while he was being given CPR by pals. He'd smacked his head against a brick wall, had a fit for about 4 minutes and stopped breathing. A gang of about 3 or 4 men fled after a few minutes. Police say the cards were used to spend 60 quid at a bar, newsagents and McDonald's after the theft outside G-Bar in Liverpool at 3 a.m. That's not nice, is it? Connor, who comes from Cheshire, said it's just disgusting. How low do you have to be to steal from somebody in that situation? I think they might have found a few of these people. He's a diabetic. He only remembers feeling ill before waking up at the Royal Liverpool University Hospital. Poor soul. And here's a story. This is a story. This one gets tucked away in a lot of the newspapers today. A wedding guest called Peter Chalton. Okay. He started a secret 2-year affair with a 14-year-old girl he met at the reception. He was then 33. He regularly kissed and fondled her at his home after giving her booze and cigarettes. He got away with it for 17 years because she went to get married and she told her husband as they were about to get married. Anyway, he's now 51, Mr. Chalton. This is Peter Chalton. He admitted indecent assault. He was jailed for 6 years. 6 years. That's quite a hefty sentence on that one. Binging on Netflix or getting your fix of Premier League football will never be the same again. From today, UK smartphone owners can access blistering 5 gigabytes of data speed with EE. Some customers could even get online at 1 gigabyte, which would download a full HD movie in just 30 seconds. Wow. I haven't downloaded any movies to my phone. I'm assuming it can't be that complicated. Even I should be able to manage something like that. 5G sites are now available using a phone which is 5G ready in parts of London, Cardiff, Edinburgh, Belfast, Birmingham and Manchester. And Samsung, OnePlus and Oppo have all launched devices starting from £54 a month on contract. Seems like a lot of money, doesn't it? £54, that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Good Lord. Steve, I kind of get what John Cleese means, says Gary. Re-London in its Englishness. It's the same, for example, Benidorm. I think Benidorm has lost its Spanishness if you're there, but didn't know where you were. You could be anywhere. Not a bad thing, but more observation. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, if somebody just plopped you in a town, obviously London, it would be a bit silly because we know the landmarks. But if you were sort of dropped in some other city and they say, could you work out exactly where you were? The answer is probably not. Probably not. Maybe the Flying Scotsman, Steve, will go out the Kew Bridge and Hounslow route. I'm thinking so. That's what I'm thinking. Did you win the lottery yesterday? No. I got 5 from Tuesday. 5 from Tuesday. The current Chernobyl TV series on Sky Atlantic is the scariest and most depressing drama I've seen in years. It's a miracle Western Europe got off so lightly. Chernobyl. God, old enough to remember that. Tricia says you're wondering what to have to lunch today. How about the £3 meal deal from Tesco's? The £3 meal deal. There was such a thing. We had it yesterday. We had a falafel and hummus wrap. Steve had a sweet chili chicken wrap, a carton of mixed fruit each, and a lovely pure fruit drink. Great value. £3. Seems good, doesn't it? There you go. Little something you can, Have you done your weekly shop this week, Thomas? Have you been out and done it? You do it Friday, do you? Just sort of stock up. You spend a lot. Do you have a shopping list? You pin the shopping list to the front of the trolley, right? What's always on your shopping list? What sort of thing would always be on there? Milk, orange juice, coffee. How much coffee do you get through? You get through... Oh, right, 2 of you in the house. Right. So you get through a jar of coffee in a week, do you? Oh, you have an espresso machine. Oh, right, that's quite nice. Is it one of those... There's a name for it, I can't remember. Yeah, all right. I knew it was espresso, I just couldn't remember it. Nespresso. I know what it is. I bought one for my brother. It's the one that George Clooney plugs. You can buy a little one, which is in gay pink, and it's about 99 quid or something. So I bought it for me, and then I thought, I'm never going to use it. So I gave it to my brother. He was quite pleased. And I bought him about 300 pods that go with it. It's quite a nice thing to do, isn't it? If it's sort of gift it to somebody. So you always buy it, and you buy orange juice, do you? All the time. Working on the assumption what? Vitamin C is good for you? Oh, right, because it's not. The reason I tell you that is because it's supposed to ward off coughs and colds and flu. It doesn't. You need to literally drink an orange grove for it to have any effect. And the amount of vitamin C in a bottle of Tropicana, which sounds quite nice. They do one now, apple and mango, but I can't have mango. Another avenue of pleasure denied me. I'll be left with nothing at all, actually. I'm bringing nuts in tomorrow. You know, yes, nuts. You know, we had those honey roasted nuts. Do you remember those ones? You like those? They were quite nice. You get a tin. We'll bring those in tomorrow. Bit of a treat for a Friday. Woo! I wanted to bring in sort of steak and chips and onions and mushrooms and things, but there's nowhere to cook it. Unless you can do a steak in a microwave. Could you do a steak? Can you do chips in a microwave? Can you? Oh, that sounds quite exciting. They're quite I know. I used to buy oven chips and fry them, because they actually tasted really quite nice, because they've already been impregnated with the oil. I quite like that. Oh, look, here's Helen Flanagan. Yawn. Modelling her latest range of maternity lingerie and swimwear from her Delilah Ruby brand. Apparently, she says, I just wanted to create an affordable range. Good Lord, what a talented person you must be. It's like, you know, do we really believe that Victoria Beckham sits down and draws out things? You know, and goes, oh, make that. Right. You went to Victoria Beckham's shop? What were you doing in Victoria Beckham's shop? In Bicester Village. She's got a shop in Bicester Village. But that's a cheap outlet place, isn't it? Oh, right. And Victoria Beckham's got an outlet there. Good Lord, was it selling what? Oh, her stuff, presumably. They can't shift in nothing that we could... Is it really expensive? Oh, it's really expensive. It's not for us at all, is it? It's obviously hundreds of pounds for horrible clothes. I know. I've seen some of them, and you do look at them and you think, who would buy this? I mean, if you're going to buy any clothes, I would want to buy, not that I'm snobby, Dior, Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Victoria Beckham? I don't think so. I don't know anybody who's wearing this stuff. I really don't. Steve, is Simon Cowell going deaf? What? Simon Cowell going deaf? He keeps leaning into Amanda for her to tell him what the acts are saying. He looks like a dotty old aunt at a loud disco. Well, actually, if you've ever been there, you'll know that it's so noisy. Because he probably can't hear. I mean, I'm a bit like that sometimes. I had to ask somebody 3 times something the other day, what they said. Have you tried the peach Prosecco Bellini ice lollies from the Co-op? I saw them and thought they might be right up your street. Well, that sounds a bit of fun, doesn't it? I like that. I didn't think you shopped at Marks and Spencer's anymore, says Debbie. Keep up with the programme, for goodness sake. Honestly, we went back there ages ago. We just made our point. Just booking my girlie's Christmas trip, says Trish. We're off to the Christmas market in Budapest. Have a look at where we're staying. The Prestige Hotel in Budapest. Look at the bedrooms and that fab reception. Very nice. I haven't got that attachment. But Pauline went to a fascinating museum in a place called Topsham, where Vivian Lee's nightdress from Gone with the Wind is on display. Embarrassing. She has ties with the area. Donated the nightdress and various letters to one of the houses, turned into a free museum. All sorts of nice places, aren't there? While a lot of taxi drivers in London are immigrants, says Richard, I doubt there are many gondoliers in Venice who are not Italian-born. And the point is on that one. God, well, anybody can be a gondolier. In fact, I believe you're wrong. There are, in fact, quite a number of gondoliers who are British. Why shouldn't they be? That would be discrimination. Cindy in Chingford says, I'm in Athens. There's no mistake where I am, as the Acropolis dominates the skyline. I know. Do you know it used to be really highly coloured, the Acropolis? They sort of looked at it, they said it used to have paint all over it, and it used to look completely different. Now, of course, I think it's amazing these things are still standing. Mind you, didn't ISIS blow up a load of stuff at one point because they were a bit thick and stupid in Syria? They blew up relics and stuff like that. Why should somebody blow them up? Do us all a favour. 17... Sorry? They're gone. Oh, I know. I still think they're about. Opening everybody, 6:20. I know. It's Thursday. Looks like the Flying Scotsman will leave Victoria at 8:47. You think it's going to get to Clapham Junction? Well, I suppose it's all the way through, isn't it? It's not going to stop anywhere. But Lee says, chance of a lifetime. I shall have to pay her a visit. Oh, you must do. 8:47 she'll be leaving Victoria. I get there earlier. So here is... I read this story the other day. It's about a guy called Andrew Ager. A-G-E-R. And he has been called in on, I think, around about 20 fraud cases. And it turns out that as he was the expert witness, they took his word for it. So he'd had 20 previous trials where he's been involved, and up to 50 police investigations into allegations of fraudulent selling of carbon credits. They've obviously thought he was an expert. In fact, over the last 8 years, he's been brought in by the City of London Police. He doesn't know anything. He's got no idea. He doesn't even know what they're talking about. He has no qualifications. He's never read any book about it. And, it's Judge Nicholas Lorraine Smith discharged the jury after more than a month of evidence and formally recorded not guilty verdicts against 8 men accused of defrauding 72 investors out of 3.5 million. The judge told the jury the decision may be of importance in similar cases involving Mr. Ager, which have taken place in the past and are due to take place in the future. The court was told under cross-examination he'd admitted he had no relevant academic qualifications, and although he claimed to have taken 3 A-levels, he couldn't recall if he'd passed any. He'd not read any books about the carbon credit market. He'd not kept any record of the material given to him by the police. He'd not made notes of his workings, had lost some sensitive material while other papers had been damaged by a leak. And apparently he now keeps the information in a box on his veranda. I mean, unbelievable how this sort of person... There was somebody on the television the other day claiming to be an expert on this, that and the other. And I thought, no, you're a bit of an old fraud. I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable that nobody ever checked. Obviously, the moment you go onto a list... Because you remember I told you, when I did jury service, on one of them, we had to listen to a translation. And so they bring in a translator who will speak for the person who was found guilty. And so one of our jury members stood up and said, excuse me, he's not translating correctly. He's translating, he's putting the wrong words in here. Because it was different dialects all over the Indian subcontinent. And so they had to get rid of the interpreter and find another one who knew what he was doing. Very worrying. I mean, apparently, after exposing Mr. Ager, Ms. Bara had revealed concerns about another prosecution expert witness who'd been chosen by prosecutors to give evidence about diamond dealing by alleged fraudsters. Peter Bucky, a founder of the Jewellery Evaluation and Mediation Services, had been abandoned as a prosecution witness at a trial in 2013 as a result of allegations of misconduct. And that had not been disclosed until minutes before the CPS agreed to drop the latest case. It's unbelievable. A City of London police spokesman said the case illustrates the significant change in the way fraud itself has evolved, along with our response in dealing with it. Since this case started, we've been changing how we and others in policing investigate fraud. Undoubtedly, there's a key learning we'll take from this case. He's been doing it over 20 cases. Knows nothing. Might as well ask the court cat to come in there. Dear me. Would you be wearing white slacks, navy blue blazer and cravat when you board your boat, says Paul? No. I should be wearing my usual attire, which is this. How much coffee does your producer drink? Says Monica. I mean, I'm top-class caffeine addict. I used to drink 20 cups of coffee a day and raise tolerance to caffeine to 1,200 milligrams a day. Normal person have symptoms of poisoning after 400 to 500. But the research on energy drinks you quoted was a bit silly. This much of any energy drink is almost maximum safe dose for normal person of caffeine in a short time. The effects are rather predictable. On the other hand, I would go to sleep straight after that with finally normal levels of blood pressure. Not for me, I'm afraid. Steve, yesterday Kevin the milkman was saying he still uses books for his customers and adds their bills up mentally. Well, my dad used to be a milkman for Unigate back in the early 80s, and his round must have been about 3 to 4 times bigger than what milkmen have to cover these days. Used to take him ages doing the books. Well, I used to have a milkman when I was in the Staines, and he said that most people, when he used to come around for the money on the Saturday, most people would hide. He said so they get the milk free, but of course you don't want to stop, so you have to keep going back there again, and people took advantage of it. There was another one of those can't pay, we'll take it away things the other day. And it was a woman. She'd moved into this bloke's house, not paid a penny piece, not 1 penny piece. She was a thieving old bag, and she owed him thousands. 7 months he hadn't had any rent, which meant that he was suffering quite badly. And so they go round there. She shouts obscenities at him and all the rest of it. Piece of filth. Honestly, I love these programmes. One of them was actually accused, one of these bailiffs, of using force to enter a property. He was found not guilty, of course, because even the policeman who turned up, the couple of guys owned this house, and they owed money, or one of them owed, but whatever it was, they owed money. And they said, but we sold the company ages and ages ago. So they called the police because they said he was entering with force. And the policeman turned up, and the policeman didn't have the faintest idea what was the law. And he said, no, you'll have to leave, otherwise you'll be arrested. And so he said, arrest me. Because if they're a High Court bailiff, if they come from the county court, it's not the same. If you come from the High Court, you have right of entry. And this copper didn't know it at all. So anyway, so they waste time going to the court, and he was attempted to be prosecuted, but of course it didn't work. It didn't work. So they're basically saying to people, try and up your ante, try and find out what the law is, because it's different for different things. But if it's a High Court bailiff and they go, I'm going to call the police, they always say, call the police. Unfortunately, the policeman that they called wasn't the brightest penny in the box. Royal correspondents are the same as these so-called experts. They don't know the answer to anything. They will start by saying, we think, or they might, says Mick. Is that true? Is that true that people say things like that? I mean, we can all bluff an interview. Frank, now of Essex, says, arrived at Chelmsford after the return trip from Dad's in Bath. We used to... Sound like a group, doesn't it? Dad's in Bath. Bought their latest record. We used to live in Battersea, and the main lines out of Clapham Junction ran just around the corner. On my way to school, I used to spend time leaning over the bridge near Emmanuel School to catch a face full of soot from the train stacks. Chuffers galore. Great times. Well, the Flying Scotsman. Kim says, I saw the Flying Scotsman when she came to the Severn Valley Railway. What a magnificent beast she is. Powerful as well. 9 o'clock, Clapham Junction. She'll be going through. Whether she goes through fast... And why she's a she, I've got no idea. But whether she goes through fast or she goes through slowly, who cares? They'll be out there, people leaning forward with their cameras, get the best position. Just be very careful. Don't get too close. And if you're out in the countryside, just remember, if you trespass and go onto lines, they're looking to prosecute. You know, not good. Bella says, I'm 64 today, but still mentally about 14. Oh, I think mentally, I don't... Somebody always says to people, they go, how old are you? And you tell them. And then they go, how old are you mentally? And I go, well, I don't know. It depends, actually. If I've got to do lots of walking, I feel very old. But if I don't have to do lots of walking, I don't feel very old. So, I don't know. Playing age 65, mental age 40? Something... Seriously, I do not know. I do not know. Nuts are nice. Have you tried the half-inch UNF ones? No, I'm not a huge fan of nuts. I'll do them occasionally as I feel I'm being healthy, but of course I don't think I am at all. Front page of the Mirror, because Harry Redknapp's got a book out, and it's presumably all... I mean, he can't have written it because we know he can't write. He's already told us he can't write. So it must be a ghosted book. And here's a nice picture. This is... it's Debbie Harry. I remember she was every young boy's fantasy, wasn't she? Debbie Harry. Everybody loved Debbie Harry. But she was once lured into a car by the serial killer Ted Bundy, only to mount a daring escape. The Blondie singer, 73, Debbie Harry, will be up very shortly, available for interview, because she's got her autobiography out. So that'll be coming out very shortly, so we'll have to put in a bid for her there. Oh, I've got so many good stories, but they're in court at the moment, so I can't do them for you, but I would so love to. Get into trouble if you do it. So the book for Harry Redknapp is called The World According to Harry, by Harry Redknapp. It's published by Ebury. But if he can't write, and he's told us that, who's written it? Shouldn't it be talking to? That's how it normally works, isn't it? They talk a lot about people from the jungle. He prefers Stormzy to Louise's old band. Well, he would. He's a bloke, isn't he? He's a dinosaur. He's a Neanderthal. Because if you remember, the first gay person he'd ever met was John Barrowman. I failed to understand how a man in his 50s has only ever bumped into John Barrowman and discovered that he was gay. He must have bumped into get loads of gay people. But he says not. But there again, I don't think he would actually know about things like that at all. So here they all are: Coulthard, Stewart, Hamilton, Prost, Rosberg, and they all turned up for Niki Lauda's funeral in Vienna the other day. I didn't tell you the story about the octopus, did I? So I'll have to tell you after the news, because it's a good story. I've been hanging on to it. I don't know why. I just forgot about it earlier on. It'll be 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari at 7 this morning with breakfast. Fresh from losing the Tory whip in the Lords, Michael Heseltine says the Conservatives are at risk of being destroyed by what he calls the poisonous politics of Nigel Farage. Does the Conservative Party still have a long-term future? Nick will be joined by new Brexit Party MEP, Annunziata Rees-Mogg, who only defected from the Tories a few weeks ago. The athlete, Caster Semenya, has launched an appeal against new rules, which means she'll have to take certain drugs before she's allowed to compete. Nick will find out why these new regulations might have been introduced in the first place. Plus, he'll be joined this morning by the Chancellor, Philip Hammond, and also one of the 11 contenders to be the next, in capital letters, 11 contenders to be the next Prime Minister, James Cleverly, who's currently a junior Brexit minister. That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Other stories in the papers: an ex-king has been agreed to do a DNA test. This is a former king of Belgium, and the reason is, well, at the moment, because he abdicated 6 years ago for health reasons, he's been facing a daily fine of £4,500 because he's failed to provide a sample in a case brought by somebody called Delphine Boel. The 84-year-old has never publicly denied being her father, but has refused to give DNA. A statement from his lawyer said he'd noted the judgment imposing the daily fine and would submit to the test out of respect to judicial authorities. So this woman claims she is his daughter. Miss Boel says she brought the paternity case out of anger at being cold-shouldered by the royal family. Does that mean she gets money then out of it? I don't know, actually. Just seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? A king of Belgium. You know, have you ever heard of such a thing? Right, more of your texts and emails this morning. Last month, Steve, I saw the Flying Scotsman come through Doncaster station at 70 miles an hour. Quite a thing as a witness. However, as somebody who spends a lot of time around steam railways, she's not my favourite. In a few weeks, a stunning loco returns to rail tour duty. It's a Jubilee-class engine built by William Stainer, and her name is Bahamas. Other locos like Leander and a pair of Black Fives are regular sights now, but regarding Scotsman, they're having awful problems with people trespassing on the tracks to take photos. Yes, I mean, we had an awful... I mean, it's not long before somebody dies as a result of treading onto the track. What they do is they cross into private property, and so they could take their photos. And if I was driving the thing, I'd be frightened out of my life. Davina in Hampton says, I was on the Flying Scotsman when it went round the States in the late 60s, working for Alan Pegler. I've been through the two tenders and been on the roof, on the footplate many times, travelling at speed. It is the most incredible feeling to be rushing through the countryside while the fireman was stoking up. Wish I could go and see her somewhere today. Well, you're in Hampton. I suppose you could sort of, get all the way to... Actually, there's other places around you. Just go online. You'll find the list of all the places that she goes through. But she's going to be departing from Victoria Station at 8:47. About 9:03, we'll be going through Clapham Junction, which is going to be busy at any other time. It's going to be even busier this time round. Depends which station, which platform they actually put her on. Steve, we know, says Chris in Chelsea, beautiful Venice pretty well and go at least once most years. I honestly don't believe there are many, if any, gondoliers who are not from local gondolier families. But there are, because it's like, you would think there wouldn't be many British-Spanish bullfighters. There are. There's quite a lot. He said the industry is regulated by a guild. Training before being granted a licence can take 500 hours. Yeah, it's like driving a taxi. It's the same sort of thing. You've got to pass a test. And you can earn more than £100,000 per annum for this highly skilled job. And there is a limit on the number of licences issued, and there are only about 400 at present, including the first female gondolier in 2010 or thereabouts. Yes, it's like getting the knowledge. Similar sort of thing. You spend lots of hours pushing your little boat up and down, and then it's a licence to take as much money off the public as you possibly can. Because people want it. See, I wouldn't do that. I'd never want to go on a gondola. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I just see that as particularly touristy. Whereas I don't see a black cab as being touristy. I see that as a necessity. Much easier. Steve, yeah, you're fine bringing peanuts in tomorrow, but please, no peanut brittle. Yeah, we remember Noreen. I remember Giles bringing that back, although I absolutely adored peanut brittle. And this peanut brittle from Giles, one of my former producers, it was from Kefalonia. I think he was there on honeymoon, Anyway, he thought about bringing me back, and he brought me back peanut brittle. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick. It took out a bridge, loads of crowns. I can laugh now, but at the time, yes, we all remember that one. Thank you again for the lovely messages I'm getting from your listeners, wishing us both well. Noreen's Brian is not very well, and I don't know whether or not he is still in hospital. He was in intensive care, so we wish him well, and hopefully. Steve, have you any idea? Oh no, sorry, this one here says, it's only right and fair, Steve, to inform you that Dave O'Brien is copying your presentation style, obsessively wittering on about food. I hardly ever mention food. Hardly ever. That's not copying my presentation style. I have to be honest. If he starts being funny on air, well, then I'll accuse him of nicking my style. Steve, have you any idea of the near incidents you caused? Tackling the busy commute this morning into the hospital, all I caught was waiting at Richmond for an hour with a little sausage. She said that was as much of a close shave as I couldn't see the road, as I was literally in tears. So thank you for sending me into work with a smile. Thank you, Heather. She's up there in Norwich. We've got all sorts of people who listen to the radio. It doesn't matter what people do for a living. We have everybody from High Court judges to taxi drivers to nurses to milkmen. It's just about everything. Just about everything. That's the good thing about radio. It doesn't judge. We just sort of, we present the good Lord, where's that? So I'm looking at all these pictures on scale. Is that the tornado? Went through where? Ohio. Good Lord. Ohio is very famous. You know why? Because they have a huge marching band. The biggest marching band I've ever seen in the world. You can put them in on YouTube and you'll go, wow, they are sensational. The Ohio State University. Oh, it's massive. It's like 600-700 members. We've had them over here in London for the New Year's Day parade. The trouble is, most American houses, because they don't generally get this bad sort of weather, they're basically like plasterboard. Dale's house in Sarasota had storm windows, which were in the garage. So in other words, if there was a storm coming in, you got these pieces of hardboard with handles on and you put them to protect the glass. But the rest of the time, the roofs just fly off. So that's not good news, is it? And Paul says, you mentioned the King of Belgium's agreed to a DNA test. Oh, Jeremy Kyle missed out on that one. If only. Jenny in Mitcham says, I want to see the Flying Scot. Thank you for letting us know in good time. Hope you get to see it. I think I will this morning. I'm pretty certain, actually. Noreen says, yes, sadly, Brian's still in the intensive care unit. He's in Watford. I'm going over shortly. That's an hour each way for Noreen. An hour. At least you got the radio, which is good news. Dave in Barkingside says, Steve, to do with the Flying Scotsman, I rode on the Flying Scotsman when I was 13 months old. My mother was bringing me from Newcastle upon Tyne back to King's Cross in 1949. She only told me the other day. And on a visit to my grandmother's in 1966, I saw the Flying Scotsman go through Blaydon-on-Tyne, pulling the full length of coaches. Wow, Dave. It's going to be out there again today because it's so rare that we get to see it. So today's going to be your day. I bet you everybody are going. Steve Allen said, get down. Clapham Junction, Flying Scotsman, about 9 o'clock, within a few minutes. Bunny says, I had some nut brittle in Greece once. I thought there was a lovely burnt nut in the brittle. It was a fly. I've never touched it since. I loved it. From Kefalonia. Apparently it's the treat in Kefalonia to come up with peanut brittle, which is lovely. We're getting ready, says Miriam, to go on the Flying Scotsman. Had to book it way back in December and it cost an arm and a leg. But it's just as exciting to see it flash past and to hear the whistle. I hear occasional steam trains go past as I work in my garden. Most atmospheric. The noise reminds me of being in Reno, staying in a motel right near the railway and hearing those massive American trains whistling past. The haunting sound of the engine. Something special. Can't explain it. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. And one here from Ed, who's in Notting Hill. I was in Venice in December. Good time to go. Before hiring a gondola, I researched the average cost, which worked out to be about €80 an hour. Not knowing how far it was for the ride to our hotel, I coughed up €80 for my first ever paddle. Well, 10 minutes later, he stopped outside the hotel. I didn't make a meal of it as I was with my girlfriend. Let's just say the next time I go, I shall tell them what I'm paying them. €80 seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? The trouble is, they did what did they do years ago? They decided to see how much London was ripping people off. And they discovered the worst people for ripping people off were the ice cream vans. So they sent a couple down. They were actors, and they were Japanese. And they ordered 2 ice creams, and they handed over a £20 note. And the person selling them the ice cream went, yeah, that's fine, thank you. They charged them £10 for each ice cream. And so they tried it with a numerous amount of people. And, of course, the ice cream sellers were quite happy to rip people off. Because, you know, so I wouldn't know. If I went abroad and I paid for something, I would, is that right? I don't know. And we stand there, don't we, looking a bit sort of like Thomas looks occasionally, with that sort of vacant look in his face, like, oh, please. That's that. No, it's not that. That's asleep. That's not asleep. No, your vacant one's like that. It's like, please, sir, can I have some more? More? That's what he's like. Quarter to Siri in Brentwood says, Ohio is famous for having the most depressing song written about it. But it could be the river, not the state. Well, didn't Olivia Newton-John sing about the Ohio? Didn't she? I'm pretty certain. Take my love on the Ohio. I'm sure it was. I've got the song in the back of my mind somewhere. The banks of the Ohio. There you go. Never wrong, you know. Never wrong. However, Jill in Kent says the Scotsman, this is the Flying Scotsman, went through our local station a few years ago. Our office block overlooked the track. Excitedly stood at the window to see it. Flipping passenger train stopped on the other track, completely obliterated any good view. Do you remember that when there was the other, was it the Mallard that was out some years ago? And everybody was gathered excitedly. And they go, yeah, here it comes, getting ready to take the picture. And a Virgin train went along, overtook it, and completely obliterated the view. By the time the Virgin train had gone, so had the Mallard. People not happy. Not happy. Can you imagine? It's the funniest thing. Well, I mean, it's not funny if you were there, because, I mean, obviously you're deeply upset about it, but the video's online. You should watch it. It's ever so, you're so excited. You get, no! You waited all that time. I hope today it's better for you. See, because it's not stopping at Clapham Junction. But if you want to catch it at the beginning, actually, I'd go to Clapham Junction, because you're going to see it better there, aren't you? If you see it at Victoria, it might be tucked away on a platform you can't get to, so you won't see anything, really, because there'll be another train next to it, as there always is. But as it goes through, and it'll go through all these other stuff, that'll be the place to see it. That'll be the place to see it. Especially, well, Richmond's good. It's got to go through Richmond, I'm assuming. I'm saying that. I don't know whether it goes through Richmond. I don't know. Because you can't see a lot of it exactly. But at Richmond, it'll go through on track 1, if it goes through there. And, of course, you are on track 1, so it's not going to be obliterated by another train. Donnie wants to know if I'm up to the Epsom Derby this weekend. I am not, actually. I'm not. And Kevin the Milkman says there's been English bullfighters for donkey's years. Even George Formby sang about one in his 1953 song, The Lancashire Toreador. Can't even imagine what that's like. It just goes to show, says Michelle from Hendon, that listening to your programme, we have class. Yes, I think so. I was staying in a motorhome on the edge of a small garden nursery in Cheshire. There was a sound like an F-16 with the afterburners on from the woodland. A steam train emerged and went zooming past on an adjacent track. Fantastic. Yes. Yeah. Carl says, I've woken up this morning with a very sore bottom, and I'm meant to be going to Alton Towers. Well, you can go to Alton Towers, you just can't go any rides. Well, funny that, take a small cushion. Take a small cushion, see what they say about that one. Second thoughts, maybe not, actually. Daily Mirror, Harry on being a sex symbol and his love for Sandra. There's the book. They're obviously milking it as much as they can. The Daily Star, Caroline Flack, don't blame us for Mike Trout. It's nothing to do with you, dear. Nobody would blame you for anything at all. Racist Row Cleese, I was right. Fury at latest claim London isn't an English city. Victory on pills that devastate the lives of millions, say the Daily Mail. The Sun this morning, footy bad boy exclusive. This is football bad boy Joey Barton's stag party descended into violence. He spent the bank holiday weekend sinking pints and partying with pals, but families fled as they clashed with a group on the sands in Newquay, with one of Barton's party filmed decking 3 men. He's obviously not a player. I mean, he has history. There's no suggestion that he was involved with this, but these sort of fights that get out of hand, what's the matter with these people? Have they got screws loose? Quite clearly, judging by the state of them. I mean, good God. The Queen, big smile. She's probably just grateful to be alive. Just grateful to be alive. And she's at the garden party at Buckingham Palace. She also met captains of the teams. competing in the Cricket World Cup. They had a picture taken. He said, let's have some tea and sandwiches. And they decided, as the weather looked a bit naff, they wouldn't, so off they went. They went elsewhere. She must be quite they're treading on the grass. She would get really quite angry about it. Graduates will pay loans back into their 60s. University funding report calls for a cut in fees. Yep. Tiffany's in town. That's the other Trump daughter. Front of the Telegraph. Oh, it's a picture of the Queen again. She does look good. I mean, she really does, actually. She joined the captains of... Do you think the Queen is an avid cricket fan? Nope. Nope, I shouldn't think so. She probably watches Ideal World or something like that. Philip likes cricket, doesn't he? Yes. But it begins today. England take on South Africa at the Oval, which is nice, isn't it? If you're going to the Oval. The Queen was seated next to the England captain, who's called Owen Morgan. Is that how you pronounce Owen? E-O-I... the Irish spelling. Oh, right. At the Buckingham Palace. Oh, right. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Do you think what she's saying to him? Who are you? I play cricket. We know Harry. Oh. China spooks market with rare metals threat. We now spend 50 days a year on the internet. That is serious. More than that. Rory Stewart. I don't know who Rory Stewart is. He's a nerdy one who wants to be Prime Minister. He confessed that he smoked opium in Iran. Good Lord, why would you say that? Days after Jeremy Hunt says he once drank a cannabis lassi. And so somebody went further and disclosed he tried the drug at a wedding in the region. He says, he said, opium had no effect on me because I was walking 25 to 30 miles a day. It's another world, isn't it, out there? Seriously, your own life seems almost too perfect. What happened to the octopus? Oh, I've lost the story now. Oh, I'm so sorry. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow, actually. Remind me tomorrow morning, do the octopus story, Steve. I mean, then we can all do the octopus dance, can't we? So, Owen Morgan, face-to-face with the Queen. Imagine, he's sort of looking at her thinking, I'm talking to the Queen. I'm talking to the Queen. It's a great picture to have, isn't it? And the Express this morning. So who'd you play for again, ma'am? I said, they all look, listen, everybody looks very happy down there. Esther McVeigh is calling for a new police covenant and $3 billion a year to fight crime in a bid to help restore the Tories' reputation as the party of law and order. There's also a good feature, which never got round to, actually, on why ready meals are so deadly. I quite like a ready meal. I know, but there's nothing we can have, is there? Everything now is denied us. All we know is this morning there's 26 tonne of ice cream going to Falkirk, and we're down here in London. How selfish is that? 26 tonnes of ice cream. I've often thought, actually, I thought about it the other day as I drank some cold milk. I thought, when you go to these farm shows, why has nobody ever thought of selling ice-cold milk? You know, I could set up a refrigeration thing on the back of a lorry, and you could just serve, you know, half a pint of ice-cold creamy milk. People would pay for that. They pay for cups of tea and everything else. Milk's really nice. It's good for you. Good for healthy teeth and bones and stuff like that. But anyway, there we go, actually. Steve, the FS train not going through Richmond. It's at Barnes at 9:08, then goes off via Brentford, Hounslow, Feltham, Staines, arriving at Guildford 10:15. Oh, I'm so disappointed. You have to catch it at Clapham Junction. But at least, yeah, you can go to Barnes. Please, somebody go to Barnes. Somebody. No, it's quite posh, Barnes. Tanning Chloe. You don't know who she is. Because she's very heavily tanned, they've called her a racist. They've said that she's deliberately darkening her skin to look black. Which is because she doesn't look black. She just looks like she's got one of those really bad permatans. And I found the ultimate person, and I can almost guarantee that they will be invited onto This Morning, or Loose Women. Did you see Carol McGiffin having a go at that cook, the one who's just got married again and had another baby? She had because he was complaining about he didn't do very much with the baby, and Carol McGiffin, Greg Wallace, she rounded on him. He looked quite shocked, actually. Probably because he's so used to people toading up to him, oh, I think you're fantastic, and all this kind. Not Carol. She didn't hold back at all. But this story about this woman concerns Love Island. And that's the only reason that I mention it. Because it's very difficult. Her name's Emily. I'm going to tell you all about her, actually, because this is why the programme is so bad. This is why the programme is so bad and should be dumped, because it's appealing to idiots like her. And the reason I call her an idiot is because, well, let me tell you the story from the beginning. There's so much of it to tell you. She's 27. She's already done an interview with Closer magazine. I mean, that's how desperate she is. Her name is Emily Dorrell. She was rejected by Love Island producers. This is for the 3rd year running. So what does she do? Because she's not bright, she has a 5-year-old son. Okay, she's single mother. We don't really know what she does for work. A little bit difficult. And so her claim to fame is she spent 15,000 quid, which she'd saved up from what, we've got no idea, to go under the knife in a last-ditch attempt to get on the hit series. Oh, there we go. I found she works in a tanning shop. And you've saved 15 grand, love. What do you do? Do you own the tanning shop? Anyway, she decided to go for a boob lift, a boob reduction, and a Brazilian butt lift. After 3 days, she was rushed back into hospital due to high temperatures. And despite this new look, which makes her look grotesque, she still hasn't made it to the island. Worse still, she's blown her deposit for a house. Emily, 27, mental playing age about 7, I think, says, I thought the show could kickstart my career. This is how dumb she really is. I thought the show could she works in a tanning shop. I thought it could kickstart my career. Maybe I get a fashion line. So I spent the 15 grand I had in savings on the surgery. I thought it was an investment in my future. This is where she starts. She's completely mad. I've seen girls like Olivia Attwood go on to have great careers and make money, so I'd love to emulate that. Now, I love my new body, but it didn't work. I'm still not going to be on TV. I was saving for a house deposit, and so really, as opposed to being a sort of a semi-adult, she's decided to chuck the old lot away. And she did it with sort of having the boob operation and everything else. She originally wrote to them saying, oh, I'd love to be on Love Island. I mean, she's so desperate. No talent whatsoever, nothing about it. But she seriously believed. The reason she went to this particular clinic in Spain is because somebody from Geordie Shore had recommended it. So she decides to take some ace nobody from Geordie Shore's advice and go and get surgery done over in Spain. Well, within a matter of days, the abscesses were weeping. It all just went horribly wrong. And of course, nobody's interested. Why would you want to put somebody like that on a programme? She's quite clearly fragile. She's quite clearly, there's something the matter with her. You know, she says, oh, so Olivia Attwood's made money out of it. How do you know this? How do you know this? You don't know. I don't know, and I'm in the business. I don't know how much money she's made. But, you know, she's a classic example of what This Morning and Loose Women will put on. Loose Women, I should imagine, would be interested, but I think that the person who has dibs on it would be This Morning. And she can go on there and they can fawn over her and sort of tell her how marvellous she is and all the rest of it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Better. So it's like training a puppy, isn't it? It's like training a puppy. That's very good. No, you don't have to say anything else. Don't say anything else. No, don't over-exceed.
I think I'm ready.
Well, I'm sure you might be, but not in this studio. You're not. I tell you, I've got a programme to do. Very keen of you, thank you. But so anyway, so she goes and has this cosmetic surgery. Still, they're not interested, but they will put her on This Morning. That's the kind they'll be going. Oh, let's get her on. And she'll sit there looking for all the world like some sado, and they still won't put her on the programme. But she goes, I'm now applying to all the other reality shows. Why don't you just concentrate on your life, dear? Why don't you stop playing silly beggars? And then she said, I could have died under the knife. That would have left my son as an orphan. Well, that's your business, isn't it? That's what you did. That's what you did. But you didn't die, thank God. But, you know, you are the sad example of this country. It's, you know, it's a case of, oh, I want to be in love with it so I can have my own line of... I mean, do you think these people really design clothes? Surely you can't be that dim. Surely you can't be that thick. Please, God, tell me. Please, God, tell me. It was almost like Esther McVeigh, wasn't it? Not quite the same way. But Esther, I've never heard such thing. I've never heard such thing. So she thinks parents have the right to withdraw children from school so they don't have to learn about LGBT and everything. Why not? I can't... Seriously, I'm really surprised she's come up. That will really do her a lot of damage. Can we hear what she said? Here it is.
I believe parents know best for their children. And whilst they're still children, and you're talking there in primary schools, then really the parents need to have the final say in what they want their children to know.
I can't believe she said that. I mean, I'm not sure whether or not somebody's led her down that garden path. But so basically what you're saying is parents decide what their children do at school. Well, I tell you what, Esther, let's do away with the schools. Let's just do it because we don't need them. Let's leave them. Let's sort of end up with a society on benefits, doing nothing at all. They want to learn about, what other people get up to, know what I'm saying? And about LGBT issues and things like that. That has got to be the most naive thing. That will lose her a ton of people. Unfortunately, it drags out the small handful of homophobes. And it is just a small handful. I love the way somebody said to me the other day, oh, of course, you get people on the television, all these people demonstrating outside the Muslim school. They didn't want the Muslim and I'm thinking, excuse me, what are you saying? There's no gay Muslims? Good God, don't be so ridiculous. Of course there are. There are organisations for gay Muslims. You've only got to trawl the internet. It's not difficult to find. There's loads of gay Muslims. And most of the men go around holding each other's hands anyway. I mean, I don't think that's homophobic or anything. They just like holding each other's hands. But there are loads of gay Muslims. Loads of gay Christians, loads of gay Catholics, loads of gay Anglicans, loads of gay everything. I don't think people should sort of worry too much. It's just a small percentage of people. The people who sort of... the moment people start waving religion in your face is the time you go, whoa, hold back. This has got nothing to do with religion. And then people say, it says in the Bible that man shall not lie with man. Yeah, what you're reading, love, not the New Testament, that's a fact. Something very, very old, written God knows how many years ago. God knows. Well, there you go. That's a great word to use. So I can't believe she said that, but it did bring out the people, didn't it? I was quite shocked, actually, that people still harbour these views. As if of course, you know what it is? If people harbour these views, it's because they're afraid they might be. That's what it is. That's what it is. You can almost guarantee these are the people who are going to end up on the wrong side of the law. Steve, 6 months to December tomorrow, and it'll come faster than the past 6 months have gone. Wow. Victoria in Romford said, any chance you come back to the Queen's in Hornchurch? We haven't got any plans at the moment, but I never say never. Never say never. Why is it that electric vehicle drivers always seem to have this smug expression on their faces, like they're alone, saving the planet? I mean, I don't like electric cars. Because I always think that the engine's turned off, and I like to hear the gentle purr of an engine before I do anything else. Actually, I fell asleep in front of the television yesterday, which is something I haven't done in ages and ages. And I had something, I don't know how to, I can't remember. It's very nice. And I fell asleep in front of the television. I got up and thought, oh God, bed. Climbed into bed, out for the count, bang, gone. Last night, 11:30, out watering the plants again. Because they've said today is going to be a hot day. And I thought, if it's going to be a hot day, I want to be out there. This will be Chris's first morning where he doesn't have to worry about doing anything. In fact, he doesn't have to worry about anything till next week. So it almost gives him, it's quite a long sort of break. I suppose he'll be reorganising the office and sort of, tidying up his locker and things like that. But whereas Thomas is, have you got a locker? Have you got a locker, Poppet? Have you not got a locker? Oh, right. Did you not get one?
Not staff yet.
Oh, right. Oh, you only get a locker of your staff? Well, I'm not staff, and I've got a locker. Ha, 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 ha. In fact, everybody's got a locker except you. I don't think there are any left. They were handed out in order of seniority. So I've got two, and I'm not sharing. Have you got a pigeonhole? I haven't got a pigeonhole either. Oh, right. Oh, no, we need to sort you out. We definitely need to sort you out a pigeonhole. You don't have a pigeonhole either? Oh, right. Oh, I think we need to sort you out a pigeonhole, or at least a locker or something like that. I think that's what you should have. I mean, you've worked hard for getting where you are. And also, Basil, back in the papers, it's not my faulty. Is any pet worth spending 20,000 on in order to save? They found various owners who will say, yes, people will pay £20,000 to save a pet if they think they're going to save its life, of course. If you're an animal lover, that's what you would do. The trouble is people go... Have you seen Noel's place? I mean, they must all be done on insurances. They can't... Because these things are so expensive to have done. Any procedure involving little animals, and he seems to do everything, doesn't he? The Tory leadership race is just showing us how vile they all are, says Dylan. She's definitely the worst so far. Well, I'm very surprised. I seriously wouldn't have put her... I'd have thought, if anything, she'd have been in favour of the schools teaching people, about the fact it's not just you. There's loads of other people out there, and you'll probably be bumping into some of them during your schooling years. You'll bump into, gay people, trans people, lesbians, bisexuals. You'll bump into all sorts of people. Why should you not be telling them about this? That's the whole idea. Mind you, we didn't do anything at school either about that. We didn't do sex education. I don't remember. What I learnt from behind the bike sheds. In fact, from the age of 12, I could change a tyre like that. I'm telling you, I was really good. But we didn't do any sex education. But I think they used to have to ask your parents, do you mind if your child receives sex education? And I don't think my parents would have complained about it at all. Far more forward-thinking than other people. Steve, says Silicon Valley Sue. She said, we've got something else to go and collect from downstairs, haven't we? What do we get? We've got biscuits. We've got biscuits from Marks and Spencer's. They sent in a bag yesterday. It's a bag full of biscuits. Yeah. What? What's he saying? I want them alone. Are we sharing? What do you mean, this we thing? You haven't taken over the programme yet. At the moment, you're on the third step. You don't climb the big step till Tuesday. Up until then, you are the poor relation. I can't remember how... Yes, Ollie on Monday. He'll be getting the biscuits. No, you can have some biscuits. We've got to wait. We've got to get them, actually, out of Courtney's cupboard. Oh, nearly broke my back. This thing's definitely going to go. My poor pass is on its last legs. I feel a bit sorry for it, really. Looks like my Costco card. It's falling apart. Tea is the time. It's Friday. Neil says, did you go back to bed? You were up so early. I bet your plants wondered what was going on getting watered that early. He said, you do make me laugh. I didn't go back to bed, actually. I did water the plants. It was a good 20 minutes of watering. Steve, there are nearly as many gay Muslims as there are gay neon sign truck drivers. Yes, I don't know why people think it's so unusual. Even Muslims go, certainly not. Can't be proper Muslims yet. Of course they can. Of course they can. Good Lord, what are people being taught nowadays? So, Birdsong from Silicon Valley Sue. And I looked out onto the deck and the little warbler was perched on the Steve Allen hanging basket. Is it the Steve Allen Memorial hanging basket? You put in a rousing chorus or two before flying away. Glad you seem to have enjoyed your belated birthday bag of goodies. I did, absolutely. I love surprises. Provided I'm sort of forewarned a little bit about them. Stuart says, I noticed the 89-year-old war veteran and Chelsea pensioner Colin Thackeray is now odds-on with the bookies to win Britain's Got Talent final on Sunday. And he'll get my vote for sure. He's 89. He's 89. Of course he's got to win the thing. He's 89, much as I love all the other. I love Ben Hart. I think Ben Hart's great. But, no, I mean, he's 89. He lost his wife 3 years ago, and they brought all the people on. I mean, that's what we're built on in this country, isn't it? We're built on inspirational singing. Inspiration, and so I was crying again earlier on today. I watched this thing, and it's on YouTube, and it's children meeting their footballing heroes. And it's, one of them's a little boy in a wheelchair, and he's only little, he only looks about 5 or 6, and he's holding his arms out to this footballer who sort of goes over the top of him, but then comes back, and it's like and then one poor child just bursts into tears. All different footballers, and what they do for the fans. It's quite amazing and quite uplifting. Steve, read the Spirit Sisters. I must say you're wrong about them, says Jim. He says, I gave them a call and they gave me 3 predictions. Do you remember the Spirit Sisters? It's only done as an entertainment. It's a bit of a joke, really, because they won't answer anything about money or health or anything like that, anything you're really interested in, but they're going to keep you going for as many minutes as they can, because each minute clocks up with them. But anyway, he said, first of all, an English team would win the Europa League final. An English team will win the Champions League final, and you'll have an unusually high phone bill next month. He said, I've got a lot of confidence in them. Yes. Lot of confidence, yeah. I mean, it's crackpot. You're wasting your time. Please don't waste your time and money. Listen, you want any advice? Send me the thing. I'll look at my runes and turn over a few cards, and I'll come up with the same old claptrap that they do. And I won't charge you anything for it. There you go. That's my offer of the don't please all right in. Sometimes, when you have to contact the spirit world, it's a bit exhausting for me. So I can only do it. We haven't heard from Derek Acora at all, actually. I think haven't we done away with those sort of rubbish things on the television? Sally Morgan's still around, still doing her little shows. Oh, he's here, darling, with me. No, he's not. No, he's absolutely not. That'll be your barking mad husband, the very nasty one we saw on YouTube. Thank you very much indeed. But still people want to go because there's an insatiable... A sort of a quest to try and find as many things out as possible. And people believe, oh, yes, I speak to the dead. No, you don't. They're dead. That's the whole meaning of the word dead. They don't speak to anybody. And I saw that, and this spectral shape moved through the wall. No, it didn't. Stop it. Kevin, not the milkman, said, did you win big on the lotto? I haven't checked yet. I haven't checked. I'm having to check with my bank manager today, because I don't know. Because I have a tax account where I save my money every month to make sure that I've got the money for the tax. It was like when I went in to pay a phone bill ages ago. I was with Orange, and they said, do you want to pay the whole phone bill? I thought, as opposed to what? And apparently you can pay it in bits. But anyway, so I save money in my tax account because I'm a good boy, and I want to make sure that when the taxman comes a-calling and he's told me how much money I've got to pay, I've got the money there. But also I have extra. I pay in, as much as I can afford to pay in every month. And so at the end of the year, I've generally got quite a little nest egg. And it could be enough to change the car, but I've got to check. So I shall have to check later on today, and she will tell me. Steve, is Aussie Boy still with LBC? Yes, Shane, yes, he is. I saw him only the other day. Still listening from Manchesterford, Scallyranks. Glad to be back in the Spike. Good Lord above, where you been, boy? Been away for ages. But actually it's quite nice, because sometimes I say to people, they say, I'm still listening. Just because I don't write all the time, I'm still listening. John in Preston says, how do you say 15,000 working in a tanning shop? Well, I also can't understand it. She saved up 15,000 for a deposit on a house. She works in a tanning shop. Now, she might have it as a business. I don't know. Oh, no idea. I don't know enough of that. But she's so desperately sad. She's prepared to jack in the tanning shop, prepared to leave her kid at home while she goes off in search of what? Nothing. But that's why, if they put her on this morning, then that will be the biggest mistake that they make, because you're preying on somebody who's quite clearly vulnerable, quite clearly not in the real world at all. If she's prepared to spend her savings on a boob job because she thinks that is going to get her on a programme like Love Island, it's absolutely not. They're not looking, they couldn't care less whether you're surgically enhanced or not. She thinks that's the way forward, though. That's how shallow she is. That's how sad she is. Dear God, I feel so sorry for the son. Sally Morgan only speaks to dead people called John. Is it John she uses all the time? I don't know, actually. But oh right, you're learning about Derek Acora in there. You'd love Derek Acora. Oh right, Derek Acora's very good. Has he channeled the dog through yet? Has he Ramesses II? He's seriously there. He's Ramesses. Yeah. Oh, and there's a girl in one of the papers today. Exactly, Ramesses go, you're right there, Whack. Here we are in the Temple of Karnak. Yeah, he's very good at it, yes, he's very good. Of course, Derek Acora is mad as a toothbrush, I'm afraid. There's all these sort of people, when they speak, I've got a spirit guide. Oh, yes. They had one in that film, didn't they? With Whoopi Goldberg. She had a spirit guide called Sam, which I thought was quite great, actually, which was Derek Agora's one again. We love stuff like that, because I'm always amazed that people fall for that kind of stuff. They really do. But Derek at one point barks like a dog. I'm told it's a sort of a kind of thing that you can even find MPs doing, can't you, I believe, on Big Brother. I seem to remember an MP doing woof, woof, woof. Remember that one? That was slightly peculiar. Richards, we don't know. I don't know where he is. I don't know where, I know where Esther McVeigh's going. Did he have a little radio show? Oh, not anymore. No. Oh, he's still going. Oh, right. Oh, dear. No audience. That's a shame, isn't it? Richard in Wapping says, when I was at school 60 years ago, sex education was purely concerned with reproductions. And since I attended a boys-only school, it was not important. Really? I think you'd bring yourself right up to date with that one. I don't remember then boys leaving school unable to read and write, which is, despite modern teaching methods, happens too often today. Oh, there's loads of people who can't read and write. Loads of people. You'd be quite surprised, actually. I used to work with a girl years ago, and she would spell things badly, and we go, you've spelt that wrong, and she'd go, that's how I spell it. And you go, okay, I can't argue with that. No point in arguing with something. So. Oh, ITV's got the latest game show idea. Don't want to miss this one. Guess what it is? Bullseye. Super smashing, you want a caravan. You see people getting excited over a caravan, but there again, looking at some of the people who appeared on Bullseye, I mean, sometimes it would be a speedboat. You live on a council estate in Wigan. What in God's name are you going to do with a speedboat? Caravan, I can understand it. That's for when the relatives come round and people can stay there. But some of the prizes, and you like a bit of bully. He was mad as well, Jim Bowen. Completely, but lived on a railway station. He enjoyed a bevy, didn't he? But he lived on a railway station. It was a defunct railway station, but it was converted into a house. Always remember that. Also, the worker cleared for race hate over blacking up for the Christmas party. He dressed up like one of the black and white minstrels. And they said, whilst it was probably offensive to some people, he was only trying to be entertaining. So that one was out. And hired by the police. He went to apply for the police, and unfortunately, they didn't want him because he wasn't diverse. Had he been gay, black, and, I don't know, Catholic or whatever, he'd have been hired straight away, but he wasn't, so he took it to court. And he's finally been hired by the police. The hopeful rejected for being heterosexual and white. The boy who plunges from a roller coaster. See, the trouble is, I don't think 6-year-olds should go on roller coasters. They're little. They can slip through the straps. Even I'm a bit dubious about straps on things like that. And he was hanging from the end of the thing. And then he dropped 30 feet in this same park, which some 18 years ago had a woman fall out of the roller coaster and she died. As a result, they then changed the roller coaster, I think, and put in some more safety features. But a boy of 6, I think he probably slipped the harness. And as these things whiz over the top, he would just... Anyway, he dropped 30 feet, face down. He survived. There is a God. There is a God. J.K. Rowling will release 4 new Harry Potter e-books from next month. And if anybody took any pictures yesterday, please, of the Flying Scotsman, I didn't see it. But did your dad take a picture? Oh, right. Fantastic. Where did it go through then? Where did he take it? Where was it going through? Oh, Clapham Junction. Oh, right. If anybody else has got any pictures you took, please do send them to me. Was it not very busy? Oh. Well, probably... Which platform did it come in on? Do we know? 5. There you go. Excuse me. Trouble is, you chat so much on this programme, the tea goes cold. But all right, I'm not complaining. Seriously, I'm more than happy to have lukewarm tea. 27 minutes to 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Amazing. Paris are going to name a square after Princess Diana. We're still waiting for a bloody statue. 20 years after she died, we're still waiting. No statue, because apparently the boys have to make sure that she's going to look right. Well, Paris are pulling their finger out and naming a square after her, and we're still faffing around. Incidentally, apparently the boys have now separated. They don't have a charity together. They did have, because they launched it on telly. I remember seeing them both on there. Now they've separated. Is this, I don't know. Is it all going a bit pear-shaped? Does Harry think that he's, more popular than William? Does William think, listen, I'm going to be king, you're not? And is Kate looking at Meghan going, I'm much prettier than you, and the public like me better? And, you can just see, can't you, there's got to be rivalry. There always is with children. Always is. Even, well, not in our family. There was never a necessity. Richard says, striking a non-controversial subject, whilst at Redhill Station, I saw the Flying Scotsman. It's magnificent. Yes, there weren't as many people at Charing Cross, Chris says, because his dad was there. Sorry, Clapham Junction. What did I say? King's Cross? Charing Cross. Get a bit carried away with things. So, stop it. Charing Cross. No, sorry, it's Clapham Junction. Because, actually, as I was going through it yesterday, I was looking to see where all the people were. And there was a load of people on one of the platforms, and then a train came and they all got on it, and it was all empty again. I was very disappointed, but never mind. Apparently, Shane says the Flying Scotsman came to Australia for the bicentenary in 1988. When it came to Sydney, I got up on the engine. I was like a big kid. I just like things like that. It's a bygone era, isn't it? Little Julie says, I heard Darren's show. You're right about Esther. I know. I think I'm also right about that mad woman who spent 15 grand on having her arse lifted, a pair of boobs put in, and all sorts of bits, just because she wants to be on Love Island. What a waste of money. What a tragic person she must be. Awful, awful. Concentrate on what you've got. And your son, to save up 15 grand, if you work in a tanning shop, must have taken about 15 years, I should imagine. Shame about Rory Kethel-Jones having Parkinson's. One of the media's nice guys. Such a shame, says Dean, for anyone who can develop a degenerative condition, come to that. Yes. Seamus says, what app do you use for Euro Millions? I use the National Lottery thing. I don't have an app. I just use the website, yes. I'm a member. So in other words, it says log on and we will tell you. I mean, I might do it this morning, actually, just to see. If it's anything too exciting, I might scream and say a rude word. But like Scary Spice did on stage the other night when she was talking to Jerry, she called her an effing bee. And I thought, in front of children, You must be more stupid than we always thought you were. We always knew you had a foul mouth. But I'm sorry, when there are children in an audience, you don't use language like that. Mind you, the good news is the sound is so bad, nobody would have heard it anyway. Shame, innit? Patricia says, I've just woken up to say you were going to look at your runes. What on earth is that? Well, you've never heard of runes? Lord above. Are you over the age of 3? You've never heard of runes? Good grief. Well, I'm not even going to tell you now. I'm going to make you work for it. Steve, Derek Okora once had names of ghosts given to him in advance, but they were setups meant as a means of exposing him. Oh, you can listen. Nowadays, because of the internet, you can find out anything on anybody. It's so simple. My favourite is go onto YouTube, and it's the fake... what is he? It's an American programme, and he's standing there and he's channeling the thoughts of whatever, but he's being fed the material in an earpiece in his ear, and they've managed to... How they did it, I've got no idea. But they've managed to catch the person talking to him going, woman in the front row, her son's just been killed in a motorcycle accident. He's called Martin. And so he would then go, oh, God, I see 2 wheels. I see... And he'll look to... It's you. It's you. Was your son killed in a motorcycle? And you go, you've just been told that, you lying little old toe rag. And that's what it was. They were basically feeding him the information, and he was just relaying it out. But people fall for it. They want to fall for it. Even though you can say, look, I'm sorry that there isn't anything in this. They still want to believe it. If you tell somebody, like there's that Reg Presley from the Trogs, isn't it? You tell him that crop circles are made by students, he won't believe you. He won't believe... Seriously, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to... Even if you took the students out there and they made one of these patterns so that he could say... He still wouldn't believe you. He'd say, oh, but that's the one you've just done now. You can't... It's a no-win situation. You know, once somebody's gone so far round the bend, you know, you can't go any further. A palm reader barged in at a travelling Clapham agency I was working in, asked me to let me read your destiny for £5. I gave him the metaphorical 4x elbow. He told me I'm going to die if I refuse. Am I still on planet Earth? Says Dev after 24 years. Thumbs down to the spirit world. People prey, unfortunately, on other people's vulnerability. And the vulnerability is if you've lost somebody, be it, you know, a relative or boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, doesn't matter who it is, they know that they've just got to come up with standard stuff. It's mainly cold reading. That's what they call it. In the business, it's called cold reading, where they'll go, oh, dear, does the colour red mean anything? And you'll go... And so people rack their brains, basically helping the person doing the cold reading. They go, oh, we had a red car. That's it. It's a red car. There's a red car. There's something about that red car, isn't there? And you give them the answer by going, it was their favourite. I knew. It was their favourite. And you think, but actually you didn't know because they've just told you the thing. As I've said to you before, if I ask you to think of a playing card out of the hundreds and hundreds... Oh, so depressing for other stations. The hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of listeners at the moment, and I said, think of a card... How many of you are going to say Jack of Clubs? There you go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, isn't it? Psychic Steve. Or failing that, I was going to go the other one, which is very popular. 7 of Hearts. Such a mad thing. He's totally mad, isn't he? On second thoughts, I don't know how you got this job. It's just... Is he just being mad this morning? Oh, right. You have to explain it. There's a lot of things you'll have to explain. Have you written down a handover note? Is it very long? No. You have to read it, read the note, which Chris will give you at the end of the programme to, you know, take you on to the next level. It's not going to happen, is it? He's broken down every letter of the alphabet. That's good. That's good. Have you told your mummy and daddy? You have? And what did Mrs. Woman say? Yes, she was very surprised, apparently. Yes, she's heard the show. And you're going to be producing that, son? And he goes, yes, Mom. What do you call her? Do you call her Mum? Mom? Mummy? You call her Mrs... Do you have a name for her? You just call her Mum. Oh, that's quite sweet, actually. If you finish it... You call her by her first name? That's a no-no. That's a no-no. Well, you call her Claire. You see, it's all right for me to call her Claire, but you're not supposed to. You're her son. I would never have dreamt of calling my mother by her first name. I wouldn't even have thought of it. I have heard other people doing it. I remember thinking, how disrespectful. Some people get away with it. It's not for me. Steve, is the Ollie on your show the same one who produces Nick Ferrari? No. No, so far apart. Almost like on different planets. There is little skinny Ollie, who works with Nick Ferrari in the morning, and he's the executive producer. And then you've got Ollie, who works overnight. He's going to be producing me on a... He doesn't walk like that. He's going to produce me on the Sunday into the Monday morning, and he's very excited. But I have told him there is a dress code, no shorts, no tracksuit bottoms, which of course completely threw Thomas into I mean, just sort of, it was not, you could... Darren Adam was wearing shorts, was he? Oh dear, I'm not sure about that. Is that all right? No, it's not acceptable, is it? No, I didn't think so. I think if you're coming into work... I mean, I've seen people around here in the daytime wearing shorts. Show-offs. Actually, even my big boss, he wears shorts occasionally, provided the weather's decent. Steve, I did hear all the homophobic callers on Darren's show. I felt a bit sorry for him. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't think people had views like that anymore. I feel they're actually a little bit sort of archaic. They're a bit dinosaurish, aren't they? Sort of, I wouldn't ever say this, wouldn't ever say that, and yet they really would. Yet be the first ones to complain if somebody threw it back at them. Little Julie says, my friend Lindsay has video footage of the Flying Scotsman passing through Brentford Station yesterday evening. I'll try and see if I can send it to you later. Oh, fabulous, thank you. That's very nice. One of the best parts of the Bullseye show was the bit when Jim Bowen will tell deflated contestants, this is what you would have won. But they hadn't. Both insensitive and funny at the same time. TGIF, Auntie Enid fan. Thank you. Auntie, bless her heart, I don't think she's going to make it to Christmas between you and me, but I mean, she's lived through 2 world wars. She's lived through the WI, she's lived through the allotments. She's also, she practically led the D-Day landings. She was out there with her gingham dress on. Come on, this way. She was going, but she's if only she'd write a book. If only she'd write... Nobody would read it. But if only she'd write a book, then she could sort of put everything down, and that would sort of put her life in context. Donnie says, I called the old grandmama by her initials. So, SP.
Oh. I didn't quite get that.
Oh, shut up. It's just... I mean, look. It's just reported everything. Everything. Go away. Wait a minute. Go away, Siri.
Was it something I said?
Yeah, kind of getting the message now. That South African voice is beginning to get on my nerves a little bit. See, I don't even go anywhere near it, and yet all of a sudden it activates itself, and all of a sudden a whole page of script comes up. It's very funny, actually. The robots are going to take over the world, aren't they? Not if Thomas has got anything to do with it. He'll fight them, won't you? You are St. George and the Dragon. Well, you're not really. You would have to be St. Andrew. St. Andrew and the Dragon. Andrew and the Haggis. Do you know, I was watching Pipe majorettes on the YouTube this morning. People marching for the Highland Games and stuff like that. That was quite very good, actually. The stars of Love Island 2018 now can't jump over themselves quick enough to tell you about their mental health battles. And literally every paper is full of different people, some you've never even heard of. Because not everybody on the programme goes on to make a little bit of money. Many of them don't. And I think gradually the bubble has burst, like it did for Big Brother, when, for the first few series of Big Brother, nobody knew what was going on. They didn't realise about hidden cameras, they forgot about them, and they did all sorts of things. Now, of course, people know exactly what to do. They play up to it, they have their rows, their shouting matches, and basically their breakdowns on television. And that's why the programme had to go, because the audience just tailed off. I wasn't remotely interested anymore. I'd lost any sort of faith in the naff celebrities they'd managed not to find for the programme. And then even worse were the ones which had ordinary members of the public. I mean, it was just tragically awful. You do worry for these people. You think, do you think if somebody actually asked you to do a job 5 days a week, you'd be able to manage it? And you look at them and go, of course you can't. Of course you can't. I don't know how all these people survive, but if you work in a tanning shop, you should better save up 15 grand. So she had her boob done twice, and then she had her bum done and everything else. She looks ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Oh, and Jordan has fallen out with a lady that I know, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on, because apparently she was speaking out of turn, she said, on her. And you know what Jordan's like? She's got a vile mouth and a vile temper. We know she's got a vile mouth because that's where Harvey picks up the language from and gets it from her. She thinks she's really clever, but unfortunately she's a sad, tragic waste of a human being. She could have made so much more of herself and really been terribly clever, but she did trash. And trash don't pay, I'm afraid. It does to start with, and then we just kind of lose the will to live. And so she's fallen out with Francine Lewis, who's an impressionist, very good impressionist. And I worked with Francine on Five's Company, And basically, apparently, Jordan sent off this missive saying, "Don't talk about me when you don't know anything about me," kind of thing. And you think, oh, shut up, you boring old windbag. You know, I mean, it's like everybody's been saying, look at the state of her. Let yourself go completely. She has an addiction. There's something the matter with her. She has an addiction to cosmetic surgery, or in her case, bad cosmetic surgery. The paper today, his name's Ron. There's a lot of Rons about. But this one is a motor neuron victim. He's terminally ill. He's not going to live any more than 6 months because, unfortunately, there is no cure for motor neurons. And anyway, he's been told to reapply for his benefits. They threatened with taking his benefits away. And so somebody wrote to him and went, you know, he's got motor neuron disease. And so the person, the other end at the benefits office says, well, we have a procedure to follow. And they went, he's terminal. He's not going to live beyond 6 months. You went, oh, well, that's all right then. He won't need the benefits. Seriously. You know, you want to find out who this person is, don't you? Really. Also, the Queen's Bumper Prize Hall. She's very successful at racing. She's made about 7.8 million. I could cope with that. I could live with that. And Joey Barton looked worse for wear minutes before a punch-up. There's something about Joey Barton that makes me want to vomit. And I can't think what it is, apart from the fact he's just too awful. However, have you seen the adverts on the television? There's a bloke driving along a motorway and he pulls into the hard shoulder and the next thing, hello sir, wake up. And it's basically an advert for if you're feeling tired driving down the motorway, pull off and have a rest. So that's exactly what he did. He felt very tired. He pulled off the motorway and pulls into a car park at a service station and he falls asleep. When he wakes up, and he seems to go from 1:30 in the morning to about 8 a.m. in the morning, he's got a ticket on the car. He's got a ticket for £100 because he's overstayed his welcome in the car park. And he went, but I thought we were always being told to pull off the road if you're tired. He said, how else am I supposed to do it? Anyway, he doesn't pay it. So the parking company take him to court. And the judge ups it to £200. And he goes, I've got to pay it. He said, but it's not fair, is it? I was doing what I thought was a good thing. Otherwise I could have stayed on the motorway, had an accident and killed loads of people. But instead he has to pay £200 now, a fine. Absolutely awful, isn't it? Absolutely awful. Do you know 80% of us Brits can't pinpoint Germany on a map of Europe? Perhaps we should bring a map. You wouldn't be able to find Germany on a map of Europe. No, you wouldn't. Don't sit there and lie to me. Of course you wouldn't. Well, OK, where is it then in relation to... I'm holding my hand here. That's the United Kingdom. Where would you think Germany is? You know you're going to get this wrong, don't you? You know you're going to get it wrong. Makes no difference. No, it makes no difference. It's a piece of glass with the map on it. France is off to the left. My left. Your right. So where do you think... Not a clue. Look at this. He's waving his arms round like a satellite system. And it goes round there and round. You don't know where it is, do you? You've got no idea. You can name every capital city. I didn't ask you to name every capital. I don't care. I asked you if you knew where Germany was, and you didn't. You didn't. You get around here, and it's like, Buffalo Girls go round the outside. Buffalo Girls go round the outside. You didn't know where it was. You didn't. It wasn't a silly question. It was a question designed to test you. All my questions for you are put there for a reason. It's to find out just what sort of education you've got compared to me. Because I'm not very good, but I'm very good at bluffing. Very good at bluffing. Amanda Holden says there haven't been any complaints about her boobies from home. People have written to Ofcom to complain about the fact that her dresses are too revealing. I'm sorry, has anybody written in about Love Island recently? Dear me, have you ever heard such a thing? And also, why is it we have got no pictures of Pip Schofield's body? You know, normally, sort of television presenters, they'll be on the beach or something else. I don't think people have ever seen Pip Schofield in a pair of shorts on holiday and no top on. Yeah, loads of pictures of her in bikinis and stuff like that, but nothing of Pip Schofield. And I was trying to work out the other day, because he's got white hair, do you think all the hair on his body is white? Oh, it would be white. Oh, right. Must be a bit of a shock for the wife, but anyway. Jackie says, a man who was protesting at the school in Birmingham where the LGBT lessons are taking place, who was not a parent of a child there, said that God made women for man's pleasure and companion... Yes, I know, I heard that. But he's so backward. I mean, he's living in the dark ages, poor little... I wouldn't mind. He has no children at that school at all. No children at the school. Oh, that's nice. No children at the school, and yet he was protesting there. Why? Because he quite clearly doesn't have a day's work to do. You know, he should concentrate on that. You really don't want to mix with people like that who are so backwards at coming forward. They are dinosaurs. Absolute. Why are we looking at this flat on the television? It looks very nice, but I bet it's terribly expensive, but it's not very big. That's what you call a bijou kitchen. A very bijou kitchen. So they're obviously asking him how much it is. Oh, this is landlords and see, that's actually a nice property to rent, isn't it? You'd have to be very careful vetting people, because people who rent places don't look after them as much as if it was their own property, which I always find a little bit disheartening. 5 to 5. I don't know why I'm telling you that, because it doesn't really matter. So Amanda Holden and her boobs. They'll be after her for that one come Monday morning, I'll tell you. And Wayne Rooney wants to clobber Jonathan Ross in the boxing ring. The former England skipper called out the 58-year-old TV host for mocking him in the past. God blimey, you want to hear this programme? Is that your answer to everything, Mr. Rooney? In between the older women that you like and the old drinking and all the other bits and pieces, you don't like somebody taking the mickey out of you? Oh, diddums. What a shame. What a shame. I mean, I hope that's not your sort of thuggish side coming out. I would like to think maybe not. A nudist couple have been expelled from their campsite. Phil and Wendy Barrett led protests after new CCTV at Woodpeckers Naturist Club clocked a man in an aroused situation walking to the showers. So he was given a final warning about lewd behaviour. They then stuck up for him. They then supported him. And they've been... They actually call it morning glory. That was a plant. Anyway, she and decorator Phil were given 28 days to remove their static caravan and no refund of their £880 annual fee. They had to sell it for £2,000. The lawyers are now questioning the legality of the CCTV. Good Lord. Apparently last year, Gran Wendy raised funds for a defibrillator at the club near the Vale of Glamorgan. Oh, right. All people have different nicknames at this naturist club. What is it about naturist clubs, isn't it? I didn't even think they existed anymore. I didn't think... I thought it was just something that happened in France. So, Wayne Rooney doesn't make a lot of the newspapers. Cara Delevingne and her girlfriend, Ashley Benson, have splashed out on a new piece of furniture, an extreme sex bench. I don't even know what that is. I don't want to appear naive to you, but, I mean, have you ever heard of an extreme sex bench? It's not for oh, don't shake your head now. You never heard of it? You don't know what one is? Such a fibber, aren't you? I can tell. It's very scary. It's very scary. It could be used for either men and women, I suspect. It's just that they have a picture of, here. It says, bondage with or without straps, perfect for a spanking punishment. Oh, it's 5 to... I turn on the radio to listen to this Steve Allen. He's talking about bondage and smacking your bottom and stuff like that. I turned the volume up immediately just to annoy the next-door neighbours. Oh, I'll tell you who's died, actually. Irene Sutcliffe. She was Maggie Clegg. She ran the corner shop. She was 88. There we go. You've got your mention. Got your mention, girl. Good for you. 88. What a fantastic era. So Harry and Meghan to leave Wills and Kate's charity, which is called the Royal Foundation. They all attended and they all did this interview. I reckon there's a lot of rivalry. I reckon that Harry is going to end up being the Princess Margaret of the royal family. She was the one, she kicked her heels up, did parties and all the rest of it. Oh, they've asked for more money for their Frogmore house, I'm afraid. We're supposed to be paying for security lighting as well now. I wouldn't mind, but they've got millions and millions. Come on, for goodness sake. Kevin the Milkman says, I've been fined twice for falling asleep too long in car parks. Tesco waived the fine after I explained to them I was too tired to carry on driving, but McDonald's didn't. Good on you, Tesco. As for naming every capital city, my 14-year-old son can not only name every capital city, but can name every country's flag as well. See? Yeah, he's 14. 14. Oh, he's now aligned himself to your 14-year-old. No. Yeah, but you don't know the answers, do you? You don't know. This is great parenting, he says. But you don't know. Listen, it's because he's got a great dad. Your dad was too busy doing things in bottles and stuff. Oh, by the way, I knew I was going to ask you. I was only thinking about it the other day because I had a slight twinge. What sort of doctor is your father? What sort of doctor is he? I was intrigued by this the other day. It sort of came up in conversation. Somebody said, and I said, I think probably he's like one of those Ballymena things and he's the local GP. And it turns out it's nothing to do with GPing, is it, at all, really? Is it what? An obstetrician. What's that mean? What does that mean? Works in the childbirth department. What's that called? The newspaper in the corner or something? The childbirth department. Oh, right. OBGYN. Right. I'm not convinced by this at all. Yes, it's the ladies downstairs department, isn't it? That's what here. Yes. Yeah, but I don't want to go into the whys and wherefores. I was just trying to find out what sort of person he was. Because you gave me to believe that he was just a GP, going around on his bicycle with his case with his syringes in and a few bottles of tablets and things like that. I had no idea that it was dealing with other things at all. Anyway, coming up very shortly, now we've cleared that one up, it'll be the news at 5 o'clock. It's Friday. Accompanied Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 'Tis Friday. Donald Trump arrives in this country Monday. I think it's Monday. He's going to be in France for the D-Day. He's flying over there on a helicopter. Does it have a name? Is that still Air Force One? Oh, Marine One. Oh, right. Did you ever see the film Air Force One? It was very good. I didn't realise. In fact, it popped up twice. It popped up in Independence Day as well, where they were trying to get away. And I thought, so everywhere he goes, it's Air Force One or Marine One if it's helicopter. Oh, wow. Very interesting, isn't it? I like things like that. It's quite. They were doing a thing in the papers the other day on first class travel and trying to pick which airline is the very best for first class travel with almost like rooms. Absolutely unbelievable. And I thought to myself, I was going to go there because I'm not particularly bothered about flying with anybody else. As far as I'm concerned, just sit there, bring me some food in. If I'm asleep, just leave me. Just let me sleep. Because obviously my body needs it. And then I'll wake up and watch a film, and then I'll push my little buzzer and get some coffee or a glass of water or something like that. And it was amazing. And then they have a piece in Country Life, and they take a famous person, they go, what are the two things that you like? And one of them will pick a watch, a nice watch. This particular person is a runner. And one of the items she picks out of the two is a bed. And it comes complete with a mattress. I had to look at it 3 times because I thought I'd gone blind. How much do you think this bed was? It's a double bed with mattress. £20,000. For a bed. I thought somebody saw you coming, dear. £20,000. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. And do you remember you might know this, Chris, because I can't remember his name. He used to be on our news desk. He used to read news a while ago, and he's a stand-up comedian. Glenn Moore. He was on the television last night. He was on Mock the Week. Holding his own, I thought, which is a bit of a trick. But he was on there doing that, which was very good. Lots of rude things on there. Is it all right? It must be sad being, on one minute on Mock the Week, the next minute you're reading the news on a station. It's not quite this. It's not the glamorous show business lifestyle that we thought it was. But never mind. So here's the feisty Britain's Got Talent judge. Oh, you wait till she arrives in this building. Actually, she's been in this building already. And that's the lovely Amanda Holden, and her boobs. People have started writing, complaining about them. I don't know why you would write and complain about them. She's showing too much. It was too revealing. You think, listen, these gowns that they're wearing are very beautiful. Some of them are absolutely stunningly gorgeous. Why not? Listen, I think people have seen boobs before. Only if you're sort of some Presbyterian minister would you ever worry about showing people's boobs on the television. She's not actually showing her boobs. You see more on the Britain's Got Talent programme. We've had people stripping off completely. She's wearing clothing. It's very glamorous. It's very expensive. It's very nice. But you do worry, don't you, that somebody has found the need to sit and write down, dear Ofcom, I saw Amanda Holden's boobs on television the other day. Wholly inappropriate for a programme such as this entertaining little piece of drivel. But I just thought, and that was it. It was just awful. People complaining about something. You only want to really find them and sort of go, is there something the matter with you? It's just a flashy outfit. It's just something that probably costs an arm and a leg. The transgender taxi driver who died less than 18 months after scooping $4 million on the lottery was laid to rest. So I don't know how much money was left out of Melissa's will. She had tests for crushing chest pains, and they said, no, it's all right. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It killed her. But a lot of people were there for the funeral. They heard much of her fortune remains intact. Where it goes, I don't know. There was some problem with the children, wasn't there? She wasn't going to give them any money. Whether or not the will was changed, I do not know. Here's, I don't know who some of these people are. 4 new Harry Potter tales out next month. They'll all be called Harry Potter: A Journey Through, and will be released on her Pottermore website. Well, that's going to go into meltdown, isn't it? Do you know the books, 7 original books and 8 films, have helped her earn, how much? 750 million. My God, makes the Beckhams look a bit peasanty, doesn't it, really? But it'll be interesting. So Book 1, Charms and Defence Against the Dark Arts, and Book 2, Potions and Herbology, will be released on June the 27th. The third, Divination and Astronomy, and the fourth, Care of Magical Creatures, will follow soon after. She's ever so clever. How imagine coming out, she probably sits back and looks at it and goes, you know, it was so easy to come up with that. But look how much it's given me. £750 million. I never bother about what people earn, because I think, listen, if you're lucky enough to earn that sort of money, you're never, ever going to go broke ever again, are you? That's always seals you for life. You can be a benefactor, you can do all sorts of things, investing it and just handing out some of the money to deserving people. That would be, I'd like to do that. I'd be very good there. What we got here? Oh, this is a beauty salon boss broke another woman's nose by headbutting her on a pub dance floor. Class act. Lee Jones had to be held back by 2 men as she argued with Hayley Hughes. Miss Hughes walked away, but Jones later marched up to her. The prosecutor said she looks the woman straight in the face and headbutts her. She's quite a disgraceful piece of work, this Lee Jones. What a vile piece of work. And she's a beauty salon boss, is she? I think you'd rather go somewhere else, wouldn't you? Miss Hughes was left covered in blood and needed an operation. She still needs further surgery following the attack at the Twisted Shamrock in Tenby. The judge called her disgraceful, you vile old bag. Anyway, she was ordered to pay the victim £1,450 and given a 10-month suspended sentence with 200 hours unpaid work. Let's hope the business collapses at the same time. What is it with these thugs? You got that one, haven't you, who's on her daughter's on Love Island, class act. And this is the one who sort of is telling people you can't use first class and everything else, quite clearly way above her own station. And so now she wants to be celebrity on there. And this is one of the grandparents paid for the boobs. Mother, of course, locked up for the night because she's a thug. Where they get these people from, I've got no idea. Bunny says, I know you're only teasing little Ollie over the dress code rules. Well, no, I'm not. I'm quite serious about it, actually. It says, who gets into a posh Daimler? I don't know. A famous dignitary from LBC wearing a New York baseball cap. You. I've never got into a posh Daimler. I'm not a famous dignitary, and I don't have a New York baseball cap. But I do have caps. But also, you know, it's not one of those... But I've never got into a posh Daimler in my life. Never. Never. I understood the second Brexit referendum, says Jonathan, will have your vote multiplied by the number of front teeth you've got, making an 80% gain for Remain. I didn't even think we were still talking about Brexit. I thought we've kind of moved on from that, haven't we? Although somebody was saying the other day, there's far too many Tory candidates for this thing. Oh, you're getting another cup of tea? Thank you. 12 candidates. Who's the latest one? Mark Harper. Who's he? We don't know who Mark Harper is. 12 people. It's ridiculous. Somebody was saying in one of the papers today, they said, listen, no more candidates. No more there should be a ruling that you only have... No. We're still none the wiser on who he is. Mark Harper. Anybody help us up? Probably Mark Harper himself will have to phone us to tell us who he is. Very odd, isn't it? 11 minutes, 12... I'll have another tea. I'll go for another tea. I just feel like a hot cup. You know, a nice hot cup of tea, which would be lovely. Oh, and the biscuits. You haven't chased up the biscuits, have you? Oh, bye. Great to work with you. Thinking of being you for Halloween. Great to see you again. Fabergé eggs are off. Her mother is making them at home in the kitchen, I think. It's in Yorkshire, somewhere in the middle of the East Riding or something, or the West. We don't know which riding it is. Somebody riding. There'll be a kitchen, and there'll be half-made Fabergé eggs, and that's what her mother makes. Bless her heart, she makes them. She could team up with your mum, couldn't she? Yeah, your mum could do with an extra skill to bring in some extra money in between doing your washing and stuff like that. See you later. Have a nice weekend. Don't really care, I'm just saying that. Have a great weekend. Missing you. Mean it. I always love it when people go away for the weekend, because the worst thing is when they come back in on the Monday and they go, and what did you do for the weekend? Oh, she shook her fist at me. That was an HR moment. Luckily, I caught it on my phone. But yes, people will say to you, so what do you get up to at the weekend? And I'd have to start lying. I don't want people to think I just sit at home staring at the television with a bottle of Prosecco, and some sweet and sour chicken and special fried rice. I lead a mad, exciting life. I mean, I am so rock and roll, I might empty the boot of the car this weekend. Although, on second thoughts, maybe not. 20 grand, says Glenn, for a mattress. That's cheap. There's a Swedish company that retail one for £100,000. Loved by Premiership footballers and other daft Watsits. I think you'd have to be a fool to spend that sort of money, wouldn't you? Would you not think? I'd love to take the credit, but my 14-year-old, says Kevin, is high-functioning Asperger's, all his own work learning. He's also trying to work out the missing 3% of dark matter. We have conversations that go way over my head. Me, I think I'm a genius if I get half a dozen questions on University Challenge. I've never got half a dozen questions. Thank you.
I'm going to get the biscuits first.
Yeah, yes, I'm sure Chris downstairs will be able to open Courtney's cupboard. It's just a Marks and Spencer's bag. I was so excited because I can't remember what biscuits are in there. So exciting, isn't it? Yeah. Is he on something today? It's not going well, is it, today? We know that he's not going to come back with the biscuits. I've just got this feeling we're going to have to wait. Courtney's probably got the only key to the cupboard or something. Better not have. Steve, I drove a young woman to a surgery with the most perfect body. When I returned later to take her home, it looked like somebody had stuck a couple of large grapefruits on her chest. Well, it might have been a couple of large grapefruits. Pauline says, went to see Rocket Man last night. Brilliant, very sad, his parents and second manager. I'm sure the actor portraying him will get an Oscar. I don't think he will. And any more lemon cake from the magnificent Susanna that you're not sharing with us, Steve, says James. No. She turned up on Celebrity Juice the other week. I wish she hadn't. I don't like people going on that programme. I think it's way too rude for people. Way too rude. And also just a bit basic. Why don't somebody just get up and sort of, dunk the host of the programme in a tank of baked beans? Make us all a lot happier. Steve, I did a good deed yesterday, says Sandy in Peterborough. I bought a coffee and a bacon roll and gave it to a homeless person sitting on the street in town. Okay, that's laudable. Don't want to spoil people, though. I think, do you not maybe think just the coffee? I think they get offered loads of food. Every time I've seen people sit by the bus stop, there's loads of bits and pieces round there. I myself have left a sandwich before now on the ground, only to see it dragged away by the ravens. I watched them dismantling a rubbish bag, as I went over Richmond Bridge the other day, and there's about 20 or 30 ravens, and they're all pulling, obviously somebody had said to them, food in the bag, and they were pulling it all apart. They're very industrious. But 20 grand for a mattress. I think you're right about the £100,000 one. I've heard about this on the television, and it was in a hotel. I think they did it on a hotel and said, well, actually, this is, the best that you can ever get. Steve, does Thomas get paid more if he's heard on the radio? No, sadly not. This is not television. We don't have the union here that they have on the television, so that's why nobody says anything in Emmerdale. There'll be people who sit at the bar and they just don't actually say anything, because if they say something, they'll have to cut it out, and it causes immense problems. You never get booked again. I think there was one bloke who sat in the Woolpack in Emmerdale for years and years at the side of the bar, never said a word, but always drank a pint. That was his claim to fame. Because there were always so many... Because there were the two gay guys, weren't there, in Emmerdale? Nay, Mr... whatever they were. Well, I mean, I don't think they were, but that's the way it came across. It was a bit noddy and big ears kind of situation. And they ran the pub and everybody went in there. And then it all changed. The whole pub changed. Now they do food. And you've got Marlon, who works in the kitchen cooking. You've never seen a scrap of food on his whites at all. How he manages to... In fact, we've never seen him cooking anything in the kitchen. In fact, I'm not totally convinced he could even make a sandwich. What are we looking at? Good news. We've got the good news. Yeah. Shall we wait till after the break? Wow, that is so exciting, isn't it? Yeah, you can bring them into... Have you done the tea yet? Oh. 5:20. I had to look at the clock twice, actually, because I'm getting excited over the fact it's Friday, it's the weekend, and I might get the car washed, because if it's going to be a nice day today, I might as well go and get it, and it is going to be a nice day. And then yesterday, just as I was going out, Courtney said, because we get stuff delivered every day to this building. I don't, but loads of people do. And next week, I think it's National Fish and Chip Day. I have a feeling that there might be fish and chips delivered in the morning. And, you know me, I'm always up for eating things. But anyway, so he said, that's something for you, as we were going out the building. But of course, I can't walk down the street with these things. So I said, well, hang on to it, Courtney. I said, and I'll have it today. And I suddenly thought, we're having a cup of tea, so we might as well have a biscuit. And Marks and Spencer's was celebrating National Biscuit Day. Do you remember we did it on the programme? BBC Radio Shropshire. That's coming up with the best of as well. So it's from the M&S food team, which is very sweet, isn't it? And so, because I'm not a huge Bicky fan, look at them. Look, honestly, they're like squirrels. What's he done? He's piling them up. You're piling it up to take a picture? Oh, right. Oh, okay. How can you can't tweet on my thing, can he? Can he tweet on... Oh, don't do that. I'll never manage that. That's far too complicated. You might as well do it on my phone if you're going to do it at all. Seeing as you managed to change everything else on here, you probably know the password as well. Yeah, look, so the phone is there. Sorry, the camera's there at the top. So do you know how to take a picture and then send it?
Yeah, I'll do it all.
Oh, okay. He did this last time, and all of a sudden the voice changes on my phone. I've now got Miss South Africa. It might change again. I'd Miss South Africa. Please don't go through the photos. No, we're safe, thank goodness. Not one of those sort of telephones. Did you see the Flying Scotsman yesterday? I didn't. I was so disappointed. Imagine my face, Steve, says Donny, when a fellow commuter left a small bottle of Prosecco in the seat I usually occupy on my usual train home from work. As a gift, such a community feel with the commuters on a certain southern line to and from Eastbourne. Well, that's quite sweet, isn't it? I like things like that. I've done a couple of nice deeds this week. I don't do it all the time, but I do try and do something. Something. I mean, we have a man, he's, for want of a better word, he's a tramp. And he sits in our car park, and the first time I saw him, he frightened the life out of me, because he just sort of sits there, and he waved at me, so I waved back. So now it's become a standard thing. I look on him as he's actually, even though we've got CCTV everywhere, he's actually a bit of extra security. He just sort of sits there, has a cigarette, stays there for a couple of hours, and then toddles off. And I nearly gave him some money, and I thought, I don't know, is that the wrong thing to do? Would he sort of throw it back at me? I did give money once to somebody. There was a young Polish person in the car park, and I said, you can't sleep here. You really can't. It's frightening people who live here and all the rest of it. Anyway, he said, oh, I go. And I gave him some socks. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? And 20 quid. Philip Schofield. He's, good Lord above. It's the first time we've ever seen Philip Schofield's. He's managed to hide his bottom under a sunflower. Thank you, Den. Very interesting. He seems very hairless. I'm guessing he shaves. It's funny, actually, because you don't sort of think of Philip Schofield naked, do you? Well, I certainly haven't. But now I am. I'm thinking, that's Philip Schofield naked. I don't know why. It's just one of those odd things. You see sort of people on the telly, and there he is. Of course, if only he'd turn round, what fun we would have had. Steve, following on from yesterday, when you advised that I'm too old for another pair of trainers, says Mike, do you think deck shoes are more appropriate, or man sandals? No, deck shoes are much better. Deck shoes. What are you doing? Is he still typing? And what does it do to say thank you very much indeed? I mean, how long does it take you to do that? Don't you change my voice again. If you change that voice again, you're so much trouble. Come Tuesday morning, you know, you're going to be in, as they call it, the Michael Caine way. Yeah, okay. So anyway, deck shoes are fine, man sandals not, Mike. Deck shoes are great. I nearly bought a pair myself the other day. They're so expensive. Cheaper in M&S. And Gucci Tom says, when people ask me, Steve, how my weekend was, I always reply, it was a relentless stream of pointlessness. What was the matter at Strawberry Hill Station yesterday? We were golfing at the golf club next door and the line was swarming with workmen. Oh, God knows. I don't know. They had problems at Waterloo Station again the other day because they're still trying to sort of get the line sorted out. I think, says Jill, the magicians on Britain's Got Talent are marvellous. One asked for random lottery numbers and then he produced a lottery ticket with those numbers on it. Part of me would love to know how they do it, but that would spoil it. Actually, I have... Oh, sorry, you've got my phone, I've just realised. I've got a date. I think it's a date for my Steve Allen sorcery at the Magic Circle, which is in August, excuse me. And I'll tell you about that in a minute. And Roger Foss has got a book out. Remember Roger Foss? Lovely Roger, who went to live at, I think it's Manchester, but he's got a book out, and somebody... What are you doing with the phone? How long does it take to type something? Oh, I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi. I'm permanently connected. You've adjusted the settings again. I don't need to turn off. Why do I need 4G off? I've always got 4G on. Is that... You're not changing the voice again, are you? I'm not going to get Mickey Mouse or something like that doing, what's the recipe today, Steve? Or anything like that. I'm not going to get anything stupid on the phone, I hope, because it's taking you too long just to send a message. 4G or no 4G. If you put something on there and all of a sudden there's a nude picture of Steve Allen that pops up on every tweet I send, you're in trouble. Okay? So to let you know now. Dreadful, aren't they? The lead singer of Iron Maiden, Bruce Dickinson, is also a pilot and regularly flies the band, crew and equipment around the world on tour in a plane decorated with their monster mascot called Eddie. And the aircraft is always named Ed Force One, says Gary the trucker. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I like that idea. And, Steve, I really enjoyed The Rocket Man, but I couldn't understand why Lee Francis, Keith Lemon, got given a part or cameo. It was like they thought of the most stupidly dressed person and said that's the one. Well, his clothes are ridiculous. You never used to wear stupid clothes like that before. It's the insecurity, isn't it? But it's the hats that are so wrong. They don't suit him. They don't fit him. They're far too tall for a little man like him. And he's not exactly body beautiful. You've done something to my phone. I could tell, actually, but the way you looked at Chris and smiled. I know, listen, I'm not stupid. I might give the impression sometimes of being stupid. I shall have a check now. It's going to be something on this phone, isn't there?
Hey Siri. Why don't you speak to Siri?
No, because it's going to come up with some stupid voice. Hey, Siri. What's the weather
Listening.
It's the same woman, isn't it? What's the weather today?
It's currently cloudy and 15 degrees in London. Expect mostly clear skies.
Oh, here we
starting
go.
in
We're off to the
evening.
Emerald Isle, aren't
Today's
we?
high will be 22 degrees.
How you?
And the low will be 15.
It's a lot better than the South African one, let me tell you. A lot better. Lot better. Let me tell you this. I have to tell you this. I can't find the blooming thing now, actually, but I will find it. I will find it because it came in yesterday. Roger Foss has a book out, and the book is called Till the Boys Come Home. It's how British theatre fought the Great War. Now, I don't know if it's available on... Why are you smiling? What's that? Oh, that's right. There's the biscuits. Look at that, honestly. I love how he's arranged them. That's not all the biscuits, is it? 1, 2, 3... It's more than 6 packs, aren't there? Or 6... Oh, right. I love the way he sort of arranged them and taken the picture. This Amazon book of Roger... Till the Boys Come Home, how British theatre fought the Great War. Is it available now? I don't want to get it wrong. And I'm not sure. I'm sure it is a book, actually. He's such a clever man, Roger Foss. So we'll have a quick check on that one. You can meet him, actually, at an event on the 14th of June. 11 till 1 and 2 till 4. I wonder what that is, then. It doesn't say where it is. He'll be signed... Oh, it must be a book, actually. He's saluting... There you go. Till the Boys, it looks a lovely book, actually. Lovely book. Paperbacks $14.99. And throughout 2019, IWM will be holding Meet the Author sessions. And so, Roger Foss will be signing copies at IWM London of Till the Boys Come Home. Of course, I'm going to be a little bit embarrassed now because I don't know what IWM is. Oh, Imperial War Museum. Oh, right. And this one here, they say richly illustrated with original programmes, posters and ephemera. Author and critic Roger Foss reveals a theatrical powerhouse. Well, I must get a copy of that. Definitely get a copy of that. That's good. Boost his bank balance. So he's going to be at the Imperial War Museum. And he'll be... it is the Imperial... They've got the address up as well. So that'll be... You would not want to miss that. That'll be very good. Very good indeed. 14th of June, 11 till 1... and then 2 till 4. So, more than happy to give that a little mention. And the other thing is, this is a date you need to put in your diary. The tickets are not on sale yet, but we're doing a little thing. We haven't done anything in the middle of the year. This is on the 2nd of August at the Magic Circle, and it's Steve Allen's Summer Sorcery. Now, this is the one we think... I don't want to speak out of turn just in case it doesn't happen, but I'm pretty certain it'll happen. Paul Zerdin is going to be doing... part of the show for us. So, ventricularly. So, Steve Allen's Summer Sorcery, 2nd of August. Tickets not on sale yet, all for charity. And we shall get not one penny piece, but we'll be trying to get some money for charity as well. From Lee, says cranberry and orange cookies and salted caramel. I'm off to M&S today. Yes, they all look very nice, actually. And so far, they've resisted... Oh, you've claimed them, have you? Which one? Are they the thins? Oh, so I want to try one of the thins. I mean, I don't really because it's chocolate, but it's a thin, but I don't know how thin it is. How thin is thin? Because sometimes they say, what? Why is he like? Why is this such a funny thing for him? He's quite mad, isn't he, really? A few biscuits come in, it's like, Mum, we got biscuits, Mum, we got biscuit. Oh, they're not that thin, are they? You're not supposed to eat it. I'll just ask you to sort of, just to show me what it looked like. I can't believe you're just taking a bite out of my biscuit. Oh, well, that's fine, isn't it? Good, well, you just go ahead. Leave the poor diabetic sitting in here twiddling his thumbs. LBC News Time. It was a derailed train in the depot at Strawberry Hill, which caused those delays to the trains through there yesterday. Delays all over the place, actually. Zoe in Sutton says, the girls and I are off to Ladies' Day today. Hope the weather is good. The fizz will be flowing. Well, you're certainly going to have the weather, so I'll tell you what, the other thing you need to put on, some sunscreen. They say it could reach 27 degrees today. Everybody now picking their favourite biscuits, and it has to be, Steve, the all-butter shortbread biscuits. Yeah, no more. We're getting a lot of biscuit texts. Please, no more. It's Chris's final show. He doesn't want to go out. I mean, unless he can persuade Tom Swarbrick to do your favourite biscuit in China. That'll be something to do, won't it? Your favourite Chinese biscuits. That'll be a fairly popular one. I'm not sure how many biscuits they have over it. This is very much an in-joke, I'm afraid, at the moment. I'm sorry to have descended into such a labyrinth of hell. Chinese biscuits. We'll do that one for 2 hours. I'm telling you, that'll be the winner. Did you see the magic programme where the magician had his face covered, says Martin? Yes, he was called the Masked Magician, and I can't remember his name at the moment. He does have a name. They liked the Chinese biscuit joke next door. Unfortunately, it went over everybody else's head. But everybody around here understands what it is. I hope you get jokes like this with the programme. Please avoid Regent's Park, says John, until the Trumps have departed. They've sealed half of it off with a huge metal prison-like fence. No, that's there permanently. That's there permanently, that fence. That's been there for, the last 4, 5, 6 years. Used to be the old Winfield House. That's where they stay now. They've also sectioned off the wooden benches by the canal with the Trapeze Act. Oh, that's always there as well for the summer months. It's all. Listen, the last time when Obama was here, all that road was sealed off because we went through you can walk through the park, but the actual metal fencing there all the time. Because otherwise you've just got bushes there at the back of Winfield House. They landed the helicopter actually on the lawn of Winfield House, owned by the Woolworths heiress, but gifted to the Americans. And it was, I'd tell you the one thing, if you've seen the American helicopters coming in, it's like a scene out of Good Morning Vietnam. These things are huge, and they came in like convoy, and they landed, I think, 2 in the garden. It was amazing to watch. The noise, frightening when we used to walk the dog. Why are you standing up? Can you keep the bag? Yeah, of course you can. Why do you want to keep the bag? Is there some reason? Oh, right, put stuff in. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, of course you can. Yes. Well, I mean, it's courtesy of Marks and Spencer's, so, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes. But save a nice packet of biscuits for Courtney. He might like those, actually, yeah. We shall find out when he comes in. He's bound to have heard it. He'll come in and go, which biscuits have I been left? They're thinking about the cookies, Courtney. They're thinking about the cookies. So, when it comes to Love Island, everybody will be running all the press releases. And so, here we go. Andy Hall's bizarre column. It is the press release page. In fact, the whole bizarre column has just turned into press releases. That's all it is. And so Tommy Fury, he's been advised by his brother Tyson, which sounds like a dog, doesn't it, really, to experience Love Island to the full. He's going to be so boring. He's going to be so dull. You can just tell he's going to be dullard. Anton Deck tried blindfold knife throwing ahead of tonight's semi, but they've got nothing on the daredevil Jonathan Goodwin. I've seen Jonathan Goodwin before. He was a magician from ages and ages ago. He did nude escapology. And his father chained him up. It was the oddest thing I think we've ever seen. That was a quick check on Mystic Meg today. Not really Mystic Meg, it's just somebody masquerading. Venus in your charts. Cool thinking part makes you realistic about romance, and you realise love can mean letting somebody say sorry, then moving on together. There you go. Solves that. It didn't mean a thing to me, actually, these things. I'm sure you could actually use them for just about everybody's star sign. Comedy legend John Cleese hit back at celebs who called him racist, claiming he was being culturalist when he said London is no longer English. Also, Alan Carr is turning himself into Bruce Forsyth, Michael Barrymore, Jim Bowen and Des O'Connor. He's bringing back 5 iconic game shows. He'll be hosting versions of Bruce's Play Your Cards Right, along with Strike It Lucky. He's also hosting Bowen's Bullseye and O'Connor's Take Your Pick. They will form part of a new ITV primetime series called Alan Clark Carr's epic game show. Oh dear. I don't think he's the right person to do it. I don't think it needs somebody campy to present these. But clear favourite to replace Darcy Bustle, that oil slick, Tony Beak. The odds have fallen from 5 to 2 to 10 to 11. Karen Hardy and Ian Waite next. Oh, not Karen Hardy. Oh, no, not Karen Hardy. We don't want her at all. But, also, so where we go? Oh, this boy falling from the ride at a theme park. Do you know, he fell 30 feet. I think he fell onto grass, and that's probably what saved him. Because he fell face down. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, frightening in itself. He is fine, by the way. Well, he's as fine as you can be. He's in hospital. They're looking after him, so he's okay. He survived, as it were. Police fear rival Liverpool and Spurs supporters will try to sneak into the final with counterfeit tickets. Thousands of fans have travelled without seats. Scores of fakes made in the UK are up for sale for 150 quid each in Madrid. Police say if fans manage to breach security, rival fans could end up sitting next to each other. Well, that'll be entertaining. Oh, look, here's another picture of Tommy Fury. It's the same plank we mentioned a moment ago. You're going to be reading rubbish like this. Nobody cares. What does he do? Who knows? He's a big animal lover, and that's it. My brother said, go on, lad, it'll be open. Obviously keep it underneath the covers, and that's it. So will he be having sex on the show? I mean, to be honest with you, I feel a bit sad that it's that pathetic that it's come down to something like that. But whereas his brother has the nickname Gypsy King in the ring, Tommy claims he's quite the opposite. He calls himself a big cuddly bear. Oh, that's sweet. For sweet, read boring. I do beg your pardon. Also, who's that? Oh no, sorry, that was Harry Redknapp again. Stars of last year's Love Island have joined forces to speak out against mental health battles. You see, none of these people should have been allowed on the programme. None of them. Not one of them. Samira Mighty, Frankie Foster, who says that, becoming an overnight celebrity, that's how tragic their lives are. They believe they're overnight celebrities. I think they think they're Hollywood celebrities or something. But they're not. They're just sort of pieces of flotsam that they stick on the television. She said, I used to lay in bed until 3 p.m. and I think, what am I doing? I hate my life. I miss having a routine. I mean, because they don't have any friends, these people. They have zero friends. The friends that they make are the friends on the island or wherever, in a villa or whatever it happens to be. And so they're now doing these interviews. She shouldn't have passed the test at all. Samira Mighty should have stayed on stage doing what she did. But, I mean, luckily she's disappeared completely. I mean, nobody knew. If she hadn't done this interview, you wouldn't have known who she was at all. Also, Curtis. It's Curtis Pritchard. This is the brother of AJ Pritchard, but several months ago, fellow dancer Curtis said he didn't want to appear on Love Island. He was asked by a student journalist, in which show he would like to appear. He said, I'd like to do the Hunted show that AJ did. I'd like to do Bear Grylls' Love Island, and perhaps a celebrity get me out of here later in my career. And then he said, Love Island, probably not. Obviously, the other ones weren't on offer, so he's gone, Love Island, probably will. And so he is. He's going in on Monday. Who else we got here? New releases from... look, there's a picture of Ollie Murs, who can retire after finally getting a full set of Spice Girls selfies. He was on a mission to get a picture with Mel B because she was the last Spice left. Apparently the concert sound was crystal clear after complaints, so you probably did hear the swearing, which came out a short while ago. Cher says she wants to see Donald Trump sexually assaulted in prison. Bizarre thing to say. And then she deleted the post saying it was a stupid joke. The pop legend took to social media after special counsel Robert Mueller, who led the investigations into President Trump over Russia, said it was not an option to charge the US president. In reaction, the star tweeted, I would love to see Trump impeached, brought to number trial, locked up in prison, and toy boy Big Bubba. I think that's like sort of somebody who dominates over somebody else. And so she then decided at the age of 73 that perhaps that wasn't very appropriate at all. So she's deleted it. Unfortunately, not before people saw it. 8 out of 10 Brits can't pinpoint Germany on a map of Europe. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know either. Half of us don't know that Gibraltar is what? What is Gibraltar? You'd say British? What'd you say? British territory, thank you. Well, UK territory. Okay. And have you ever heard of Liechtenstein? Okay, well done. And what's it famous for, Liechtenstein? It's a tax haven. Mm. Do you know where Mozambique is? Yeah. Okay, good. East Africa. Very good. And here we go. Only 21% can name more than 3 British overseas territories. The Falkland Islands, at the moment. God knows where it goes after Brexit. Gibraltar and... Oh. Yes. Well done. Not as daft as you are. As they used to say, you're not as green as you are cabbage looking. It's a very old expression. You probably have expressions like that in Scotland, I should imagine, don't you? Just that there's nobody there to hear them. So, are they just mocking? Do people mock you? Well, why is that? It's very unfair, isn't it? We'd never do that. We hold you in great affection. It's only do a good impression of him. I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, it's very easy to wind Ollie up. Very easy. Just tell him he's never going to get a girlfriend. That immediately sorts him out. Steve, how are the biscuits going down, says Jamie. They're going down very well, actually. They're going down even better than we thought they were going to go down. I, of course, have been a very good boy. And being a fully fledged, paid-up member of the Diabetes Club, did not have a biscuit. Because it's so easy. You can't just have one, can you? You can have all sorts of biscuits. Is the amber phase, Steve, on traffic lights the same duration no matter the speed limit, or does it differ in length the faster the limit? I have no idea. No idea. Bunny says, oh no, I'm on holiday on the 2nd of August for your summer show. Fingers crossed, I managed to get tickets for Christmas for the Magic Circle. I can check if you've dumped the New York baseball cap. It might be in for a surprise. And Mark says, when you see a magic trick on television, do you know how they're all done? Practically, yes. Practically. If it's a magic trick, then yes. I would probably say I do know. It's either that or I'll phone up a friend of mine and say, watch this video. How is this achievable? Oh yeah, illusions I know more about. Because there's only a few, either an appearance or a disappearance or a transformation. So there's only 3 things with an illusion. It's either going to be, empty cage, set fire to it, close the doors, pull the cloth down, open it up, lion, or girl, or combination of girls. Or put girls in cage, shut door, flames, screams, open the door, lion, no girls. They're all the same. Or person in this cage over here, shut the curtains on this cage over here, open curtains, the person has transformed from there to there. Sort of. And that's how it works. That's what there is. It's like card tricks. There's only ever a reveal card trick. It's, once somebody See, the trouble is, I'm quite jealous of people who can do card tricks. I don't do card tricks. I'm a bit more sophisticated than that. As you might see in August, I might be demonstrating my flowering bush. We haven't had that out for a few years' time. Since we had it out, I think, at the Queen's Theatre. It all went a bit pear-shaped, but never mind, that's another out. Every time I go to Marks and Spencer's now, you hand over some money for the shopping, and they run a pen over it. Yes, thank you for the biscuits. Which we've tweeted. Oh, well, have we tweeted? I forgot to look about the tweet. Have we tweeted? Wait a minute, just have a check. Twitter tweet, and there was loads of people following me. Because I did tweet, actually, up early, what to do, I know, water the baskets, might be a hot day today. It is going to be a hot day. And I'm being followed by all sorts of people. Even East Anglia Railways are following me, which is good news. I don't have a problem with that. Oh, where's that gone to? Come back. It's so funny. You see all these things that go wrong. I found another actor. I'm getting actors all over the place. Actually, this one's got loads of followers. Unbelievable. His name's Stuart Anthony. He's got 376,000 followers. How is this possible? Where'd you get those from? And he's got a blue tick. I don't know whether he's here or whether he's abroad, which is lovely. Alan and loads of other people liked the tweet. Treat from M&S to celebrate National Biscuit Day earlier this week. Very nice indeed, thank you. It's very good, isn't it, really? They're very good down there. They actually look after me. Sorry, the Black Cab Poet's out as well. And Caroline and Fluffy's Pet Store. Honestly, there's so many mad people, which I quite like, actually. I don't listen, we're all mad at this time of the morning. You're entitled to be as mad as you want to be. Steve, the Regent's Park fence is new. It stretches all the way to the boating lake. No, it's always stretched all the way to the boating lake. It's always stretched all the way. Dogs, always. When Obama was here, army patrols, closed toilets, of course. there's armed police going up and down. We used to chat to them every Sunday. Oh, yes. That fence has been there since time immemorial. Because otherwise the garden is open at the back. And you can't have that because you can walk into Regent's Park. You're not supposed to. It's like cycling. We will shout at people who cycle in Regent. Get off your bike! In the park itself, there's only certain bits where you can cycle. All the other little bits you can't. It's yes, exactly. Meant to ride round it, which is much better. I keep forgetting he's a cyclist. Talking of magic shows, says Michelle, I've been trying to attend your show at Christmas for 2 years. It's always sold out when I try. I know that there's no easy way to do it. They do go quickly. And you know, it's always very pleasing, actually, for us. Rudy says, my favourite magician was Ali Bongo, otherwise known as the Shriek of Araby. Alan Clark can never be on the same level as Bruce Forsyth. He was a one-off. Yeah, I mean, no. Might as well give it all to Joe Pasquale. He'd be so much better. I've just tried the South African voice for Siri, says Sandy. Didn't sound anything like South African. I'm South African, so I should know. So I decided to give the Irish voice a try. That's what we're currently on at the moment, the Irish voice. It's not as pronounced Irish as I want it to be. I really want it to be a, hey, you know, kind of thing. How's your man? Just to make it more interesting for us. Traffic lights, 3 seconds green to red, 2 seconds red to green, always, says Steve, who's a traffic light engineer. Dear Lord above. Who'd have thought you sit here at 7 minutes to 6 in the morning and there'd be somebody listening who's a traffic light engineer? For that read, they sit on a little stool in front of the big grey box and they go, I'll screw up your day. And we go, oh, sorry, am I turning right? Where am I going? I mean, straight on? Straight on. OK, I'm going straight. No, stop. Now there's no left turn. Can't go straight up. Where are we going? Turn round. Go back the other way. We always have that. They're digging up Twickenham High Street. Perhaps they're looking for gold or something. That was my favourite film, McKenna's Gold. Did you ever see it? Very good film where the Indians had hidden all the gold and it was in a valley, but they couldn't find it because only could you find your way into the hidden valley when the sun was at a certain pitch and it shone onto a rock which then sent a shaft of light in to show you the entrance into the valley. It's great. And they picked up gold like there was no tomorrow, tons of gold, and then an earthquake started and they had to get out as quick as possible. Phew. Getting a text from traffic light engineer is sort of a bit like, Dave O'Brien's Magical Hour. It is a bit like that, isn't it? You have to have a qualification. Where are we here? Oh, this is the 3 hours today. Stuart Manning. He said, who is the magician who said piff, paff, puff? I'll tell you who that was. The great Suprendo, who was the ex-husband of Victoria Wood. I never quite understood it, actually. He used to come on stage and go, piff, paff, puff. His name's Geoffrey Durham, by the way, just in case you didn't know. So that's what he did. He did piff, paff, puff. Because it was... I didn't think anybody had those sort of little phrases again. Sooty had Izzy Wizzy, let's get busy, which we thought was quite clever. But piff, paff, puff took it to a new level, didn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Daily Mirror today. NHS crisis. 500,000 forced to find a new GP. Thank God for my surgery. It's brilliant. Brilliant. Half-term horror at the theme park. This is after a 6-year-old fell off the roller coaster. Maybe he was too small to be on a roller coaster. Might have been. He's only 6. You could slip through the... I often worry about those things. The chair-aplanes do the same. There's hardly anything holding you in. It frightens me. I'm not very good with stuff like that. Whole page in the Mirror today, because they're so desperate to fill up with something. They can't find anything at all. Of Ollie Murs meeting the foul-mouthed Melanie B. It's the one who makes porno films. You can't miss her. She's the one who sort of got taken to court and had to cough up loads of money. And then there's a girl called Chloe. This is a makeup artist, Chloe Wilson, who's been told by some people she's got a very dark skin. The reason she's got a very dark skin is because she is addicted to tanning. She's now been accused of racism. She apparently has 300,000 online followers for her tips. Has denied the claims. One critic told her, stick to your original skin tone, while another said it was mockery and a form of racism. It's a modern-day blackface. She's got a suntan, you fools. God, there's some dim people out there. Blacking up and blackface are terms aimed at white performers who mimic black people. She's got a sun... She's addicted to tanning. She goes on holiday. My God, you'd hate my friend Graham. He comes back looking like creosote. Chloe says she's scared to tan on a holiday. She said, I never wanted to hurt anybody, but you wanted to be cruel to me. Says more about you. Absolutely, these people are stupid. She's got a tan. Go and stand at the airport. Pick on all the people coming back from their holidays with a nice tan. Thomas has threatened to come back from his holiday. with a tan. Not on this programme, you won't be. No, but I can't work with somebody who's a different colour to me. I'm going to be all pale, aren't I, and insignificant. You've got a what? A cyclist tan? Oh, really? I used to get the line on my arm from my watch, which I always thought was quite funny. But, yeah, Thomas has said, I'm going to come back with a tan. I thought, I'm going to look so ill and pale. But never mind, at least the good news is he will peel. Of course, how long are you going for? A week? Is it a week? Going for a week? You won't tan in a week. No chance. No chance. No, you won't. You need 2 weeks. You won't come back any different colour to the one you... No, you won't. I'm telling you, you won't. I'm prepared to put money on it. Unless you put fake tan on. But no, there's no change. You will not change colour at all. So, over in Paris, France... Dun, 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 dun. They're going to have a square named after Princess Diana above the site of the fatal car accident. French officials that are called the Plaza... Place Diana Princess de Gaulle, or Princess of Wales. It's a testament to how much Paris loved her. What, because she died in a tunnel there? What do you mean Paris loved her? What, the same way they love, the Eiffel Tower, I suppose? The square is above the underpass where Diana, her boyfriend Dodi, and their driver Henri Paul were fatally injured back in 1997. Ingrid Seward said there are very few memorials to Diana. People will be able to go there to remember her, and there are a few places in the world to do that. Paris City Hall said the plan will be signed off by the council this month. It's only a plaque. We're now calling it Princess Diana. Over here, nothing. Nothing at all. At least Victoria got a railway station. But wouldn't it be nice if they sort of put up a statue of her? But the boys are faffing around with it. How long does it take? Can't they get together and go, we like this sculpture here, we'll have it looking like that? That's what it's going to look like. At what age in her life are we going to have a picture of her? Sharon Osbourne is delving into her ancestry on Who Do You Think You Are, despite having fallen out with nearly all of the family. Oh, dear. Whilst on good terms with husband Ozzy and the 3 children, she spent years estranged from her father, mother and older brother David, and has admitted hating her maternal gran. I never understand it, people who don't like their families. I mean, you can't really change anything, because my brother's about to get married again. I sort of inherit, and I don't know what they're called now, but I inherit a sort of two children, boy and a girl. But I don't know what relationship they'll be to me. But it's just like extending the family, I suppose. It's quite exciting, really, in a way. I'm quite excited by it. It just means I think it increases the Christmas present list at Christmas, which I'm not wild about. Bad enough as it is at the moment. But anyway, what have we got? Wayne Rooney wants to clobber Jonathan Ross. Movie Boss is on the hunt for somebody to play Liam Gallagher. Oh, stop it with these films. We've had 2. That's enough. Leave it at that, please. Day, 31st of May, last day of the month. Last day if you have to file your VAT to get it in today. And to get it accepted, because otherwise you're in for a penalty. Steve and Spikers says, Tom, I wonder if any magician has developed a magic trick to give Katie Price and Gemma Collins a bit of talent. On second thoughts, probably take ages to do. I don't know, actually. This is the woman who's stalking me. Seriously, you can't get rid of her. Leave me alone. Chris says, I've got half and half right arm, tanned left, white. I'm a truck driver. It's because you've got the arm out the window, isn't it? And because I didn't see Britain's Got Talent, somebody says, was that Faye Presto? Well, actually, it might have been because she was sitting at the traffic lights at Piccadilly Circus this morning at about 1:20. So, in fact, could have been. She was driving around in an open-top car. So, obviously hoping to be spotted, I should imagine. So there you go, Michael. You're very observant. Steve, oh, dear, honestly, really. It's Thomas's poor mother Claire that I feel sorry for, Steve. Can you imagine her detergent bill and having to sit through video reruns of all his choir gigs? Oh, I know, it's awful. I mean, she's long suffering, so she's okay now. He seems quite resigned to the fact that, that's the way things were always going to be. There is the Princess of Wales Conservatory in Kew Gardens, says Alan. There was a statue of Diana and Dodi in Harrods, and now it's been removed ages ago, Bill. Ages. In fact, it was really quite tacky. They actually gave it back to Mohammed El Fayed. What he's done with it, probably sitting in the garden. It was tacky. It was sitting at the bottom of the stairs with a sort of a book and a couple of champagne glasses. I once asked, says Mark, a traffic police officer, whether traffic lights changed slower depending on the speed limit. They do. It all depends on the design / nature of the junction. So now you know. Richard said, I'm very sceptical about the scare stories of GP surgeries. One afternoon last week, I telephoned at 2:30 and I was seen at 3:50 the same day. And this is not unusual. Yes, it's not unusual for me either. Not unusual, although they have changed most of the staff. There's still some staff that I remember in my one. Steve, you know you can't choose your family and they can be difficult. You're clearly lucky with yours, but others are not always happy. I'm studying counselling. Some of my clients are young people and some parents just don't help or support emotionally, says Chantal. No, they don't, I know. I remember talking to a lady probably years and years ago and she said, my mother's just died. I said, oh, right, well, you're having a nice funeral. She said, you put her out with the rubbish as far as I'm concerned. Hated her. And you think, oh dear, that's not good. Christine, greetings from Ireland. How are you? Just want to let you know I'm still listening. I'm your biggest fan in Ireland. Well, that's very nice to know that. Thank you very much indeed. Peter in Wimbledon said, Steve, who is the person responsible for ruining London by giving stupid names to all these buildings like the Gherkin, the Walkie-Talkie, the Cheese Grater? Are these names the official names of the buildings? No, they're not. I don't know why people come up with things like that. It's probably done to annoy us. Seems to work, though, doesn't it? Every single time you do think about things like that. So lots of, because the diary with Ashley Rainbow, it's press releases. That's all it is. It's somebody just sort of sat down and sort of tiddled about with these things. And they've gone, oh, right, so Cheryl's last single peaked at number 19. In other words, failure. But the singer insists she's not fussed if her follow-up performs awfully. With more creative control now, that's a bad thing. She doesn't know anything about music. She says, I'd rather have my music do awfully and hold the blame myself than do anything my heart isn't truly in. Oh, God. Why do they start believing it, these people? They go, oh, yes, I really believe it. And who are the couple who've made love last? You know, I mean, if you're on Love Island, there's very little chance that you're actually going to make your relationship last any longer than a couple of weeks or until eventually somebody, you know, gets fed up with you. Hence, in the case of poor little Danny Dyer and her pen salesman, he's disappeared all but completely now and probably will never resurface ever again. Jimmy and Pauline Tarbuck, been together for 62 years. They wed at 17 and they've got 3 children and a daughter. Lisa Tarbuck puts their durability down to her mum's hard work, guile and wicked sense of humour. Elton John and David Furnish have been together 26 years. Is that permanent 26 years, though, Elton? Is that sort of... I mean, is that... Have you been out with anybody else? You know, apart from Dave? Because he's not here most of the time, is he? 38 years for Ringo Starr and Barbara Bach. They soldier on. Taylor Hackford and Helen Mirren, 33 years. She met him in 86 and they married on his 53rd birthday. Ali and Bono Hewson, that's Bono's other half. He's 59, met his wife at school in Dublin. Ali, 58, says it was Bing. That's the guy for me. They have 2 daughters and say their relationship has been a magic carpet ride. No, that's lovely. She went Bing. That's the person. I love that. That's great. 59 years. 59 years is very good. Tommy Steele and Anne Donahue. More than 2,000 fans flocked to the showbiz wedding of the year in 1960. The Singing the Blues star, now 82, says that despite having to fend off admirers, his eyes have never strayed from Anne. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, 31 years they've been married. I mean, they must know each other inside out, I should imagine. Stedman Graham and Oprah Winfrey, 33 years. Annette Bening and Warren Beatty, 28 years. John Travolta and Kelly Preston, 32 years. She still looks like a child. It's amazing. Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne have done 40 years. Jackie and Helen Stewart, 62 years. And Michael and Mary Parkinson, 60 years. 60 years. So well done. If you're one of those people who's managed to make a relationship last, well then congratulations, because it's not as easy as people think it is. I don't know what the secret is. I have no idea what the secret is. Stuart Manning says thank you, which is quite nice. Would producer Thomas be open to do a collaboration with Katie Price singing A Whole New World, says Phil. I shouldn't think so. No, he doesn't sing. Well, not those sort of songs. He doesn't do that sort of thing. He doesn't dance either. In fact, really, would have to sort of... I'm sure by the time we get to Christmas, he'll be fine. Yeah. You could be a guest soloist. Oh, right, she could be a guest soloist. I don't think so. I don't think there's any career that she's going to... It's close between me and her. Well, I'm going to get it because I've got the sparkly jackets. I've got all the sequin jackets, which, of course, she's got the sparkly Botox. The HP sauce bottle is going to show Big Ben with scaffolding, which, of course, is completely wrong. Their consumer features editor doesn't realise that this isn't Big Ben with scaffolding round it. This is the tower, the famous clock tower. Big Ben is inside. They haven't got any scaffolding around Big Ben. So why has she said this? She's got this completely wrong. Nobody's picked it up in the Mirror. They show HP source label shows Big Ben with scaffold. No, it doesn't. It shows what's the tower called? I can't remember what it's called. Is it the Elizabeth Tower, isn't it? So the Elizabeth Tower has got scaffolding. Big Ben, dear, hasn't. That's the bell. And you can't see that from the outside. So she's screwed up on that one. That's not good, is it? That's not good at all. But it's quite a good idea. It's, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what's in HP sauce, and I care precious little. But the condiment secret recipe is so prized. When production switched to Canada during the Second World War, it was sent in code. Production returned to Birmingham until Heinz bought the firm, shut the factory, and began making it in Holland. The recipe now contains less salt. So that's good news, isn't it? I haven't had any HP sauce for it. They always ask you, don't they? Bacon roll. HP sauce or red sauce? Well, they don't actually say HP sauce. They just say brown sauce or red sauce. And I always go red sauce if I'm feeling it so inclined. What else we got here? Oh, do you know Colleen Nolan has still got a column? It's a very old picture. They'll need to update that one very shortly because it doesn't look at all like that. Where's my other paper? These papers, they vanished before my very... there it is. There it is. I knew there was something I wanted on this one because they're talking about the story that everybody else was talking about. Overnight, they were either talking to Darren about Esther McVeigh's peculiar comments on the teaching of lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender issues in school. And she said, parents should have the right not to have their... Where she's coming from, I've got no idea, but that will have done her more damage than anything else because she's not in touch with modern society. But it's the other story, talking about why you can't get a doctor. 138 GP surgeries shut down last year as millions struggle to secure appointments. I would have thought, why are they closing them down? Are they running out of GPs? They say here, 2 surgeries close every week. Hundreds of GPs are quitting. What for? Is it because it's very stressful? They do get paid quite well, though, don't they, GPs? They're not exactly hard up. And we only have a limited time with them. But then they've been through all of the education system to learn about... I'd love to be able to do it, but to be honest with you, I'm far too squeamish. If somebody said you've got to do an injection, I'd rather back out. Can't think of anything worse, actually. Steve, I've been happily married for 12 years. Not bad for the 27 years since I actually got married, said Nicholas. Yes. I've been actually happily married for 12 years. Unfortunately, not to the person I'm married with. Little Julie says, what about Thomas and his choir performing at the Magic Circle before you come on? Oh, can you imagine? Well, perhaps we could make him vanish. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yes, and special little... Here's Thomas. You don't want to upstage. No, you wouldn't upstage me because it's my show. Paul Zerdin's very good, very good. Steve, have you been to the Stanley Kubrick Museum exhibition at the Design Museum? My son Callum went Wednesday. I thought it was very good, says Nigel in Welling. Callum's a very popular name at the moment, isn't it? Very popular name. I don't think we had any choice in our family. I didn't... it's like if you're Scottish, it's automatically Thomas, isn't it? Tom's are very popular. We've got more Toms in this building than anybody else. There's loads and loads of people. Also, the village seeking a new doctor. This is at Mevagissey in Cornwall, where the practicist single practitioner is about to retire. They can't find anybody. They're putting out adverts that, please, will you be our GP? And they go, well, we'll have to think about it. Still to come, yes, I've got Parkinson's, says the BBC Man as viewers spot hand shaking in a live report. Well, Steve, do you like pie, mash and liquor? Never had it. I mean, put it this way, I like pies, I like mash, and it's only a parsley sauce that goes over the top of it. Sounds ghastly. I wonder if Thomas has told the other choir members of their recent publicity. They might all join the Spike every day to hear you talk about them. At least they're all officially talented, and none of them will think they're now sort of famous and go a bit GC on us. No, they seem fairly grounded. A couple of them listen. All right, well, that's not bad odds, is it? That's quite nice. Lots of people listen to LBC. Very popular station. Dallas says perhaps Doc Martin could cover that Cornish village. Can't be too far from the surgery. And Peter said the same thing. Sounds like the opening episode of Doc Martin. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Morning, Steve. Ever think your job is pointless? Just remember, there's a bloke in Munich who puts the indicators onto BMWs. He's not a fan of BMWs then, I don't think. A little bit. Anyway, so on the television, people noticed the other day, the BBC presenter Rory Cellan-Jones revealing that he's got Parkinson's. Some viewers spotted his hands shaking during a live broadcast. He said he's carrying on as normal because the symptoms are still mild and he's receiving good treatment. So they noticed it. I mean, I get that as well, exactly the same. I don't know whether it's Parkinson or what it is, actually. But he's married to the economist and former BBC trustee Diane Coyle, was demonstrating the first ever live TV broadcast. He was holding his smartphone, gestured with his right, but when he stopped gesturing, it became clear that the right hand was trembling. It's very difficult. I do that, and it gets quite bad, actually. I have to generally hold coffee cups with two hands, and if ever I go to Costco and I'm there early in the morning, that's sort of the 9:30 brigade, and they offer you a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, I always say just half a cup of coffee. I don't want to risk a whole cup. Thank you. Now tomorrow morning, being Saturday, between 5 and 6, it's the best of Steve Allen, and between 6 and 7, it's In Conversation. Every week, two famous faces join me in the studio for a bit of a chinwag and to promote whatever it is they want to promote at that particular time. And this week, you're not going to be disappointed. In fact, actually, I haven't been disappointed for any weeks, I think, because my first guest on In Conversation is one of Britain's best-known stylists, host of the hit Channel 4 shows Fashion Fix and How to Look Good Naked, as well as being an on-screen fashion consultant on many television shows, including This Morning, Big Brother's Little Brother, and The Extra Factor. In to talk about his lifestyle roadshow, One Size Fits All, the Style and Body Confidence Masterclass. It's Gok Wan. He came in to talk about his experiences of issues with body confidence.
I do have very serious words with myself as I've got older and gained weight and my body's changed, and and I don't ever want to be a functioning anorexic again. It's one of my biggest fears is to ever go back into that space, and so I have to be very, very careful how I treat my body and how I treat my mind as well. But I've never been more confident with what's inside my head. I've never been more confident with how I feel politically or morally or ethically, or how I feel about the world. And that comes with age. And so for me, I've never felt more confident because I am so much about my brain. I'm so much about what comes out of my mouth. And I don't claim to be the most intelligent person. And I'm sure in a lot of situations I'll come across as being really unintelligent. However, I really do trust what comes out of my mouth. And I think that's the age thing we talk about. And I think that, when you start dissecting it and deconstructing it, when you get older, you do get more confident because you get more confident with what's inside your brain and what's inside your mind. And yes, we want our bodies to be different. And I want to wear the latest fashions and I want to do all that stuff. But actually, if I don't do that stuff, that's kind of all right.
Yeah, it
doesn't bother me too much, because what bothers me is being able to talk to you now, or talk to Debs or Chris or anyone that I'm with, being able to talk to them and make them feel comfortable and loved and have a laugh with them.
Well, he's certainly got loads to talk about. He's never one short of words, is he? Gok Wan in Conversation with me this weekend. As well as Gok, I'll be talking to the actor famous for portraying the former Prime Minister Tony Blair in 3 movies. Other starring roles for this fabulous Welsh actor have included David Frost in Frost Nixon, Brian Clough in The Damned United, and Lucian in the Underworld series. He's also made appearances in the West End and on Broadway. In to talk about the new Amazon series Good Omens and the Homeless World Cup, it's Michael Sheen. And he came in to talk about how he got involved with the Homeless World Cup and the people that he met through it.
I got involved with an organisation called Street Football Wales about 4 or 5 years ago, and they said, look, we organise football tournaments and teams and leagues for people who've experienced homelessness recently, or some sort of form of social exclusion. Will you come and get involved? And I thought, well, why are you wasting your money and your time doing football for people? Just deal with the homelessness. Surely that's the... And then I met them and realised the brilliance of it. The football is the hook. It brings people in, gets them to meet friends. They develop more of a social network. They suddenly get a bit more motivated around health and well-being and self-confidence. It's amazing. And so I got involved with them, and I thought they were brilliant. And then out of that, I learned that there is a Homeless World Cup that happens every year. Different host nation, just like the regular World Cup. Organisations like Street Football Wales will send their team. So there's a Welsh men's team and a women's team that Street Football Wales put forward, and they'll be the same organisation in all the other countries, And so I went to the Homeless World Cup in Oslo, in Norway, a few years ago. That was the first one I went to. Oh yeah, fantastic. And it was just amazing. I had the best time. It was just, I travelled with the Welsh teams, and we sat together and supported each other's teams, and it was just brilliant. And when you find yourself sitting there with people and chatting away and sharing stories about your life and stuff, And you realise that, you know, a lot of people, they're talking about maybe the death of a parent that they couldn't cope with, or they lost a job, or something happened with their kids, or whatever it is. And it's all totally relatable. And suddenly the barriers come down. It's not us and them. It's not this blob of people over there to be pitied or whatever. You know, it's just people go through tough times, and you need some help.
Michael Sheen, who's in conversation with me this weekend along with Gok Wan. And I'll be talking to Gok and Michael tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the Global Player. Just go to the App Store on your iPhone or iPad, or Google Play on your Android device. How lovely. Actually, somebody's mentioned a name to me, which you probably won't have heard of, Professor Stanley Unwin. He appeared in a Carry On film. Actually, it was called Carry On Regardless, I'm pretty certain. And he speaks gobbledygook. And as opposed to goodbye, he goes goodly bye low. And there's a whole language, and I can't remember where it originated from. I'm assuming that he actually originated the language. So he wasn't really a professor, he was Stanley Unwin. I don't even know if he was there's a way of doing this language, and once you've mastered it, apparently you can have great fun with it. I can only do goodly bye low. That's the only thing I know out of the whole thing. So if anybody else can fill us in on that one, do please. The liquor, as they call it, is delicious. Try it. One of the best parts of the dish, says Dave. I would have thought the meat pie would have been the best bit of the dish. I love a meat pie. I really do. Steve, great to hear of some showbiz marriages. Last. Me, I've had 2 13-year relationships and 1 12-year relationship. I must have a 13-year itch, says Kevin. I had a producer like that once. I won't mention it. She might be listening. And I said to her, I remember saying to her one time, I said, how long have you been going out with so-and-so? She went, 7 years. I said, oh, the 7-year itch. Blow me down. The following week, they split. It's just, perhaps it is the 7-year itch. I don't know. Kevin says, since becoming a single dad, I've tried dating a couple of women, but had to choose them or the children, and the children always come first, and the kiddies nag me as much as any woman ever has, so no escaping the ear bashing. Yeah, I mean, that's the worst thing, isn't it? The kids have to... They come first. I mean, in the case of my brother getting married, so now we've got another family effectively coming into our family, or as they probably see it, another 2 people coming into their family. And I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. I think it takes it to a new level. It's quite, as I say, apart from the expense of birthdays, I'll now be told when Amy's birthday is and when Matt's birthday is, and I just have to write things down in a book, which I'm rubbish at. Rubbish. Steve, I'm going to Joe Allen's tomorrow for the first time. Any recommendations? No, Joe, it's all fine. It's all good. Prosecco's nice too, but I always tell people that. Steve, perhaps the long-suffering Mrs. Woman could have a guest spot at your magic show, sawing Thomas in half and making his laundry disappear. Yeah, I might incorporate him into the next live show that we do. We'd have him coming on doing something. I think singing actually would be quite a good idea, because we had a show last time. We could have the choir could turn up. We do it at the Leicester Square Theatre. They could come down and just sing a couple of songs. You know, there's enough room there. They'd be very appreciative. You sing a cappella, don't you? Oh, well, there you go. You say it's easy. We don't even need to bring an orchestra in. I normally have an orchestra and full chorus. But, you wouldn't need it, so you could just have you singing a couple of nice things. Could I pick the music then? Would they be able to do that? Oh, you have a set? Oh, no, I don't want to list it. I'm not going on a list or something. You'll just be on stage to sing a couple of songs. Yeah. You could do Ain't That a Kick in the Head by Dean Martin. Yeah, that doesn't sound very exciting. Yeah, no, not really, no. Not for my audience. No, they're very young, trendy. Yeah, I know how the song goes. So patronising, honestly. I'm older than you remember. Steve, do you like spaghetti bolognese with mayonnaise on top? I don't really do spaghetti bolognese. I have had it, but it's the most messy food ever. The liquor on pie and mash, Steve, is awful, says Peter, but my family originate from the East End, but I can't stand liquor or the other hideous thing, jellied... we're jellied eels. I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. I've seen them. They're all... they move, and they're... disgusting. It's like, I remember going to a fish and chip shop, and what did they have on the counter? Roll mop in a jar. It looked like rolled up snake. It was horrible. And the idea of eating, I'm afraid, eels... oh, no, definitely not. Do you try the food samples they offer in Costco? It's in my local branch, and within an hour I had olives, feta, hot dogs and quiche. Strange combination. That's what people go in there for. They go in there for the food sample. I don't, because I always work on the assumption while they're eating, I'm whizzing around, getting all the stuff and getting out as quick as possible, which is at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on LBC. Reports say that Tony Blair's wife, Cherie, was one of a number of Labour Party members who voted for the Lib Dems in last week's European elections. Is it really right for Jeremy Corbyn's party to purge those who admit having voted for other parties last week? As the race to become the Lib Dems' next leader builds up, Nick will be joined by the second MP to declare that they want the job. Plus, was Esther McVeigh really right to say that parents are entitled to stop their kids being taught about LGBT issues, which is lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender? That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. You can win a date with the Clooneys as well at their Italian villa. They're trying to raise money for the Clooney Foundation for Justice. And if you're the winner, you can be flown out to Lake Como to go and wander around their villa, and you can have a nosy around the 25 rooms, the outdoor pool, the tennis, before being kicked out to spend the night at a 4-star hotel down the road. 4-star hotels over there are really quite low. But they will treat their guests to a spread of cheese and something else, charcuterie. Don't even know what charcuterie is, but it sounds quite nice, as well as a splash of Italy's finest Prosecco, because, they're hoping, obviously, to raise millions, I would think. And the winners will be announced at the end of July. The packages, the double date bids, go from £8 for 100 entries to £4,000 for 50,000 entries. So you could tell just how big they're actually going. One of the most talented TV presenters, Stephen Mulhern. Everybody says that. We like Stephen Mulhern. In fact, I've known Stephen for many, many, many years. Very sweet, very sweet. And a lot of people talking about nice things today. A lot of people talking about David Mellor. I don't even know what David Mellor was doing at the moment. He's not thrown his hat into any ring, has he? Everybody else seems to have thrown it into the ring. And who's on Question Time? Is this tomorrow? Is Question Time tonight or last night? Oh, I missed it. Oh, they were doing it from Epsom, so quite local. How do they find these places? I've got no idea. Other stories in the paper. The Post Office frittering 18 million on legal fights against its own staff. And the last one's for conspiracy theories. So now, as US Navy pilots describe their recent eerie encounters, do these Pentagon pictures prove that UFOs are real? Oh, I wish I'd not started that one. You can always imagine everybody going, I told you they were real. And so what they've got is they've actually got a picture of, they're so blurry. It could be anything. You could be hiding an elephant. Not so good at all. But why can't they we've got perfect telephones now. You can get perfect pictures, and yet always the pictures about UFOs or Yeti or all the other ridiculous things are always so blooming blurry, which is not so great. So here's Hattie the cat. We love a good cat story, but the one thing you must always do, if a cat's up a tree, bloody well leave it there. Excuse my French. But this one was stranded for 6 days on a 100-foot ledge. Firemen, the RSPCA and the railway staff spent £5,000 rescuing her, only for the cat to totally ignore them and stroll to safety. Apparently she just stunk a bit when she came down, because cats get themselves into these places and then they just sort of sit there. They can't get out of it. So the fire crew go out there and they probably spend most of their time, I should think, trying to rescue cats up trees, which is quite sweet, isn't it, really, when you think about it, that we do that we will go and rescue. The burglars who nabbed the Olympic runners' medals. Why would you want to steal somebody's medals? What would be the point of that? Unless you really were about as thick as they come. But the police have failed to show up. That's Greater Manchester Police. Apparently they didn't have enough people. They did not have enough people to actually go round there and try and sort that out, which is a great shame, isn't it? What have we got here? Oh, hired by the police. This is the hopeful, rejected for being straight and white, because they needed diversity in the police force. And a police inspector's son, deemed too white and heterosexual to join his father's force, has been offered a place after winning a tribunal. This is a guy called Matthew Furlong. He's going to start as a trainee officer with Cheshire Constabulary. Other details of the settlement, including whether the 25-year-old has received a financial payoff, remain confidential. Mr. Furlong applied to the force where his father, Liam, is a detective inspector. He performed with flying colours, but the force, criticised 4 years ago for having no black officers, was so desperate for more ethnic minority recruits or lesbian, gay, bisexual or transgender candidates, they refused to employ him. So we took him to a tribunal. His lawyer says, we are pleased to confirm the settlement terms have been agreed. Positive action is an incredibly important tool to aid diversity, but this case is a reminder it must be applied correctly. So he might have got money out of it as well. I mean, there'd be a very good chance, I think. He only wanted to be a policeman, but because they were so panicky that they haven't got enough ethnic minorities or gay, lesbian, transgender. I've never even heard of transgender police officers, but I'm sure they must exist. And so that's why they turned him down, and he thought, no, my dad's a chief inspector. I want to go. Rory Kethlen-Jones's tweet, which came a while ago, he said, a couple of people have noticed my hand shaking in my live 5G broadcast day, so it seems a good time to reveal I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. I'm getting good treatment. The symptoms are mild right now, so I'm carrying on as normal, onwards and upwards. There you go. He'll be popping up on all sorts of programmes to talk about it, because nobody ever talks about it, do they? They will now. They will now, because it takes somebody who's famous to suffer with something like that to actually get it over to other people. David Teague says Stanley Unwin spoke Unwinese. You can look up a track called Goldilocks on YouTube. Buried in Northamptonshire with his wife, his headstone reads, Reunite in the heavenly Bodie. Deep joy. So funny. I thought it was gobbledygook, because in Carry On Regardless, they call it gobbledygook, and you think it was Unwinese. I wonder how he did it. There was a way of doing it, wasn't there? But I love that idea. Reunite in the heavenly Bodie, deep joy. There was a lot of deep joy going on, which I quite like. Thank you, David, for that. Very grateful. Very grateful. I knew somebody would know. I knew somebody would know about it. It's never me, actually. Never me. Why is that not? Go away. Go away. Come back. Come back. And the wrong thing here. Some of these tweets that sort of get sort of messed about all over the place. They sort of, I seem to sometimes lose things. Honoured at last the Paradog, who died with his D-Day master, the Normandy Memorial tribute to animals who fell in campaign, of which there were thousands. And is any poorly pet worth spending £20,000 on to save? Well, that's what one person did, called Nikki, inspired by TV super vets. More and more like her are plunging into debt to keep their beloved pooches alive at any cost. And so she spent £20,000. Another lady spent £14,000. Somebody spent £18,000. Samantha Brick, or she would have done, wouldn't she? She had to write this article. This is the woman who thought she was too attractive. Do you remember? So dull. But she spent £10,000 to keep her fox terrier going. And that's the way it goes. I mean, listen, if you're an animal lover, then you spend this sort of money. Even if you go broke and have to borrow it, there's nothing else you can do about it. You just have to accept the fact that it's going to cost a lot of money. Pets cost money. That's why people have got insurance. I mean, I'd be very surprised if anybody actually spent £20,000. You do it through an insurance policy. If you haven't got insurance, you're mad. Especially if you go along to places like the super vets. I mean, some of the prices, I should imagine, must be astronomical. You could be looking at 20, 30,000 easy. But it would come off an insurance policy. That's what most of these people would do. Kevin the Milkman says, well, everybody stop talking about pie and mash. It's my favourite meal, and my stomach is rumbling. All I've got to eat at the moment is a pack of my favourite biscuits, which are plain chocolate digestives. I knew you'd want to know that. And what's everybody else's favourite? BBC Local Radio, thank you. Exit stage left. I can recommend the lobster brioche bun and William Curly chocolate dessert to follow, says Chris in Derbyshire. Oh. I've tried jellied eels, says Dave. Very tasty with some pepper and vinegar on. But the jelly I didn't care for, sort of a glycerin taste. So it comes out, oh, don't even go there. I can't even think about it. It sounds disgusting. You won't find much meat in a pie and mash pie. I know, I used to supply a couple of shops with tin corned beef and the orders were not very frequent, says Richard. What's in them then? What's in these meat pies? They sound delicious. Steve, why would the fire service waste their time rescuing cats up trees? Have you ever seen a skeleton of a cat up a tree? No, I don't think so. The Small Faces album, Ogden Nut Gone Flake, had Stanley Unwin as the narrator. He started with, are you all city comfy bowled on your botties? I have that album at home. I shall go back and have a check on it. Thank you very much indeed. Ogden Nut Gone Flake. Steve, you're so wrong about Princess Diana. I'm never wrong. When would you get it through your head? I'm never wrong. There's a brilliant memorial fountain. Are you serious? Biggest pile of rubbish we've ever seen. In fact, people got injured on it. It was a dreadful disaster. Who wants a fountain? What a stupid thing to have, a fountain. I'm sorry, what is that? Does she have a love of fountains? You know, she sort of spent her time sitting there, dragging her fingers through the water. No, we want a statue, mate. You're well out. Well out. He said it's the best free water fun in London. And then the Diana Memorial Walk. What's that about? A memorial walk? Do us a favour. We want a statue. Let's get on with it. We don't want... that fountain was a total disaster from start to finish. And the Diana Memorial Walk. There's a large pirate ship. Oh, God. How dull would that be? I've never heard anything worse. Looking for a nice cocktail bar in Covent Garden, says Raj. Christopher's. That's where we went a short while ago. Took some friends of mine there and Mr. M. Not looking to break the bank either. Has to do an old-fashioned. Oh, I think they'd do an old-fashioned for you. And when you say, the trouble is most cocktails in London are probably going to run you about anywhere between 8 and 12 quid, I would think. They do vary, but anything between 8 and 12 quid. But we like Christopher's. That's nice. You can sit there. Everybody else is... And they're really nice cocktails. We've been there for a few years now. Never had a free drink in my life. It's a shame. I like cocktails. I think they're very expensive, but I can generally do 4 in a session. Well, I say I can only do about 4. That's how much the bank will allow me to do. 10 to 7. By the way, I better mention it to you now, because you might be worrying about this. The London Palladium pantomime looks like it could be just right for punters seeking light relief. It opens on December the 7th, okay? It's Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Now, I don't ever remember that being a pantomime, but they've done it differently. Tickets went on partial general sale yesterday. Yesterday? Yes. No, sorry. Yes, partial general... It went on sale Wednesday and partial general sale the other day. On day 1, it took £1.5 million. Day 2, £500,000. This thing could sell out in about a week, I should imagine. The total it can take at the cash registers is £8.5 million. It's only a 5-week run, £8.5 million. It's got some big names, of course, Paul O'Grady, Julian Clary, Paul Zerdin, although apparently contracts... Oh, Matt Baker. I'm not too sure about Matt Baker. But he's dressed up as a clown, so perhaps you won't notice him. They've got problems completing contracts for the female leads, of which there could be a little plethora. But, I mean, tickets will go for... It's not cheap. It's not a cheap panto. It's a very expensive panto, but it's always good fun, and kids like it, but I think it's mainly geared to adults. Most pantomimes, I always think, nowadays are. And Will Guyett says, have a wonderful weekend, Steve, and wish Chris all the very best. All the very best. So he'll be very thrilled about that. He said, by the way, I've already deleted him. Is that what he said? He said, I've already deleted him. He's deleted your number. That's nice, isn't it? So, all the best from Will Guyett. And, but he doesn't have your number anymore. I think, actually, he took yours out first. Poor soul. Steve, pet insurance is a rip-off. No, you need it. You absolutely need it. I would recommend anybody. You can't... somebody wrote to me saying, our Jack Russell, Dennis, had a bad accident. Dennis the Jack Russell. Damaged his back. Could have cost $5,000. Luckily, it only trapped his nerves, so after 6 weeks, he could walk again. He's now 16 years old, but Kim says, I'd have paid the money to put him right. Cindy from Chingford says, Manzies in Walthamstow Market, pie and mash, pie full of meat, plus odd bits of gristle, but lovely. My family's been going there for 4 generations. And go get checked out for Parkinson's. We can't afford to lose you. You keep me going. Keep myself going, actually. For famous gobbledygook singing, listen to the Carl Jenkins Adiamos series. He uses the voice as a musical instrument with no actual words. Tom's choir would find that a challenge, a cappella. Adi amo se, adi amo se. They were all just made up, weren't they? All the words were made up on that one, I seem to remember. Back in the 80s, when I was 16, I worked every Saturday in a local clothes shop. And after a few weeks, I'd earned enough money to buy a white blouse with a leg of lamb sleeve, wore my pristine white blouse to dinner at my new boyfriend's house. They were a bit posher than my parents and served up spag bol. I'd only ever previously had Heinz spaghetti out of a can. I know, not good news, is it? Look at them, honestly. Steve, have you ever been invited to a vegan wedding and been given a meat option, says Frank? No, I've never been to a vegan wedding. Not even sure they exist, do they? I mean, you can have vegan options with inside. Try the biscuits. Is that nice, Courtney? Is that a nice biscuit? Did we give him a packet of biscuits? We got a packet of biscuits there. Yeah. We thought you'd like those ones. I don't know. They sound quite nice. I didn't know you ate biscuits. It's funny, actually, to watch him eating a biscuit, because I've never seen him eat a biscuit in his life. Can't have sausages for breakfast now, can you? It's not going to go with that at all. Bless him. He loves it. Steve, I've already got my Palladium Panto tickets. Front of stall, says Bridget. Well, you are quick off the mark. You are quick off the mark. Well done, you. Well done. Front page of the Express. 500,000 patients lose doctors in GP crisis. Theme park horror as boy of 6 falls 30 feet. And will the EU ever get it? Just look at the pitiful excuse they've come up with now. Barnier blames Brexit on the British nostalgia. The Mail, can you trust any man who brags they're a feminist? And they're talking about the surgeries closing, plus a chilling Bond plot revealed. I won't spoil it for you, I'll let you find out yourself. The half-term horror for the Mirror. At the theme park, surgery closures, they're talking about 519,000 patients need to move to new GP clinics. Basil, it's not my faulty. He said that he's not racist, he's being culturalist. Culturalist, apparently. I've never even heard the word, but there you go. Wooney's weddy to Wumble with Wassy, because this is Wayne Rooney. He wants to clobber Jonathan Ross in the boxing ring. He said to Eddie Hearn the other week, get me a fight with Jonathan Ross. I'd worry about other things first, love. You know, I wouldn't worry about fighting Jonathan Ross in the ring. He's only done as a sort of a wind-up, and it's worked brilliantly. Netflix and Disney face Northern Ireland abortion row. You can read that one on the front of the Telegraph today. And record number of GP surgeries closing. They don't make such a big deal about it, but everybody else seems to be, because a bit of a disaster. Also, Trump set to confront May over over a number of things, actually. And Caitlin Moran's Celebrity Watch, she's got a crush on the Royals. Who hasn't? I think we all have, haven't we? Plus, rescuers said there was little hope of finding survivors from a tourist boat after it collided with a cruise ship on the Danube. God, I would have thought that was one of the safest places ever. And the peer in The Guardian, who never spoke in the Lords, last year claimed 50,000 quid in expenses. I thought they were supposed to sort of do something for that. He hasn't said a word. No, you just have to turn up and you get the money. So it doesn't make any difference whether you speak. You don't get any extra if you speak. Oh, right, as long as you turn... Because he hasn't said anything. So all he's done, he's just turned up for his, whatever it is, 300-400 quid a day. And you just have to sit there. Oh, right, so you could take your own sandwiches in and just... Oh, right. And just sit there and you get paid the... Oh, right, you just invoice for your fee. You can get cheap food. Oh, that's right, it's all subsidised, isn't it? Wow. That's not a bad gig, is it, really? Especially if you get a flat that's quite local to there. I'd quite fancy... Lord Allen of Twickenham. Free sandwiches. I quite fancy the free sandwiches. I really fancy free sandwiches. Yes, we already have a Lord Allen. Of course we do, don't we? We have Charles. How fantastic. Well, no reason why we can't have two. I don't see any reason why we can't have two at all. But that's it for I nearly said this afternoon. I don't know why I said this afternoon. For this morning, actually. And it is really it for the producer, Chris, who basically is going, so see you. Anyway, moving on. No, he's suffered with me for 3 years, and he's finally had enough. He basically went to the management and begged. I mean, I could hear the sobbing from in here. You know, can you please get me another gig? Anything. I don't want to sit there with Steve Allen at this time of the morning. It's just not pleasant. And then they come in and they said, well, you know, how'd you get on with him? I said, well, he's all right. You know, he's okay. We've struggled through it. We've had our ups and our ups, and it's all worked very well. Now he moves on to an intelligent programme. Well, sorry, I do beg your pardon. He's going to Tom Swarbrick, and he'll be doing Tom Swarbrick's programme from next week. We, of course, will continue the joviality in the morning from 4, because that's what we do. But he's got a good head on his shoulders. He doesn't have to worry about the driving of the desk or answering the telephones, everything. It's a great bit of promotion, and unfortunately, the downside is we've ended up with Thomas. But Thomas has promised me that he'll do his best. He said to me, Arcala, I will do my best. Dib, dib, dib. And I said, well, that's a good idea. Let's see how we go. See how many years you survive on the programme. If Chris can do 3 years, you should be able to do a year at least. Unless you really upset me beyond belief. Which actually shouldn't be too difficult. So we wish good luck to Chris. Say thank you very much indeed. And we shall go and sit on the bus and probably sob, you know, as we do. A bit wussy for things like that. But no, you'll have a nice time. Something completely different. And he'll be able to go to bed at a normal time, which is something everybody craves. So wish you well with that. Thank you for everything. I can't work out where Donald Trump is staying. Is he staying at the Corinthian, which is down, I think, Northumberland Avenue, or is he staying in Regent's Park? Or perhaps it's the family who are in the Corinthian. £22,500 for the suite. How can you ever justify £22,500 for a room with a bed in it? I've never quite fathomed, but there must be loads of people with more money than sense, and they're more than happy to pay that kind of thing. Freddie Starr, remember he died a short while ago. They've not buried him yet. His final act is going to be on stage. They thought what they do is bring him on stage in his coffin, and acts will come and do their I mean, really, I've never heard of anything like it, which is very odd, isn't it? Very strange. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be an open coffin or what it's going to be, but they said, the likes of Jim Davidson will be performing on stage. And I thought, what, with sort of a dead body on the stage? A Freddie Starr, of all people. Hundreds of illegal child drivers have been banned from the roads. Yeah, even before they're allowed to drive, they're banned, but they were caught driving on the roads. Average age, 12, 13 years old, and there's about 30 of them who they've had to ban. Also, what was the other one as well? The final tonight of Britain's Got Talent. As I'm not watching, I've got no idea, but if it's a magician, they get my vote, so it's probably going to go to Ben Hart, I would have thought. Strictly, Chiefs want to replace Darcy Bustle with another woman, of course. We don't want Tony Beak on there. That would ruin it completely. That would be instant switch off, wouldn't it? And I've got the story of a pound of garlic, which has made the journey of a lifetime. I'll tell you about that. Elton John's brother says the film about him is not true. He said his father never worried about him being gay, and he said there's loads of inaccurate facts, but it is a film. We don't expect it to be 100%, do we? I don't think so. And anyway, and then this morning we're sitting in the office, and my old producer phones. When I say my old, he's not old. He's I should have called him my former producer, because on Friday, Chris finished working with me after 3 years, because he's moving on to produce Tom Swarbrick. And so I end up with the Scottish one, which actually I'm not complaining about at all, because he's very good. In the short space of time, he's picked it up, and I think he's going to be absolutely fine. But Chris is then moving on, so it means he can get his life back together. There's nothing like actually not having a life when you're doing something, but you're so precise about things. It's got to be right, and there's so many things that you've got to do. So you've got to make sure that's done. This has got to be done, and of course you have to produce not only 2 programmes, but for me it's 3 programmes, 3 different programmes. There's the Steve Allen Early Breakfast, there's the Best of Steve Allen, and there's In Conversation with Steve Allen. I talk about him as if he's not even here, but I mean, he's a very busy person. And so whoever takes on that, and Thomas is the one who has, I was going to say got the short straw, but he streets ahead of everybody else. But anyway, Chris phones, and it's about 3:15, and we looked at the 3:15, perhaps he's come back from a football match. And I thought, no, he supports Crystal Palace, so we don't think there was anything going. Perhaps he was watching the boxing. No. And then he phoned, and I looked at, and so I called him back. And it turns out, now, I don't know if because he left on Friday, at the beginning of the week, I didn't know what to buy him as a leaving present. And so I thought I'll buy him a bag, like a leather bag, like a satchel, so he can look important, put all his stuff in there, like a man bag, but it's got shoulder straps, all the way. And anyway, he loves it. So I bought him that. And I did say, listen, the receipt's in the bag, which I never like doing normally. I said, if you don't like it, you can take it back and change it for something else. But anyway, he likes it, so that's good news. And so he phoned up, and he told me on the Friday, he said, I've ordered you a rose. And I went, okay, a rose. Now, you know me, I love flowers and gardening and everything else. I've never ever grown a rose. But he's bought me a David Austin rose. Now, because we're very friendly in this business, seriously. I mean, people go away on holiday, there's tears, we're waving at the aircraft as it leaves with white hankies and having photos taken, all kind of thing. And he said, I bought you this rose, and I think it's called Remember Me, which is it's actually quite sweet, really, when you think about it. Anyway, I'm expecting like a little rose, like a bush in a pot kind of thing. No. He phones up and he says, I couldn't sleep, I'm in town. And I go, yeah. And he says, I've got your rose. And it's in the back of his car. And I said, do you want to drop it off at the studio? And then I'll take it back to my car. He said, I don't think you better lift it down the road. So I said, okay. He said, I'll come and pick you up, take you back to your car, put it in your car, and then I'll run you back to the studio. And I went, okay, that's fine. So he said, well, this thing it's like 6 foot tall. Seriously. I mean, it's come in a box. Luckily, I can get it in the back of my car at an angle. Got to get it out yet. But anyway, so it's gone in the car. I've only just realised as well that not only did I walk out this morning and leave the house keys inside, I've also left my sunglasses inside as well, so I've got to get home as quick as possible before the sun goes and strikes me down, because I can't... Am I going to get... I know how to get in without the keys. No, no, it's even simpler than that, actually. Yes, well, it is a way of opening the front door. I can actually open the front door without having a key. In fact, to be honest with you, I can open anybody's front door where I live without having a key. No, it's not a magician's trick at all. It's a piece of equipment that I've got which opens people's door. No, it's not even a spare key. No, I'm not going to tell you in the on the air bit, because otherwise people go, oh, that sounds quite interesting. I don't want to be accused of helping people break into other people's places. Oh, dear. Steve, will be trying to see Donald Trump tomorrow, says Martin. I don't think so, no. Can't think of any logical reason why I would. I mean, I know on Thursday he's down in France, isn't he? He's doing the D-Day things, I'm pretty certain. Steve says, Kate, I went through Twickers yesterday. The plethora of people spilling out of pubs completely smashed was incredible. Well, it was rugby. What do you think they are? The Sugar Plum Fairies all popped out. It was rugby. 82,000 people. What do you mean the plethora of people spilling out of pubs? How do you cope on match days? Perfectly fine. They don't all arrive at the same time. There's 82,000 of them, and they turn up at various times. But that's what it's like when it's rugby. We've had that for ages. Season doesn't last very long, don't worry. Shane says Sydney's on water restriction. First time in 10 years. The dams are getting low. Wow, that's a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? That's like them running out of water in Vegas. It just wouldn't happen. You see them, it's the middle of the desert and everything is green and luxurious. Whereas over here, it's all parched and sad. And over there, they've got the water sprinklers going on 24 hours a day. They've got golf courses to water and everything. They've got lots of water. I don't think they've ever sort of run out of the blooming stuff. Lovely one here. Poor Lonely Annie, still down in France. But that's okay. Ron says, just go and buy another pair of sunglasses. What, 7 o'clock in the morning? Where would you advise? McDonald's? Oh, blimey, honestly. Private rent. Oh, we did a private renter story the other day, didn't we, actually? You're right about barbecue, says Jill. Food that's both undercooked and burnt, produced 10 feet from a fully functioning kitchen. Horrible. I know. I do not understand what this British preoccupation is with sitting outside. I mean, only the Australians, and you know how mad they are, they're the ones who sit outside and have barbies. We don't. We don't normally have the weather for it, but even so, if people want to have a barbecue, it's great. But frankly, you have to queue up with your roll, which is cut in half, and then you put the burger on, and then you put some coleslaw on, and then you have a squirt of barbecue sauce, and then you sit down and try and pretend you're enjoying it. Not me. Not me. I can't bear it. Cannot bear it. Also, remember the young man who committed suicide allegedly after he was exposed as a cheat and a liar on the Jeremy Kyle show? Well, he's got no money and practically no family. Well, not that he's talking to anyway, so he's going to end up with a pauper's funeral. And I can't even tell you what I think a pauper's funeral is. I don't think there'll be any music, any readings or anything like that. It'll just be with a very small handful of people, and it'll be the basic funeral. The council pay for you as a pauper's funeral. I thought you would have had somebody who'd have paid, but, you know, people are like, they go, oh, once they're dead, we're not going to pay for them at all. Talking of that, I was watching Piers Morgan yesterday, and I don't think I've ever seen a complete Piers Morgan programme. And it's very interesting because he was talking to Michael Parkinson, Sir Michael Parkinson, about his career and how he started, which is everything I knew about. But the one thing that I wasn't prepared for is Michael Parkinson breaking down. And so he asked him, Piers did, about his father, and his father died. I don't know when it was, must have been a little while ago. And it obviously, it affected him deeply because he cracked up. And then he went very quiet, and I thought, oh, and then he went. He went completely. And it's very interesting because that's always the sign, I think, of a good interview, when you can get something out of somebody, that they forget where they are. They forget they're in a room with a couple of hundred people who are sort of hanging on every word. And you could have heard a pin drop as he was trying to get out the words of how he felt about his father and all the things that he said to him before he died. And I thought that was very touching. In fact, out of the whole interview, I thought that was the best bit. But there again, I would like something. I've had people before do that. I've had people before who get choked up about. I've done it myself. I'm as guilty as the next person. You can't help it. It's when your guard is down and you just sort of remember things. And he obviously remembered his father and misses him greatly. But the other thing that I thought was very interesting is that Mary, his wife, didn't want to appear on that show. Normally they cut to them in the audience and they have a little chat and things like that. But Mary opts out, even though she did television years ago. And they live down... Where do they live? I think they're down Bray. I think they live down there. I think they're near Vince Hill. Lovely Vince. And a few other people. It's sort of a nice little enclave. The father of... Talking of Piers Morgan's life stories, you know that Michael Barrymore's going to be on there. He's been invited to go on. Well, Stuart Lubbock's father, Stuart was the man who died in Michael Barrymore's swimming pool. And we don't know. He was questioned, never charged with anything. The police have no intention of charging him with anything at all. Unfortunately, Stuart Lubbock's father is not letting this rest. He says that he's furious to hear that Barrymore's going to talk about his son's death. But what else are you going to talk about? That was the thing that effectively halted his career. And so he's going to talk about it, whether or not Stuart Lubbock's father likes it or not. He says he's still got questions to answer. I'm thinking he hasn't. He doesn't know what happened on that night to Stuart Lubbock. Stuart Lubbock was found in the swimming pool. He was dead. He'd taken drugs, I believe, and that's all I know. And I don't think Mr. Barrymore knows any differently, but Stuart Lubbock's dad is absolutely livid about the whole thing. Public health funerals are described as no frills. Very simple. The council chooses a funeral director who organises a low-cost funeral at a time of their choosing. And they say a burial and a graveside service can be arranged if it's known the person who's died would have preferred it for personal or religious reasons. So there aren't usually any flowers, cards for the family or death notices. Depending on the funeral director, you may not be able to visit the person who's died during their time at the funeral home. And so that's it. It's a pared down funeral. It's a funeral that is just quite simple, the dust to dust, the ashes to ashes, and that's it. But there's no music or anything like that. There won't be a plethora of cars. The council don't fork out for that. If you want cars, you can pay for them yourself. A little bit worrying, isn't it, really, I suppose? But that's what a pauper's funeral is. But I suppose if you're one of those sort of people who doesn't really care about, what happens to you after you've died, well, then you can have a pauper's funeral. Told you the other day I worked with somebody, and she said after her father died, I couldn't care less what happens to him. She said they put him out with the rubbish. I went, oh dear. It's April showers may bring flowers, says Brenda. Oh, right, okay. But, didn't really make any difference. Today, apparently it was, what did they say? It was 80 degrees yesterday. Well, it didn't matter to me because I'd been out in the morning. I'd done all the shopping, got the car washed, did all the usual paraphernalia that goes along with it. Went and had a little truck round, bought a few little bits and pieces. So I was back in by about 12:30, 1 o'clock. And with the curtains drawn, it was nice and quiet. So I didn't have to suffer at all with the heat. I did go out once to pick up some dry cleaning and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, oh, we don't like this. We don't like this at all. Terrible. Steve, barbecues stink. Close all the doors and the windows. Yuck. And Vold says, beautiful gift from Chris. I know. I said to him, it isn't tit for tat. I don't buy you a gift. This is my former producer who's climbing ever bigger mountains. I'm a little hillock and a little mountain. He's climbing up to the next one, which I think he'd be fantastic at. And Tom's, in fact, it's almost a bit too perfect. I don't like to rock the boat by going, oh, this is really too easy, because it's just fallen into place. Thomas is very organised, far more organised than I could ever be. He has to be, because he has to remind me of everything. And then the other day, I was sitting at home thinking, this is very good. We got the VAT paid, and that. Oh, I forgot to do the invoice. So, and this month's a short month. It's only 20 days, which is very disappointing. I like a 23-day month. Get more money. 20 days, you don't get as many. But there are 5 weekends, which is good. Steve, listening to you in sunny Shanghai, says John. Oh, John Maloney's in. What the goodness knows you doing in Shanghai? Good heavens, you're not eating, are you? I bet you're eating. Sunny Shanghai for the lovely John Maloney. God, we go back more years than even I care to remember. Do you know, I was watching a thing the other day, and it was... Oh, what was it? It was Jane McDonald cruising, and she was going on one of the... What? It was a long ship, like these Viking longboat kind of thing. It didn't look like a Viking longboat. It just looked like a big wide boat, but it was flat. What is the matter with you today? I can't be more specific because they describe it as a Viking longboat, but your idea and my idea of a Viking longboat is nothing about this. But anyway, she's doing the history tour, and she ends up in somewhere like Louisiana, and she meets, they've got all these lovely plantation houses and things like that. I mean, they're really stunning houses from the 1800s. And she goes to one woman's house, and this woman, it was my house. Everything was bling. What? What's she come in for? What's she moaning about? She's been moaning about something. Really? Worry about that. When people come in and go, oh, bye, see you start thinking, what do you want? Generally speaking, it's, oh, you couldn't see away lending me 20 quid or something. You never know with her. You know what she's like. Bye. But anyway, so she goes into this house. This woman opens her house to the public, and it's full of treasures. Gold, bling. It was my sort of house. And the only reason I mention it is because loads of you must have watched it because Jane's very popular. And I thought it was brilliant. And John being in Shanghai, I've never been to Shanghai. I'd love to go. But I don't know if the Vikings made it to Louisiana. The trouble is, it's not a Viking, it's a big flat boat. And it looks like a paddle steamer on the Mississippi. You know one of those ones with a big wheel at the back? We have one on the Thames near me, but it's a fake wheel. It doesn't actually power the boat, I don't think. But it's very pretty to watch. Should we take a break? Obviously having one of those shouting moments. What was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you something. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice being a Sunday morning. As I say, Von says, lovely gift from Chris. I know. Seriously. I mean, you could have knocked me down, actually. Isaac says, are you looking forward to Love Island? Not particularly. You've seen one of them. I mean, the trouble is, again, the one thing that they haven't ever mentioned is the fact they're all desperately sad and tragic. They're people who go, oh, I've got to go on television so I can find somebody to go out with. It's got nothing to do with that at all. They're all lying. They're going on it because they want to be famous. Guess who's going on the dating programme? Katie Price and her dreary boyfriend. Apparently they're going to be going for counselling on there. I thought, you really must be scraping the barrel on that programme, honestly. That's why nobody's watching it. It's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Another one here, very quickly. Somebody says they displayed a light bulb with 40 LED string lights inside it on QVC. You'll go crazy for it. You see, people know what I'm like. You know what I'm like. How long does a plant live, says Ted? Well, it depends if it's a perennial or an annual. It really depends. I mean, I've got geraniums going back 5 years. If it was in the garden, I don't know. I can't. It's in a cardboard box. It's huge. It's like 6 foot tall, nearly as big as me. I don't know what it's got on it. I haven't opened it yet. I've got to take it out. Till I take it out, I've got no idea. It could be a triffid. I might get back to find the car has been hijacked. Steve, have you tried the new Nescafe Nitrogen coffee from Waterloo Station? I think not. No, not my sort of thing at all. I don't buy into these fads. And, Steve, I went to a pauper's funeral last year. The guy we'd known as a tight Scotsman never spent a bean, ever. After they cleared his council pad, weeks later they found 55 grand in cash in boxes under his bed. Ooh, well, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Matt Stadland's got home very quickly this morning. He's obviously changed the photo on his Twitter thing, hasn't he? It's obviously a much younger person has been photoshopped on there. Certainly not the old craggy person I know. It's a completely different picture, isn't it? I'm looking at it. I'm sort of thinking that's his... I wonder what he'd look like without the beard. I wonder if he's ever sort of shaved the beard. Well, obviously when he was a child he didn't have a beard, did he? But I wonder what he looks like. Will Guyett says a year ago, he said, I would have been going to bed on a Sunday. Not anymore, because he's got a little un. I love people's pictures of kids. They're just so cute. It almost makes you look at them and get quite broody. You know, I can understand people saying, oh, don't they look so cute? And when they smile, and sometimes they just, we know it's wind, but when they actually smile, you think, oh, they're so cute. So cute. And then I think, no, I'd have one and then I'd have to give it back at the end of the day. That would make it easier, wouldn't it? You sort of go, it's lovely, thank you very much indeed, but I couldn't be doing with changing nappies and things like that. That definitely would not be my kind of thing at all. But such a cutie, Will. Really sweet. They look so lovely, don't they? And they have such nice clothes. Have you seen all these lovely little shops out there now with clothes for little people? Little tiny outfits, little Levi's and little Wellington boots and little great. I think they're fab, honestly. I'm sure when I was younger we didn't have anything like that. In fact, I'm pretty certain we didn't really. John says, working on a fantastic cruise ship, but the app gives me a little bit of home, no eating. Went veggie and lost 3 stone. Oh my God. Went veggie and lost 3 stone. Wow. So he's on a cruise ship. John Maloney. That's hard work, actually. I don't care what anybody says. A friend of mine wrote a book about working a cruise ship, but he's a magician. And I don't know what it's like for comedians. Because comedians can work, basically you just give them a microphone and off they go. And John Maloney's one of the best. So there he is, Shanghai. Lucky soul, honestly. Very jealous. Very jealous. Johnny says, for your information, Donald Trump is staying with me at my Shooters Hill orange and pineapple plantation. Not that it's anybody's business. I bought some ice lollies the other day from Iceland. 16 for £2. I mean, seriously, 16 for £2. And it was really good value. So we all had one in Paul Cooper's shop, except Paul, who doesn't, seriously, you'd have to hold him down and force an ice lolly down his throat. And then I was then stuck with about 10 of these things left. So every time a little child came in, and I felt a bit awful about it, I went, would you like a lolly? See the parents going, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's my child. And I said, would you like a lolly? And, and so all the mums were really pleased because it keeps them quiet. And these were long lollies with all different colours on. All different. I was like, 16 for £2. I mean, that's so cheap, isn't it? So cheap. And it was really lovely. And so I gave away about 5 lollies to children, and their parents went out with big smiles on their faces. And I thought, that's my good deed of the day. That is my good deed of the day. Steve, the boat name you were looking for is a paddle steamer. Thank you. So, yeah, clever clogs. Nothing worse than a right know-all, is there? And then I ordered 3 little alarm clocks the other day because my other ones were sort of seeing the end of their life out. And so I bought 3 little ones. 2 came from this country. The third, I thought, oh, somebody's had it away. I'd only ordered it from China, hadn't I? In the middle of China, in the middle of nowhere, probably paddy fields and everything else, or a small industrial estate, they're turning out these little clocks for about £3 each. And that's including the postage. And they wrap it up, put it in a box, put it in a jiffy bag and send it off. I mean, how cool is that? Because it arrived and I went, wonder what the dickens that is. I said, the other day I've ordered a wok. Now, I don't think that's coming from China. And I only use it on the electric anyway. So, with the alarm clock, the alarm's good. It's one of those beep, 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 beep. Oh, you get a tune, do you? Oh, right. Are you a heavy sleeper or a light sleeper? You don't like to be awoken. Once you're asleep, it's a case of leave him. He's dead. And you just, really, nothing too hard. See, I normally wake up before the alarms go off. I don't know whether it's an inbuilt thing in your brain. And somebody says, oh, because it's like Chris was up early this morning. He said he woke up and then he slept for 12 hours. And I said, you must have needed to sleep for 12 hours if you slept for 12 hours, which is very good. Anyway, he's delighted to have got rid of the rose. He said they just rang the doorbell and ran away and left it. 4:30 is... no, it's not. It's 5:30. God, I keep thinking I'm on during the weekend. Company, welcome to Sunday morning. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Susan Boyle returns to Britain's Got Talent tonight. I think this has been pre-recorded. I think mainly for her own safety. And so you'll be watching something that's just dropped in. I thought that because I'm sure I mentioned it to you weeks and weeks ago and she hasn't done 2 appearances. Plus, devastated teammates leading the tribute to, is it Jose or Jose Antonio Reyes. I mean, that was, mind you, I had to look at the picture of the car. Good God, I mean, it's completely written off. I mean, I don't know whether he was going very fast. I don't think about that. That was some accident. Also, locum doctors offered 3 times the pay of regular GPs, and an average GP, I think, makes about 80,000 a year. About 80,000. Harry Redknapp has finally found happiness, he says, on I'm a Celebrity. And Colin Farrell once was so hungover, it took 56 takes to nail just 1 line. Producer thought that was hilarious. Okay, try again. How are you? No. How are you? Okay. How are you? No. How many drinks have you had? How are you? It could go forever, couldn't it? 56 takes, he says. 56 takes. You can imagine the director must have been ripping his hair out by the end of time. Rip-off funeral firms face fines. Yes. Bit difficult. You don't like to argue about how much they charge, do you, really? I mean, you feel a bit mean. And also, Royal Knockdown, as Sarah Ferguson's costumes are sold off. When they did It's a Royal Knockout, they've got some of Diana's as well. They go for a lot more than Sarah Ferguson's, basically, because nobody's interested in Sarah Ferguson. And if you want to be friends with people, why don't you say to them, listen, come round, we do lunch. Apparently that's the way forward nowadays. So it's not a barbecue. You've got to have somebody who comes round to do lunch. The cocaine shame of sailors on a submarine that carries nuclear missiles. And in an idyllic English village, the last great secret of D-Day. I'll tell you where it is a little bit later on. Theresa May is going to mark D-Day with a letter from a fallen hero. There was a book that came out some years ago, and it was really wonderful. It was letters written to folks back here from the boys at war in the trenches who didn't come back. So we have one as well in our family, and it was one of my cousins who was on a ship, and they have to be very careful. So we had a letter from him saying, "Hi, Mum and Dad, looking forward to coming back and seeing everybody, blah, blah, blah." And then he said, "I can't tell you exactly where we are. We're in the middle of the ocean. We're fighting, and it's all good," and all the rest of it. And then by the following post was the letter saying he'd been killed, missing in action. And so we had the two of them, which we photocopied and sent out to everybody. And that was what people were doing years and years ago. So what Theresa May has got is a letter from a fallen hero who didn't come home, as indeed many didn't. Steve, how did your new DVD player go? Got any new movies? I haven't actually. I've got a load of movies I haven't seen. But I don't have any problem with that. But the new DVD player's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Which was it was a sort of cheapo one, really. Steve, Eddie Mayer was off on Friday with a tickly cough, and his understudy forgot to play the Steve Allen soundbite of the night. Will he be reprimanded? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's part of the programming. I don't know. It just means that Eddie will run it when he gets back, I should imagine. Every day there is a Steve Allen soundbite on the programme, and it lasts for anything about 5 to 10 seconds. It can be all sorts of little things. It goes just before the news at 5. Was Ian Payne presenting? Oh, right. So so it's interesting. Eddie Mayer had a tickly cough. I've had the tickly cough as well. You know, it's where you start talking and all of a sudden you go, you can't help it. You choke. Of course, he's in a more fortunate position, being able to take the day off. I, of course, just soldier on. And walking. This is what John Maloney said. Jeff keeps the poundage off too. It'll be great to catch up soon. My mum still asks after you. Oh, his lovely mum. We used to laugh, didn't we, about that? Good Lord. So well done. Well done for keeping the poundage off. I'm very, very impressed. Very, very impressed. I wish I had the willpower. Ron says Trump is telling us not to pay the EU $39 billion unless we get a trade deal. Could be onto something here. And Steve, I'm off to the Gunnersbury Park London Dog Show today. The Gunnersbury Park. The house in there was owned by one of the posh banking families, wasn't it? I think Gunnersbury House. No, not the Gunnersbury. No, it's the Rothschilds, I think. I'm pretty certain the Rothschilds owned the house. They were very rich. And, of course, it was quite a little estate going on there. It's got a pond with boats on it and stuff like that. Sort of things you want in a park. So here it is. So this is the Dog Vine. Oh, look at that. They've got snow as well. How lovely. How pretty and how unusual. So Sunday, the 2nd of June, 11 till 5, fun dog show at Gunnersbury Park. Book your free tickets now. Register your four-legged best friend, who will be crowned Mr. or Miss Gunnersbury. Apply for a pitch to sell to dogs or humans. Oh, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? That sounds very sweet. They have got a website, westlondondogfamily.co.uk/dog show. But that house, I'm sure, was owned by the Rothschilds. So if you put in Gunnersbury, I think it's called Gunnersbury Mansion or something like that. But I'm sure it's the Rothschilds. I'm pretty certain. I'm very rarely wrong on these. If I am, I shall have to eat humble pie. And you know me, I don't ever want to eat humble pie. I'm not very good at eating humble pie at all. But it's a lovely house, and loads of people say it's in Ealing. So you go up the road, come off the big roundabout at Chiswick, as if you're heading up to the North Circular, and it's on the first set of traffic lights on the left-hand side, just past the cemetery. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. There you go. The name Gunnersbury, blah, blah, blah. Owned by Sir John Maynard, blah, blah, blah. The house was John Hobart. House, there we are. Oh, dear. 19th century. I'm sure. The Rothschild... Thank God for that. I thought their name would never appear. Nathan Mayer Rothschild purchased the large mansion just before he dropped dead. And the Rothschilds extended Gunnersbury further, acquiring most of the old Brentford common field. And God knows it was very common. But it was Leopold de Rothschild, Leopold's wife Maria, and son Lionel, who sold the 200-acre estate, which was entirely contained within Brentford Urban Council, to the adjacent Ealing Borough Council and Acton Borough Council for 130,000 quid. Wow. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? But I knew they'd been involved with it at some time. Never lets me down the brain, except at the right moment when you sort of go, so what have you done? No, I haven't done that at all. You know me, I left it for ages and ages. Have you seen the movie The Prestige? It's about magicians, isn't it? With Michael Caine. Yes, there's so many magicians on there. There really are. Lovely. There you go. It's a lovely house, isn't it, really? You imagine if you had a house like that in London and you were looking out over your own countryside. That would be nice. I often think it must be like that if you lived in Buckingham Palace. You know, you sort of look out and go, we've got the biggest private garden of any house in London. And we've got a lake, and there's also a small forest. And the good news is this Gunnersbury Park Fun Dog Show is free admission with your pre-booked free ticket, printed or shown on phone. OK? They say, be warned, if you don't like having fun, this dog show is not for you. They have warned you. If you go there, all mizzy, so you'll be barking mad if you miss it, they've said. Yeah, if you've got no ticket, come on anyway. Don't stay at home, come along to our show. There you go. Go on, go to their... I'm sending you. Go to their show. And they've got lots of 15 fun doggy classes on the day from 10:30. Don't stay at home, you'd be barking mad to miss it. Non-ticket entry is available on the day up to capacity. Go on, go. You know you want to. Gives you something to do today, and the weather's going to be nice. So if you're a doggy lover, you don't have to be, you could be a pussycat lover. Doesn't make any difference. There'll be all sorts of things, and probably lots of things to buy, and doggy stuff. Have you seen the Jason Donovan advert on the television? And Jason does a thing about especially for you, and the dog looks up at him as if to go, oh, naff off. It's just so good, and then gets off the settee. It's so funny. This is after Jason was, well, not actually, the advert wasn't after Jason, but some woman sort of fell over or something while she was running, and she looked up and there was Jason Donovan. Oh, there's also natural dog healing. Healing hands for ailing dogs. So if your dog's on its last legs, they've got somebody who can sort of help it on its way, I suppose. I don't know how that works. Natural dog healing. They've got a picture of a dog with its eyes closed. It's probably asleep. They've just sort of lifted the head up. OK, lift the head up and back in the room. The dog goes, oh, God, here we go again. That's where I have to act. I love it. It sounds good. There you go. That's our first free item for today. And they've got kids' stuff there as well. So that's nice, isn't it? They've got water balls. Stop it. Balloon modelling, always very popular. Face painting. And they've got a bungee trampoline. Wow. Not for adults, it's only for little people. And then they've got food, a selection of food. Knuckle bones and marrowbone jelly and stuff like that. Stalls. And they've also got drink. Teetotal or something stronger. We've got... Sounds too good, doesn't it, really, this place? They'd all be listening going, I can't believe we got this much publicity out of Steve Allen's show. How is this possible? Well, if you send nice press releases in and tell us about it, then I'm more than happy, especially if it's free. Oh, by the way, you know that I do have a show coming up at the Magic Circle, and it's called Steve Allen's Summer Sorcery at the Magic Circle. It's on the 2nd of August, Tickets have just gone on sale. They're between £10 and £50. It's all for charity. And at this precise moment in time, I can't tell you the lineup, but I'm hoping, beyond hope, that we've secured the services of Paul Zerdin, the one who won America's Got Talent. Okay, he's been on my show once before. It's about the only chance you're going to get to see him unless you go to the pantomime this year at the London Palladium. So this is happening at the Magic Circle. So if you go to the Magic Circle's website, you will find it. You will find it. Yeah. No. It's a theatre and everything in the building. They've got Just Magic. Yes, private club, and we let girlies in. Huh. How equality are we? We're very much on trend. We let it in. We're not fussy. We let people in as long as they like magic. Oh yes, you go in. There's a downstairs club room with a bar, always very important. Downstairs there's a museum and a library, and then on the first floor there's the David Devant room, and that's where you get to see close up. And then in the theatre, which is up another floor, it's a nice 160-seat theatre. So there it is. So if you go to the Magic Circle website, you can find out about that one. I think it's a Friday night. I'll be hosting it, but we get Paul Zerdin, and I'm pretty certain we will have. You'll absolutely love it. Really super. What else we got? Regarding doing lunch, do you think it works if you ask them to stop at Domino's on the way there and buy a pizza? Do you think they'd still want to be your friend, says Anthony? And listen, I wouldn't complain if somebody turned up with pizza. I really wouldn't. I'm an OAP and a royalist. I'd make Nigel our president, says Kevin, who's in Rochdale. It's the biggest aspidistra in the world. Where Gracie Fields came from, wasn't it? Rochdale? Hope so. I enjoyed your recent interview with Trevor Eve. I remember on a visit to Brent Cross, Steve, shopping centre, they were filming a sequence of Shoestring. When I saw the programme a few months later, the scene only lasted a few minutes. It spent quite a while filming it. Any chance of Debbie Flint, says Jeff, or Claire Sutton? We don't do QVC presenters, I'm afraid. That would be a bit pointless. Presenter talking to other presenters. No, you can only do celebrities. How did you cope, says Colin, before LED Christmas lights were invented? Just bought Christmas lights with bulbs in, perfectly normal, I think. It just means it's easier with the other ones. Lovely. Barry and Rotherham. Did you get that one? I thought you might have done. Poor old Barry and Rotherham. You can just tell, can't you? I bet he's standing there on his linoleum floor with a mop in one hand. One of those sort of things. Also, David Lammy was on yesterday, wasn't he? David Lammy was on. I was listening. I didn't know it was David Lammy to start with. Sounded very good yesterday. I was having a listen. I loved it when you get people who argue. You get a few people obviously come on. They obviously think they're really up to it, but of course they're not. This one was nowhere near the mark. He was miles off it. I heard some very rude person on with poor old Matt earlier on. I'm not surprised he goes home in tears sometimes. Dreadful. Honestly. Stop bullying him. Celebrating in the Spanish capital. A lot of people are getting very annoyed. Some bimbo decides to run onto the pitch and completely ruin it for everybody. Apparently she's some globe-trotting model and actress. I would doubt actress actually comes into it, but there you go. Her name is Kinsey Wolanski. She's appeared in a string of lads' mags, and she went on to it. You think you're being clever, do you? You buffoon, honestly. Nothing worse is the talentless bimbo. So annoying. And so here they all were. They turned up to the Soap Awards. And lots of people were... I haven't heard of half of these people. That's a worrying thing. But they all put proper little dresses on, and some of them look good. So they've got Jungle Glam, Sayed Khan and Malik Thompson Dwyer, never heard of them, don't know. Sarah Jane Dunn of Hollyoaks, Corrie's Tina O'Brien. Special award went to Sue Nichols, Dale star Lucy Pargeter, and then for some reason, looking like a toilet roll holder, Talia Storm. I don't know what you were doing there, love. It's got nothing to do with you. Were you on a freebie ticket or something? Or was this a bet to wear the most stupid-looking dress you could possibly find? But best comedy performance went to Sarah Moyle for Doctors. Best newcomer, Adam Woodward, again. Scene of the year is Gail's monologue in Corrie. Best female dramatic performance, EastEnders, Gillian Wright. And villain of the year, Nathan Sussex, Hollyoaks, Buster Smith. So there you go. That was it. I mean, does it really matter, actually? They're all sort of winning, aren't they? I think they're all winning. Most of these stories are very good, actually. Very, very enjoyable. A greyhound trainer has been banned for doping his dogs with Viagra and birth control pills. Apparently 10 of his greyhounds were routinely handed banned substances, including a sedative meant for pigs. Anyway, this particular man said his ban was a disgusting decision. I walked out of the hearing. I understand being fined. To be fined that amount and banned, it's a shambles. There's a picture of him. He looks slightly odd to start with. And he was fined £5,000. He looks like he's probably got loads of money, actually. There's nothing worse as I don't kind of get greyhound racing. I'm sure it's really lovely and I'm sure it's really wonderful, but it just doesn't do it. And I'll tell you what I really got upset about today, and I wouldn't normally do it. It doesn't normally affect me. And I was on YouTube, and what was I looking at? Oh yeah, Disney Parade and all that kind of stuff, which was all very lovely, all very nice. And then they showed you the killer whales performing in these, can only be described as a little pool the size of a bath. These are killer whales who roam oceans, the orcas. But of course, orca sounds much nicer, doesn't it, than killer whales. We know that they kill things, trainers mainly. And you look at these things, and they're in these pools, and I kept thinking, there's people... And then there's one in Dubai as well, only with dolphins. And I suddenly realised I don't think I want to see killer whales in a pool that's not very big, or dolphins in Dubai. I think we should close these places down. And I've never thought that before this morning. But I've decided I don't want to see these sort of things anymore. Definitely not. The D-Day sacrifices. This is marked by Royal Mail, 75 years on. And there's some nice pictures, actually. Some very nice pictures. And the Jeremy Kyle show, as you know, that suicide victim Steve Diamond will be buried at a pauper's funeral arranged by the local council. You would have thought somebody in his family would have actually come up with a little bit of money, I don't know, a couple of £1,000, that's what it needs. But Steve's ex-fiancée, Jane, told how an environmental health officer was arranging the burial as nobody else came forward. Well, I mean, hasn't she got any money? Can't she sort of pay for it? Obviously not. And surprising, the Spice Girls, and all very lovely, but two gay boys decided to sort of pop the question with each other, and one sort of got down on his knees in front of the other one and sort of say, you know, will you marry me? So that's Lee and Dwayne, and then they get a picture with the Spice Girls. There's something camp about the Spice Girls, isn't there? What is it that gay men flock to them? It's all very odd, very strange. I can't work out about it at all. And what have we got? Rod Stewart buys all his clothes in the high street. He's 74 now. Do you think I'm sexy? Well, I suppose you could be considered sexy. Caroline Flack has revealed she was once arrested for a moment of motorway madness. And new contestant Anna Vakili received death threats when she dated a footballer, apparently. That's what she says. These are people who are in Love Island. One of them's hoping for a rocky romance. This is reality star wannabe, desperado here, Amber Gill. Hopes her crystals will help her find a man. You must be the saddest person going. Not half as sad as the one whose grandparents paid for her boob job and her mother was banged up overnight for being a nasty little piece of work. Really horrible people, really horrible. And they're just desperate. They're just desperate. And that's the best you can say about them. Plus. Pollution is killing kids. They've got a business here, and she says fumes from the road, this is one woman here, Pam, killed her asthmatic girl. She said it needs to be changed. See, my car doesn't push out any fumes at all. I'm a very good boy. I know there are other cars that do push them all out, but at the moment I don't. Have you ever heard of this guy? Okay, every week they do a piece in the Sunday Mirror, which is My TV. This is somebody called Andy West. I've never heard of him either. Never heard of him. He's billed as ex-Big Brother housemate and Jeremy Vine show regular. I've never even heard of him. Not a clue in a million years. Even looking at a picture of this sad person, I'm still none the wiser. I am none the wiser. Top childhood show, Maid Marian and Her Merry Men. Most embarrassing TV moment, having a panic attack reading the TV news and the entire series of Big Brother 16. I've no idea who he is. None. But he's a regular on the Jeremy Vine show, and he's an ex-Big Brother housemate. Obviously not going very well, is it? I've never even heard of him. Why? He's just... he's working with a charity. That's why they've managed to get that bit of publicity for him. It's what people do now. They seem to align themselves with sort of charities. They go, oh, he's doing charity work. What have we got here? Let's have a quick look. Champions League winners 2019. And it's a picture of some people. I've no idea who they are. I'm assuming footballers. I always get confused by things like that. You know, you can show me loads of pictures of footballers and I'm none the wiser. So here we go. They've managed to get a whole page in the Daily Star about the winners Hollyoaks did very well. The Tony Warren Award. They've got all sorts of other people here. Best Young Actor, EastEnders Cara Fernandez, Bailey Baker. Best Male Dramatic Performance, Adam Woodward, who plays somebody called Brody. Where do they get these names from? I've got no idea. And who's this? Phil Neville says the England men's football team were not that good, but the women's side could win the World Cup. Wow. Also, the rumour, BBC weather girl Carol Kirkwood is quitting to flog diet pills. Is it true? Images of Carol appear to be advertising slimming aids shared online. The verdict is not true. Not true. Oh, same picture of little Amber Gill taking crystals into the villa. Saddo. Anna Valika says she's proud to be the show's first ever curvy girl. I mean, nobody gives a stuff, dear. They really don't. Nobody. Seriously, we couldn't care less. And Tommy Fury slipped his way into Hollyoaks hottie Chelsea Healy's DM. Well, she's not exactly the most difficult person to put. Chelsea Healy? That's got Desperado stamped all over her. God in heaven. She turned up the other day at the Soap Awards. Why? I've got no idea. Never nominated. Poor soul. And Tony Beck. We don't think... Tony Beck... I don't think he's going to be getting the free stool, which is vacated by Darcy Bussell on Strictly. They need another woman. Don't want another camp bloke on there, thank you very much indeed. There's more than enough of those. Let's, get somebody decent on there. Put a woman on, for goodness sake. Monty Python have been forced to split for good. Terry Gilliam, Michael Palin, Eric Idle and John Cleese made the decision after Terry Jones was diagnosed with dementia. His condition is now so serious that he can't talk. And Terry Gilliam said there's no chance of us doing a reunion. There's only 4 of us left that really function now, and that's not Python, so there's no point. Nice, isn't it? Peter Sutcliffe's eyesight is so bad he needs special gear to write letters to his warped fans. Sooner you go blind, mate, the better. Couldn't care less about you. Couldn't care less what happens to you. I really couldn't. But it's in stark deterioration. He's been attacked, actually, before. He's 73 today. He now writes in block capitals. Who in God's name would want to write to Peter Sutcliffe? What sort of sick people are there in this country? Elton plans to open a shop if Pop flopped. Luckily, it didn't flop for him. It actually turned out to be actually very good. Very, very good. And apparently, here's something to liven up your day. Hollywood icon Jane Fonda believes that older women are enjoying their sexuality more than ever. She's 81. And she's more than happy to talk about sex, love and lust in her TV series Grace and Frankie and Movie Book Club. Good Lord, honestly, I can't even begin to think about things like that. Anyway, coming up very shortly, the news at 6 o'clock. The coffee chain blasted over the sugar and fat-filled menu. Susan Boyle returns to Britain's Got Talent tonight. It's a pre-recorded piece. Will it be that good? I don't know. Will she be singing live? Will it be Memorex? Will it be sort of enhanced, as they say? The newly elected deputy mayor exposed as an internet dating con man. The pauper's funeral for the Kyle suicide victim. Hundreds of illegal child drivers banned from the roads. And Harry Redknapp says he's found happiness on I'm a Celebrity. And it's turned his life around. He's got a book out and he's probably heading to LBC, I should imagine. Everybody, nice to be company. Welcome to Sunday morning, 2nd of June. Steve, look at Prop Dog. Oh, I've been to Prop Dog many times. Many, many times. That's where you go if you want to get some top magic. Top magic. Speaking of presenters, says Alan in Fife, interviewing presenters. Did you see Piers Morgan? Yes, we've already spoken about it. And, we've heard the Cheryl... Have you heard the Cheryl Cole single? It's very disappointing. In fact, to be honest with you, if I didn't tell you who it was, it could be just about anybody. It's something called Let You. I mean, she thinks this is going to get herself back in the charts. Now, it's either so multi-tracked that you can't tell who's singing and who's Memorex. You know, we can see Page 3 girls every day of the week. So that's Cheryl's new single. The trouble is, unless she gets coverage on the television, it'll sink without trace. The only reason that fight, because that's Newcastle, fight for your what's it. Only reason it got there is because she got television exposure. I think on the X Factor, well, without that exposure, you don't go anywhere at all. She's a bit like Victoria Beckham. Only releasing music to justify the existence. And you know how bad Victoria Beckham's was. I mean, there's no point at all. So it sort of justifies other projects. You go, oh, what do you do, Cheryl? She go, I'm a singer. You go, when was that, love? You just say, well, we're all singers. I sing, the producer, everybody sings. We all do a little bit, you know, don't we? See, we all sing. It just means that some of us are actually quite realists and decide that we're not going to get anywhere near the blooming charts at all. Also, another one here says, I know it's a while, but the most famous crack-up on television was John Freeman interviewing Gilbert Harding on Face to Face. Gilbert Harding was one of the most famous faces at the time, but cracked up when the subject reminded him of his mother's death in 1954. Richard, that's always a good one to get people. Always a good one. Mind you, my favourite was Terry Wogan interviewing Bernard Levin, I think it was. You know, Bernard Levin, you wouldn't really want to make a mistake. And so the old Wogan was doing the old trick, and so Bernard Levin said, I think it was Bernard Levin, did you read my column today? And Wogan tried to brush it off. He goes, I didn't have a chance to read it. He said, what's the point in me being here? He got up and walked off. He said, if you really can't be bothered to actually, you know, I've only got one column a week or whatever it was, you could have actually read it. I don't know. And we're going to be live in Australia, so we're going to miss your magic show. Oh, it's a shame, actually. Go to the Magic Circle website if you want details. 2nd of August. Going to live in Australia on the 18th of June. Oh, that's all right. You can still take the app with you and still listen to the programme. Because once you've heard Australian radio, you'll pray for British radio, I tell you. Oh, good day there, mate. It's another 90 degrees out there on Bondi. Here we go. Here come the Beach Boy. Oh, it's going to be dreadful. Seriously, that's how bad their radio is. And we got a special request now for Sheila. Hello, Sheila. All their DJs are called Mike. Mike's a very popular name. I've never actually heard Australian radio. I'm just assuming that's what it's like. It's all a bit sort of Cabot Cove, kind of cutesy. And Stephen Fleetwood said, I was in London yesterday. Well, big up you. Big up you, eh? Very brave, coming up here. By yourself? Spent a few hours looking around Camden Lock Market. Really? That long? Crikey. He says, then later pie and mash in Bethnal Green. God, you're so working class, aren't you? You're so working. We had pie and mash. And we probably spoke to some Cockney people as well down here. London's chock-a-block of an evening. I mean, seriously, it's far too busy to even go out. I can't think of anything worse than going out of a Saturday evening. Somebody said to me, do you not do the clubs anymore? I said, are you mad? At my age, I'll be sitting outside with a rug over my knees and a little sort of pot of pennies and stuff like that, but I'm not likely to be doing anything else, I'm afraid. Steve, I was in Sloane Square to see Main Men in musical. Oh, right. Saw a Bentley, very sleek, stylish and expensive. As a Bentley owner, you're like my description of the car, says Joe. Not really. Actually, I was going to change it the other day, till I realised I can't afford to change it just yet. We've got a tax bill to pay before we get round to that. Steve, Aberdeen's 26-mile kilt walk takes place today. Every kilted walker who takes part is raising money for their own chosen charity. And Holly says the Hunter Foundation will generously increase the money they raise by 40%. Sounds like a fantastic day out. Certainly does. Wouldn't find me walking in this weather, though. Not at all. One caller to Matt put him in the picture about Norway. They flog oil and gas all over the world, making a fortune for their minuscule population, and then claim Green 2 credentials. Oh, dear. I think you don't like him in Norway, do you, Richard? Have you had a bad experience? Has somebody turned you down? Did you go over there and go, would you like to go out with me? They went, sod off. You know, so all of a sudden you're not going out with anybody. And, Steve, I'm wondering how much Cheryl had to pay Calvin Harris to collaborate. His involvement will be the only reason this tune will be a success. Certainly can't be the naff dancing. I mean, it just looks a bit staged. I mean, she's getting on a bit now. Tim says Susan Boyle's doing a live duet with Michael Ball. It'll be pre-recorded. You can't risk her on anything. They're not going to risk her like that. She might have one of her wobbles. Might come on dancing with a broom or something. So, no, it'll be pre-recorded. So, you know, whenever they say live, never is. Never is. I mean, all the stuff you're watching, it's never live, is it? It's held back a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Everything gets recorded. It's recorded as live. This is a live programme. Recorded as live. You know, this is actually Tuesday. And I'm here, you know, doing the Sunday papers, guessing what I think there's going to be. But most of the stuff has been fairly vague, as you know. Phil says you should watch a film called Blackfish. It's about killer whales and how they're taken from the wild and made to perform. Very disturbing, but interesting. I've seen them killing other whales. That's why they're called killer whales. The clue would be in the title. But to make them sound more appealing, they're orcas. They're lovely. But in fact, you saw one at SeaWorld drag the trainer down to the bottom of the pool and drowned her. Yeah, and she was going, oh, they love... Maybe not. And they didn't. And we don't know if they're like elephants. If something happens to them and they go, I'm going to get you. Because that wasn't the first time that we've seen a trainer killed by an orca. I don't know how the whole thing worked. Either way, I think we should do away with those sort of places. Seriously, they had one in this country down at Windsor Safari Park, and they had I think it was a killer whale kept in it basically floated in something the size of a bath, and then it was let out to do its little tricks. And seriously, I went to see it. I feel heartily ashamed. I should never have seen it. I don't like things like that now. I've decided. Not so good. Lots of God. Do you know it's a real thin day in the papers? Oh, of course, you know what's coming up shortly, don't you? Not much use to most of us. It's Father's Day again. Father's Day. And so people will be going out buying cards, and they've got a whole double-page spread in the Daily Star today of gifts that you can buy your father. It's what's commonly known as a cheap bit of filler. So, for example, if you've got a bit of money, if your father's a bit active, you can get him a sunrise balloon flight with champagne for 259 quid. That's from Buy a Gift. 60-minute flying lesson, 185. That seems quite good, doesn't it? 60 minutes for 185 quid. Lots of booze. Why, you would think your father wants to drink. And then a travel watch and cufflink storage box. Doesn't that sound like the most boring thing you could ever buy your father? Also a personalised baby bodysuit. An insulated bottle, 2 set Geo whiskey glasses, 24 quid, moisturiser 12, and then a set of knives on a block. Oh, God's name, your father going to want to do with that? Can't think of anything worse. The gentleman's hamper is £45. Must be a very cheap one. And a hot air fryer. Why would you buy that for your father? A hot air fryer? What's a hot air fryer? It's a thing, you must have seen it on the television, where it's got a drawer that they pull out, and you put stuff in there, like frozen chips, and you push it back in again, and it heats up with a halogen. But it's an oven, basically. Yeah, it's an oven. Only it's £65.99. So it's quite nice if you like this kind of thing. And also apparently it's supposed to be better for you, so you're not swamping stuff in oil. But then, who cares? Who cares? I'm not going to be buying anything like that. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? What else is there? Nothing. Oh, the story of How Strange. A whole page on Odette, World War II's most highly decorated spy. It'd be worth reading. It's a whole page advert for a book. It's called Codename Lise, the true story of Odette Sampson, the woman who became World War II's most highly decorated. Is that the life that I've got? And she had to learn a poem, didn't she? Which was the code cracker. Is yours and yours and yours. That's all I remember, actually. I'm sure. I think she was carve her name with pride. I think so. I don't know, you have to find out now, won't you? Have a look. Odette. He's bound to be right, you know. He knows these things. He could have been Odette. I can't remember what happened to her. Was she shot? I can't remember. I just know that her daughter went to the palace to receive her medal, and then it was sold not too long ago, actually. Rich, my friend, has got his first Father's Day this year. Bless. First Father's Day. Doesn't it make you feel old? Doesn't it make you feel really old? It's awful. Here we go. Carve Her Name with Pride is based on the name of the same book, and it's... no, this is Violette Szabo. This is Violette Szabo. So that's not Odette. Just put in Odette. See what we get with Odette. I'm sure that Violette Szabo was shot as well. Odette. Let's have a look at her wiki, her Wikipedia. Oh, blimey. French? No. Oh, God. Very difficult. German silent drama film based on the... Yeah, we think we're spelling it right. Go down a bit. Let's have a look. No, is that funny? Is that funny? I thought we'd have known exactly who she was by typing in Odette. Maybe we're spelling it wrong. But, yes, it was Violette Szabo who was the other one. Very odd. I didn't do anything at all. Steve, here we go. Odette. Known as Odette Sampson and Odette Churchill, was an Allied intelligence officer during the Second World War, the first woman to be awarded the George Cross and to be appointed the Chevalier de la Légion d'honneur, most highly decorated woman. She was also one of the few to survive Nazi imprisonment, go down. and were fine. She was born Odette, blah, blah, blah. She met an Englishman, Roy, in Boulogne and married him, moving with him to Britain. They had 3 daughters, and recruited by SOE, Special Operations Executive. And she had a bad fall, which ruled out parachute entry. Go down further. She'd had service in France and all the rest of it. And then she was imprisoned. She was diverting attention from Churchill, which is she rejected. So she was interrogated by the Gestapo 14 times. She was kept in Ravensbrück punishment block, a concentration camp, on a starvation diet. And interestingly, when the Allies were only a few miles from Ravensbrück, the camp commandant, Fritz Suren, took Sampson and drove to an army base to surrender. He hoped that her supposed connections to Churchill might allow him to negotiate his way out of execution. She always said that she was not brave, not courageous, but just made her mind up. It's very interesting. In 1951, her house was burgled, and they stole her George Cross, I think. So she testified against the prison guards charged with war crimes, and she gained considerable fame after the publication of her biography, and she became what one biographer described as a celebrated heroine on both sides of the Channel. Some officials didn't believe her story. She got the Order of the British Empire, and her wartime record is a subject of a film, Odette, in which it was played by Anna Neagle. And she is the subject of a 2019 biography, the one I've just told you, codenamed Lisa, the true story of the woman who became World War II's most highly decorated spy. It's interesting. She was also a technical advisor on the film that came out about her. So there you go. It's 7 o'clock this morning. Andrew Castle is here for breakfast. Up for discussion this morning, the record number of migrant boats crossing the Channel, as 9 boats make it in one day, highest number yet. Viable bomb found under a police officer's car at a Belfast golf club. And 3 Britons among a group missing after a Himalayan avalanche. Nothing on God's earth would ever get me to go anywhere near. Apparently they were stepping over a body on Everest so they could get to the top, and you think, can it really be worth it? I don't know. All that and more on the Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle at 7 this morning on LBC. David in Nottinghamshire says, I agree with you. I wouldn't like to see performing killer whales, but I've been to all the great British circuses, witnessed lions, polar bears, elephants. That was then. Certainly not miss the animals in modern-day circuses that I've been to. Mind you, I do like Norman Barrett's budgies. Yes. And David says, if asked by your producer, would you interview Cheryl Cole? He would never ask me. He would never ask me. Do you think she listens to the show? I have no idea. No idea. I don't know. You'd have to ask her when you speak to her. She's banned anyway, so she wouldn't be. Oh, I'd try to rate her, Steve. Wouldn't let me on. I don't know. You never know who's listening to the programme. It always amazes me. You hinted before about getting a convertible Bentley. And Eddie says, they're really stunning with the roof down. You get the foot down. Brilliant. I don't know. I don't want the hair messed up. That's the trouble, isn't it? When you take the roof down, hair goes to pieces. John Maloney says there is a memorial to Violet Szabo in Stockwell, near her home. She was the life... Can you find that Violet Szabo thing? I'm sure that this was the poem. Can you find the poem for her? I'm pretty certain. The Violet Szabo poem. This is the one that she had to learn. And it was all part of this. She had to learn it. I can't remember what it was, actually. But she learnt this poem. I'll give you the words in 1 minute, once we find them. Violet Szabo's poem. I think it's called The Life That I Have. I'm pretty certain. Here we go. This is the text. Now, this was the poem written by Leo Marx and used as a poem code. Now, in the war, famous poems were used to encrypt messages. This, however, was found to be a bit insecure because enemy cryptanalysts were able to locate the original form, but Marx countered this by using his own written creations. The Life That I Have was an original poem composed on Christmas Eve 1943 in memory of his girlfriend Ruth, who just died in a plane crash in Canada. It was made famous, really, by its inclusion in the 1958 movie about Szabo, Carve Her Name with Pride, where the poem is said to be the creation of Violet's husband, Etienne. Marx allowed it to be used on the condition that the author not be identified. And it was quite simple. This is the text of the poem. The life that I have is all that I have, and the life that I have is yours. The love that I have of the life that I have is yours and yours and yours. A sleep I shall have, a rest I shall have, yet death will be but a pause, for the peace of my years in the long green grass will be yours and yours and yours. And she had to learn that in the film. I mean, I don't think it was a true thing that had ever happened, but I always remember the poem. Always remember it. So, there you go. It's quite moving, isn't it, when you think it's just a little thing, a little poem like that. Little poem, and it had such an impact. Why have I kept this paper here? Oh, here we go. They're all doing Fury at Britain's Got Talent star and Mutt Hunk. This is TV Pudsy's squeaky clean owner. Broke the girl code by having a fling with her friend's lover, a world champion dog trainer. So it goes on. Do you know, honestly, there's barely anything that you can have on the television now that there isn't some scandal attached to it. Pudsey was voiced by Britain's Got Talent judge David Walliams, starred in his own 24 movie, but he was put down due to terminal leukemia, so she trained another dog up. So the final for tonight, Siobhan Phillips, a singer from Wakefield, Prosecco-loving mum. Dave and Finn, this is the crime-fighting police and dog duo from Hertfordshire, is now a psychic act. 4MG, a mix between boy band and magic act. They've already got an army of girlfriends. They've got Josh, James, Harry and Theo. Colin Thackeray is the Chelsea pensioner and the widower. He's 89. He blew the audience's socks off. Bless him, honestly. Seriously, it makes you reduce to tears just looking at a picture of him. Kojo Anim, the outspoken London comedian, has a hilarious take on everyday issues and even raises laughs about being broke. Mark McCullen, a singer from Newcastle, he performs for his disabled brother who has locked-in syndrome but can hear tunes. Flake Freet Primary. What can you do with that? They can't make any money. There's too many of them. They've got 40 of these little Lancashire pupils. Also, X, little known about this mysterious illusionist who's freaked out the judges. And Jonathan Goodwin, a stuntman from South Wales. Libby and Charlie, they do dancing. They're both 12. And Ben Hart, from London, who has broken his 2015 vow never to appear on Britain's Got Talent in case he devalued his product. If you've been to any of my Magic Circle shows down at the Magic Circle Christmas time, Ben Hart has been on the shows. Tall, good-looking, young. Everything that I aspire to. Well, the tall bit anyway. I can't do anything else. It's seriously not worth it. Also, Now, I don't know anything about this story, so you might have to help me out on this one. The bodyguard hunk, Richard Madden. OK, now I've never seen The Bodyguard, but Richard Madden is on there, has dodged questions about a romance with actor Brandon Flynn, saying, I keep my personal life personal. I never talk about my relationships. His response to the New York Times, when asked if his frequent companion was also his boyfriend, sent fans wild. Obviously, a boyfriend. Shock. Many praised the actor, noting he was unbothered by the question, but was in no hurry to answer it. Rocketman actor Richard and Brandon, who used to date singer Sam Smith, have been inseparable for months and even lived together in Los Angeles. Why are we getting surprised by this? Good heavens above. Gays in the world. Good Lord. Actors. People you could see on the screen. Gay. Imagine. Like people in Parliament. Gay. Lords. Brandon recently set up a playlist dedicated to the Scot who split from Les Miserables actress Ellie Bamber in January. Oh, God, it's even more complicated than we thought. It's a man who's crossed into the dark side. 1 minute on the bright side, girly, 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 booby, booby, booby. Now, hello, Willies. And it's all over here. It's all happening. Unbelievable, isn't it? And the papers get so excited about it. Like it's something really unusual. I would always be more interested in, so what is the sexuality of the journalist who wrote this piece? What is their fascination in it? And the answer is people are just fascinated by things. You can imagine when Liberace never came out, the rumours that went around. Rock Hudson, classic rumours about... Well, I didn't say Liberace was gay. I think he was fairly left of centre, I think, It's so fun. H from Steps, hold me back, seriously. And of course there must be a load of footballers who are gay and they make such a big thing about it. And then apparently even in the House of Commons, and probably in the House of Lords, there must be, they're all old buffers who fall asleep. I mean, you know, they're prime candidates, aren't they? Prime candidates. Another one here. This is from Lois and Sidcup. Father's Day is the 16th of June. We're in June now. We're in June now. They have to tell you about what the... Aren't we in June? April, May? Yes, we're in June. I mean, you have to buy the present now. To be honest with you, I don't know why we bother with Father's Day. It's like Mother's Day. Why would we bother with things like that? It's just more expense, isn't it? It is. Yeah. It's an American thing, isn't it? It's okay, you know, cute as apple pie. In America, well, in fact, only here recently, you could start buying welcome to your divorce cards. You know, happy divorce day and things like that. Donald Trump made a bit of a cock-up, didn't he? Saying happy Memorial Day to somebody, and they're going, I don't think it's happy Memorial Day. But there you go. And so, Father's Day, 16th of June. Funniest TV meltdown, Kevin Keegan's rant about Alex Ferguson, says Billy. Luckily, because I don't understand football, that doesn't mean a thing to me. I'm aware of that they're footballers, but frankly, couldn't care less. Really. I completely missed, I wasn't even sure if it was on the television, the awards for people in soaps now. You know, people who believe that they are really actresses as opposed to work mules, because they just get you in there and they make you work as much as possible. I don't think you get a chance to even find out what any of the storylines are. So when people are asked on television programmes, they always say, oh, so what about the storyline? Because they haven't got the faintest idea. They're probably recording about 10 or 11 pieces. But Faye Brooks turned up. I thought she was out, actually. I had no idea that Faye Brooks, that's the one who's Gareth Gates' other half. Little bit of a misfortune there. Brooke Vincent, and then for some reason Chelsea Healy, who's looking older by the day, turning up in an outfit that is just wholly inappropriate, and I don't really know why she's bothered. Small wonder she can't find anybody to go out with. Philip Green is mentioned in the papers today, and also the other story, which is a strange one, because I suppose years and years ago I was a bit like this. Almost half of Brits abroad refuse to try the local food. And we would always go, oh, no. In fact, it used to be a standard joke in a Victoria Wood show. She said, it's Chinese, but we asked for the English menu. You know, because there's always English food available in a Chinese restaurant. The Chinese must think it's mad. People going in there going, do you have sausages? You know, the Chinese going, no, but we can probably get some for you. We'll have the sausage, egg and chips, if that's it. And for everybody, yes. So you're having the foreign food? Oh, no. Whereas, in fact, you know, I dreamt about Chinese food the other night. I dreamt about, if I phoned up a Chinese restaurant this morning as I was coming into work saying, could you possibly deliver something to Global? I wonder whether they would, or whether they would think I'd be completely mad. Has anybody had Chinese delivered before here? They must do. We'd get pizzas delivered. There'd be somewhere open in Chinatown till about 5 a.m. I'm just not sure whether or not my little stomach could cope with sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, sweet and sour chicken, crispy duck. I could give it a try one week, couldn't I? Although I'm not sure I could eat all of that before a programme. I'd probably blow myself up. Beyond belief. Yeah, wait for you. Yeah, but I think you went off to get some food earlier this morning, didn't you? When I was coming up the stairs, were you going across the road? Were you sneaky nibble? Honestly. I thought you were a good boy. I thought, yeah, this is the producer. You have to sort of watch him now. He sneaks out. Yeah, because normally I wouldn't have been coming in and out at that time. I was already in the building. And then I caught you and I thought, where's he going? I knew, actually. I knew straight away. No, I wasn't actually late. I'd already been in once. It was just when the producer sort of phoned. Anybody want a lot of coke for the night? This apparently is boxer Tommy Fury discussing buying cocaine in a shocking leaked text before entering the Love Island villa. He's also accused of trying to pull a girl... Oh, God, they've all got history already, haven't they? It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Love Island's Anton in blackface race row. It gets worse, doesn't it? Hasn't even gone on the air yet, and already there are people... which one is this one? This is Lucy Donlan, Anna, Yolanda, Amber Gill. I don't know who any of these people are. The good news is that only one of them has got naff old tattoos. All the rest of them appear to be tat-free. Mind you, that's not the same. Oh, look, little Gary Lineker's son, George, has popped up again. He's now 27. We don't know what he does for a living. We're not too sure. But he enjoys a lunch date with a photographer, which is lovely. Poor old George, honestly. He's tried so desperately to make it as anything, and it's not really working. But he was enjoying a lunch date with Kate Moss's little sister, Lottie. They've been pals for several years. Somebody said they seem to be enjoying each other's company. They're just friends. I don't think you can read anything in it. He's not the brightest penny in the box, poor soul. But they're so desperate to try and get him off with somebody. At 27, he's sitting there building shelves at the moment. He might as well spray himself with cobwebs. Stacey Dooley and Karen Brady talks about her here today. She says we should take a leaf out of Stacey's book. If you like yourself, who cares what others think? Yeah, I've always said that. It's funny, isn't it? That's exactly what I say. Somebody said to me, oh, you know, how do you get through this? And you say, listen, if you like yourself, you're halfway there. Why would you worry about what anybody says about you? You know, I don't like you as an actress. I don't like you as a presenter. I don't like you as this. Who cares? Who cares? Only one person. And whenever they sort of write and go, of course, and all my friends think the same, you know they don't have any friends. You know that they have no friends at all. Mothering Sunday is the fourth Sunday of Lent, so it's formed from religion. Father's Day is just commercial nonsense. But it's all commercial nonsense. It's just designed to... All the shops will be full of those cards. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mothering Sunday. Who cares? Mothering Sunday. Who cares? Smothering Day, isn't it? Smothering Day. It's all just commercial nonsense. That's all it's done. I mean, why can't we have Brother Day, Sister Day? In America, they have Grandmother Day, Grandfather Day. I mean, it's pitiful, isn't it, really? You should say it every day. Every day is very special. Rachel says, great film, the poem, read out in the film. And a Parky interview, Richard Burton. It's only because that was on the television the other day, actually. Is this the poem? Is she going to say it? Is she going to say the poem? Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. Here she comes.
The life that I have is all that I have, and the life that I have is yours. The love that I have of the life that I have is yours and yours and yours. A sleep I shall have, a rest I shall have, yet death will be but a pause. For the peace of my years in the long green grass will be yours and yours and yours.
It's so quite moving, isn't it? Quite moving. I love Virginia McKenna. I bought all the films. I bought everything. I bought into everything. I thought she was fabulous. She just sort of seemed to epitomise. She's still going, thank goodness. I'm so pleased about that. So pleased. Somebody's talking. I thought this was Matthews talking about selling his house. It's somebody who's written to Matthew saying purple bricks. Let tenants enter the house 3 days prior to contract. Do you know what? I never understand in this country that if you buy a property, you can't go in till a certain time, even if it's empty, even if it's brand new and you're just moving in, you have to wait till they go, okay, 11 o'clock, now we have the keys for it. The estate agent turns up with the keys. God, why don't they just give them to you? You've offered to pay the money, for goodness sake. It makes it so much easier. So June got off to a sizzling start the other day. Temperatures higher than Barcelona. Woo! Hold yourself back on that one. We peaked at 82 degrees, 27.6, which means that when I get home this morning, once I've got myself in, then I shall... what am I going to do there? Oh, yes, water. I better, just in case it's going to be another hot one today. I don't... dear. I see that Chris Evans got the perfect weather for his first Runfest run. 2.5 kilometres to half a marathon. Oh, my goodness me. Absolutely not for me. Not in any sort of heat at all. Dozens of Hells Angels bikers were arrested as thousands gathered for the club's 50th anniversary in Britain. I didn't even know they were still going, actually, but apparently they are. Apparently they are. So that's it. Grindr serial killer Stephen Port apparently is in a rage because Stephen Merchant's playing him in a film. He says he's actually told his family from jail that the office star looks nothing like him. Oh, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. 1 in 10... Oh, no. Good Lord. There's a woman here banned from doing toilet, okay, in public, has breached the court order 20 times in 2 years. Sheila McGibbon was barred in August. She admitted breaching the order twice while she was drunk. She comes from Southbourne in Dorset, has a long history of offending in Christchurch. She's not allowed to take alcohol into the town or Bournemouth. These drunks are everywhere now. Seriously, I mean, they're all, you know, most of them are asleep at the moment, but there's loads of them who were drunk earlier on. You take the high road, I'll take... And they always approach you. I was standing with my producer. It was fairly intimidating. Not this one, the other one. And we were standing by the bus stop, and this bloke comes up on one of those rented bikes. So he's obviously nicked it. And, because otherwise you have to pay on a credit card. And so he goes, I know what you're going to say, guys. They all start the same way. They go, you're going to tell me to F off, aren't you? And so I went, yes. There's no point in lying about it, you know, because all he's doing the preamble into he wants money. And my argument is always the same. I've got £500 in my wallet, you're not having a penny piece. Okay? But what I actually said was, sorry, mate, no money. Oyster cards. Oyster cards. And my producer found 10 pence. And I had the audacity to give him 10 pence. What was even more audacious is he took it. He took it. He said, well, that's a start, isn't it, for a cup of coffee? What, 10 pence? Tell me where you get a cup of coffee for 10 pence from. And then he toddled off on his bike, and then literally just round the corner, he stopped somebody else. Excuse me, mate. And it's the same pat lines they've got all the time. You know, oh, could you just see your way clear to help me out? You know, I'm down on my luck a little bit. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Because it's not helping the problem. You know, give to the charity. Much, much better. But don't give to the people. It doesn't solve anything. Although occasionally I have felt a pang of guilt. And I have occasionally sort of reached for my wallet and then thought, no, and put it back inside again. I have done it on a couple of occasions, and they've got to affect me in some way that I think they're not just a drunkard or a drug addict who's going to waste the money. You know, if it's somebody who might actually put it to some good use, then I'm more than happy to do that. But it's difficult to know. Yes, if they're sober and not on drugs, that would be the thing. And also, just sitting pitifully on the ground, I'm afraid, is really not enough nowadays. You know, I mean, sorry, I don't know why they sit on the ground. Yeah, they always say, excuse me, mate, you got any, hello? And then they go, thank you, and I feel like turning around and going, you're welcome. You know, that's what you do. But it's odd, isn't it, really, that they do sit on... What's the sitting on the ground bit? I mean, have they lost the use of their legs? And then they have a dog that sits there that looks like it's about to take your heels off. And because you get money for the dog. You know, you get money. You know that dog owners give money. Dog owners are really... They're an easy touch for the money. But, you know, you've got to make some sort of effort, as far as I'm concerned. And why sit at a cash point? Have you got any spare change? I'm sorry, it does 10s and 20s. Have you got £9.90 on you? You know, I'll give you a tenner. Actually, the chance... We saw one the other day. We had one in Twickenham, and it was in the early hours of the morning, and he'd been sort of picking up dog ends and things like this, the ends of cigarettes, which people throw away because the bus arrives in. And then the next minute, he's at the cash point. With his... Well, I don't know if it was his own car, but I mean, he was obviously putting it in there because you can only do 3 times on the... You can't guess the number, can you, at all? It's not physically possible. You know, like 1793 or something like that, whatever it happens to be. And he was he must have spent a good 20 minutes putting his card in and out of this machine. And I'm thinking, so he's got a bank account? As I say, this one the other day who had the bicycle, but we should have looked at it because the producer, young Chris, he thought that he could have borrowed it. And then they break that brake off the back. And once you've done that, you can just drive around with it until you're fed up with it. Because you wouldn't be walking, would you, all the time? And what was it? Are these people going to picket Heathrow Airport again? It's not Plain Stupid, it's the other ones, isn't it? Extinction Rebellion. They're going to set drones up there. I've got some fighting drones, boys. I've got some fighting drones. Really fighting drones. You know, unless the government does something. Oh, God, blimey, here we go all over again. Just to disrupt people's holiday. Poor souls, honestly. Sadly, America, says Dudley, once had Doris Day. Doris Day. Play on words, yeah. It was good, actually. I like Doris Day, actually. She didn't want to give interviews, did she? I think when you get a little bit older. I noticed Parky was looking a little bit older the other day, but I'm going to be watching next week when it's Michael Barrymore, as is Stuart Lubbock's father. He's not going to be pleased with that one. It wouldn't surprise me if he infiltrates the audience. He's been known to do that before now and start heckling and things like that. Yeah, you have to watch him. Because he lost his son, and he hasn't got any answers. The police charged Michael Barrymore with zilch, nothing, null. And Michael didn't know what went on. He was at one end of the house. The swimming pool was at the other end with another load of people. He didn't go up there. He was doing stuff down the other end. But unfortunately, Stuart Lubbock's father is not accepting that at all. OK, what we got? We got ready peeled garlic. OK, so far so good. This is grown in China, harvested by prisoners, shipped 10,000 miles to Britain to be sold in a throwaway plastic pot. Forget all the rest of it, you know, forget about Britain's Got Talent and everything else. It's a pound tub of M&S ready peeled garlic. OK, so far so good. This is grown in China, harvested by prisoners, shipped 10,000 miles to Britain to be sold in a throwaway plastic pot from Belgium. I mean, can't you get... I mean, I know a lot of garlic comes from China. And they've said here, the Mail on Sunday discovered a metric ton... I don't know what that is, a metric ton of peeled garlic is sold by Chinese wholesalers for £475. OK? Bear that in mind. That would buy enough garlic cloves to fill 20,000 of the pots that Marks are selling for £1 each. Small wonder they're closing shops left, right and centre. Terrible, isn't it? They're still employing that one down in Twickenham, you know, the Attitude one. I'll have a 15p bag, please. And she hands me the bag. I said, I don't pack. Not at these prices. Here we go, strolling hand in hand with two princesses. This is Princess Beatrice's boyfriend, Edoardo Mapelli Mozzi. And he's got, unfortunately, two of the boring people wandering out in their heels, Eugenie and Sister Beatrice. What do they do? The answer is we're not sure, actually. We're not sure. The hit biopic Rocketman story of how the star's neglectful father drove him to drink and drugs is moving millions. But Elton's brother says Dad was proud of him, didn't care he was gay, bought him his first piano and spoke lovingly of him on his deathbed. When Elton came out, Dad didn't mention it. It wasn't important. Always going to be rivalry, isn't there? I didn't even know Elton John had a brother. Oh, funny. Why do you not know these sort of things? I don't know, Stephen. Why do you not know that? I don't know. It's never cropped up before. Red Hot Britain. Oh, warmer than Turkey now. A minute ago it was Barcelona. Now it's warmer than Turkey. 82 degrees. 82 degrees. Whew. And Amanda Holden says, I love that people are still talking about my tired old breasts when I'm nearly 50. She will be going to bed early tonight. Do you know why? Because she's got her first job tomorrow morning, doing the breakfast show on our sister station Heart with young Jamie. So the photographers are going to be out there just to see what she looks like first thing in the morning. I'll be seeing her. Which is quite interesting, actually, because I don't think she's ever got up that early before. But we'll be waiting to find out what she's wearing. That'll be it. Because they all come in this building. We've got all the celebrities. They're all in here. So I shall be out there tomorrow morning, just as she's arriving in. Plus, now, where did I find this other story? This is Palace fears Trump Brexit rant. I shouldn't think so. They won't do that. But here is the idyllic English village. Half-timbered houses, picturesque church on the banks of the Thames. Hurley may seem an unlikely place to find one of the last great secrets of D-Day. Yet it was in this idyllic Berkshire village where, unbeknown to its residents, 150 Americans received and analysed vital covert intelligence from France. For almost 75 years, there was only one clue to Station Victor, a radio centre run by the Secret Intelligence Branch of the American Office of Strategic Services. It was the word staff only in white paint on the door of a ramshackle building full of farm machinery and memories. And that will change this week when, as the 75th anniversary of D-Day is remembered, a blue plaque is unveiled at the entrance to Hurley Manor, headquarters of the OSS predecessor to the CIA. Secret meetings held in Ye Old Bell Pub, and they believe that there was more than one meeting held between Winston Churchill and Eisenhower. So they've got pictures of what it looked like then and what it looks like now. Troops and vehicles at Station Victor, which had a car repair centre and accommodation huts, and the dilapidated and unused motor repair buildings look today. They look very, very similar. Very similar. I bet you anything people will be going there. Also, the control room, today full of abandoned farm machinery, but the building is the same. The building is the same. Should go down there and have a look, actually. It looks lovely, doesn't it? All these things that went on, we never know, do we? We never know. Until later they say, oh, this was a secret bunker. This was a secret place. Pippa Middleton's millionaire father-in-law has resigned from a charity set up as investigations continue into various claims about him. And the £1 million winner of Love Island is Caroline Flack. The rest of them, most of them will just disappear into that place where they all end up. It's called obscurity. And it's great. And then they go, oh yeah, because I'm a model. You can't all be models. Well, it is called the Job Centre, but of course most of them can't be bothered to do a day's work. But they will be discovering very shortly, as it sort of gathers momentum, that, in fact, you know, they're going to have to pay their dues to it. I think they all think that they're going to make a small fortune. The trouble is, it's been done. That's why Big Brother was dropped. because we'd already seen the act. For the first few Big Brothers, nobody knew how it operated. Then they learnt how to play it. And so people kind of, not cheated on it, but it sort of ruined the surprise element. And that's why, you know, there's a limit to how many models we've got in this world, because they're not models. They're just people who get their kit off, won't they, and have sex on television. And that, frankly, is just not good enough in this day and age. British men are shunning beer. No, they're not. No, they're not. They say apparently in Liverpool, most men there, 62% of them, favour cocktails over beer. Oh, yes, of course. Why, lad, I'll have a whiskey sour. Of course I don't. Don't be so ridiculous. Most popular cocktail was a mojito, which is white rum, sugar, lime juice, soda water and mint. You can see blokes standing there, can't you, with a straw and an umbrella and a monkey hanging over the side of the glass going, we're having a mojito here. Barry, did you want a mojito? Hey, Ralph, 2 more mojitos. It's like going on holiday to Marbella, isn't it? Apparently, second is an old-fashioned, followed by a porn star martini. Barry, did you want to try one of them? Can we have one of the porn star martinis? We had one of those in Marbella last year. And that's vodka, passion fruit, puree and Prosecco. Lovely. I can't believe that blokes are shunning beer and they're going, oh yes, we want to have all these martinis and think, no, they don't. They absolutely don't, I promise you. They want beer. You go out to pubs, you find blokes drinking beer. Lose a stone in 4 weeks. Got a picture of somebody very peculiar. I don't know who she is, but definitely don't put your hair up again, dear. It doesn't quite look right. Euro glory for Liverpool as they defeat English rivals. Lovely. And here's a picture of Anna, a British Love Island contestant dubbed the British Kim Kardashian. No, she's not. She really is not. That's what her stupid agent has probably come up with. Let's call her the British Kim Kardashian. She's absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, you know, a lot of people complaining about it. And guess how much the budget is for the Gavin and Stacey Christmas special? Come on. Guess how much? 2 million. That's the budget. £2 million for it. Somebody says, I think the audience will be pleasantly surprised. I'm fairly surprised myself. £2 million. £2 million is a lot of money. Sorry? Lovely. Yes, I think I can manage that. Pourquoi? Do we know why? Is there a reason? Ah, so exciting. What else we got here? Let me just find something else, actually. Rip-off funeral firms facing fines, and Hollywood star Felicity Huffman is preparing for the toughest role of her life. She's going to prison. Yes, she's another one of those. You can read the story yourself, you know it. The phone scam epidemic, and there's no such thing as a healthy energy drink. I never thought there was, actually. I thought they were just drinks with loads of sugar in, which is probably not very good for you at all. Want to be friends? Let's do lunch. Apparently people like lunch. And apparently it really ingratiates you to your next-door neighbours. Imagine turning up on the doorstep. I'm here for lunch. I don't think so.